Hi guys, welcome to Speaker's. Got my own protection today. Let's see how it goes. Just had a conversation on my way in with a preacher of the book that I am in the Bible, and he was not having it. Why would they do it? Control you, maybe? I'm a little later than I scheduled to be, and I didn't run the stream that I planned to because it keeps, even though I set the orientation horizontal, it wouldn't let me go horizontal. Horizontal.
Same time this summer, which also opened the window.
Yeah, so I was later than I planned to be because the trip to journey in took me 2 hours instead of 1 because of engineering works in the train line. So it was a bit of a bus journey, mix and match to get here. Just going to take a little wander over. As I go this here. I see Noah over there. He's the one who gave me the Quran last week, which I have not read.
Arabic.
Jewish people because they know their profits are going to go through the roof. America's been pushing more and more weapons.
Modern prophets.
More weapons. Are they doing it out of charity? Are they doing it out of, well, this makes humanity better? Are they doing it because? Are they doing it because this is how it's going to be? They're doing it because they're making money off selling Christian weapons to the.
America has a history of going to, take example of Afghanistan.
Well, let's call it not America because it's a piece of land. Let's call the weapon companies have a history of selling weapons.
Not just weapon companies.
Yes, because they own the weapons, design the weapons, and make the weapons. And they tell you, brothers and sisters, to hate each other because you're the wrong colour, wrong religion, wrong thoughts in your head. And then they'll sell your community's weapons to go over and murder constantly.
You're right.
I am right, because the weapon companies is not just a recent phenomenon. The Christians have always owned weapon companies, and they have always created war in Europe. They slaughter Christians in Europe to the weapon companies because you're not Christian enough. You're not Christian enough, and if you're not Christian enough, then you deserve to be slaughtered. That's World War II. That's the 100-year war. You're the wrong.
Whoa!
You're the wrong.
You
are the wrong type of
that.
Christianity.
You're going to heckle that a little
Guess
bit.
what? Who is there selling you the weapons? The weapon companies. They celebrated when the Jewish people were murdered. That's what the weapons companies did, because it's guaranteeing another 1,000 years of profit in the constant war and carnage that it will guarantee. Because when we see our brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers die, guess what happens? You want revenge. And guess who will feed that revenge? Who will feed the conflict? The weapon companies with all their profits. They own the newspapers. They own the oil companies, and they own the Abrahamic religions. This is how the weapon companies have done it, and this is how the weapon companies have always done it. Yes, it's a religious war, but who owns your religions? Not you, not you, or you. You don't own them, but the rich. They dictate what your religion will say, what your religion will be interpreted as, and they will definitely say who to hate and who to murder, and yes, who to rape.
But America wasn't there all the time.
Yeah, no.
Why just keep blaming America?
I'm not.
America wasn't there.
All wars
The
are bankers'
wars,
wars.
the war's
I
been
literally
going
just
on.
said
All wars
a
are
piece
bankers'
of land
wars.
has no philosophy.
The war's
A
been
piece
going
of
on
land
historically
has
for
no
ages.
constitution.
Religious war.
Human beings
war
create
for
ideas.
resources.
Human beings create constitutions.
You just keep
and
blaming.
human beings decide our reality today. And guess what? The weapon companies, they've decided our reality is one of rape, murder, and constant revenge. And every single moment they do that, they know their share prices are going up. Don't believe me? Check out the share prices of weapon companies in America.
Where was America when Christians
Go
were fighting
online.
against
Check
Muslims?
out now how the
Where
prophets
was
soared
America?
when the Jewish people were murdered.
It's been going on
when
for
the
ages
Muslim people were murdered. When everybody or anyone is being hated upon, dehumanized. Guess who's behind it? The weapon companies. Who here thinks we should profit from the murder of Jewish people? Put your hand up. No one. You? Oh, I thought you were having a little moment. Who here thinks we should profit from the murder of Muslim people? Put your hand up. Anyone? And who here thinks we should profit from the murder of anybody on this planet? Put your hand up. Go on.
There is
I
no
dare
profit,
you.
there is just
Are
ego.
you put your hand
There
up?
is your tradition
There we
that
go.
you're going to fight
got one.
for. There's your culture, there's your religion.
But
I'm asking you a question.
all of here, the majority,
And people
of
going
all
to make
voted
money.
I
just
am
now,
asking you a question.
that
It's
making
nature.
profit out of murdering people is disgusting. All of you, apart from these two fascists, who think profiting from murdering Jewish people
What does fascist
and Muslims
mean?
is
That word has
absolutely
lost all its
fine.
meaning now.
But the majority,
because it is like you
the
overuse
majority
it.
here has just declared we have just made history. We have just voted that it's wrong to make profit off murdering human beings. All of you, look around at each other. All of you here have voted that murdering people for profit is insane, disgusting, and yet the richest companies in the world are weapon companies / oil companies, which are the same
Banks
thing, by
and the
way.
banks. Don't forget the banks. The banks fund all wars.
Uh,
The bankers are behind it. All wars are bankers' wars.
well,
And the
let's
earth
just-
is not a globe, it's flat.
my
Like it says
point
in the
is-
Bible.
The point is here I'm trying to make, we've all decided, apart from these two, that murdering people for profit is absolutely
I just
disgusting.
raised my hand to ask the
So
question.
you all
If you're
should be
fascist.
proud, apart from these
That's
two,
why you're so
all of
triggered.
you
You're
should be
triggered right
proud
now.
of each other.
I raised my hand to ask
And
the question.
I ask
But
you,
you're not even.
talk to your
But
MPs.
he's not going to listen.
Talk to your leaders and say it's wrong
I
to
must
profit
say-
off murdering people.
Coming to this
You've all
vacation here to
voted
see the
just
legendary
now
Speaker's Corner.
and declared
It
with
was
your
well worth it.
heart
It
that
was well
murdering
worth it.
people for profit
Bravo!
is one of the sickest things on this planet. Unless you're a Nazi, of course.
Bravo!
And then if you are a
I get to hear
Nazi,
nut jobs
then
from
it's
you.
the highest
Bravo!
form of human achievement for a Nazi. And that's what Nazis have always done. And that's why they own the weapons. Because the majority here, I reckon you're not unique here. I reckon the majority of people on this planet thinks it's sick making profits off killing people for profit.
Some
And I
information.
reckon throughout all history, if we ask that question, the same answer would ring out loud that it's truly sick.
Some information.
Through all history, 3,500 years, and I reckon we ask every brother,
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
father, I looked to the wrong person there.
Can't solve the problem. People are going to make profit.
Oh, here we go. This is the price.
You fat earther?
Yeah.
Wait, so okay, if you flew a weather balloon all the way into the sky, would you not see a curvature? I'm thinking that's actually a good experiment that people need to do, you know.
We've done that experiment.
Have they?
Yeah. So if you take a fisheye lens, it'll make everything look
Yeah,
look
yeah,
round.
of course.
But we've taken a weather balloon to 120,000 feet,
Oh, sorry.
and everything. You can take this one as well. Everything looks level when we're up there. Neil deGrasse Tyson, a well-known astrophysicist, says you can't get high enough to see curvature on Earth. So everything that
Really?
you're seeing is based on a fisheye lens.
It's true, but how is it really possible to fake it to that extent where like every single footage from space is all fake? Like even if things done by independent scientists and things of that sort.
Well, no independent scientists have been to space.
No, but you can fly a rocket up into the atmosphere, if you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah. There's a privateers have sent a rocket called the Go Fast rocket. You can Google this.
Yeah.
The Go Fast rocket it hits something at 100 miles.
yeah,
So there's something up there. There's a roof or an enclosure.
like a roof is.
Yeah. It's
But I
like
don't
it
know
says
about
in the
that.
Bible, actually. I'm not pushing the Bible, but the Bible says there's a firmament. There's like a roof or a lid on the top of this place. And thermodynamics demands that if you want to build up a pressure, you have to contain it in a canister.
Yeah, of some sort. That's
Yeah?
true to be.
So if we had no canister or no roof, then our pressure system that we're standing in now would be eviscerated into the vacuum of space.
Okay, that's true, but that argument is also supported by classical science that believes that space is real. So things like the stratosphere and the atmosphere contain or like oxygen, like through a pressure kind of way.
We can't demonstrate that. Like in a physics lab, if
Yeah.
you create like a vacuum in a box and then open the lid of that box, then immediately there will be an equalization of pressure with the surrounding environment.
Yeah, but it's not the same thing. Do you know what I'm saying? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, guys. Are you talking about the Earth?
Yes.
So, okay, if the Earth is flat or curved?
Well, I think that it's a round ball, but we live inside it. We don't live on the outside of the ball. In nature, nothing grows on the outside of the fruit. Always a skin, a shell, a peel, or a bark must contain the living organism. So when we look at the Suez Canal, we find it's 120 miles long and engineered perfectly level. It is one level body
And
of
one more
water.
from Brazil.
Yeah.
In Brazil, they done with the topograph camera, the more advanced, yeah. They just like they wanted to build up a big high building in Brazil, and then when they do the topography, they chose they say the scientists, the geologist scientists, they says let's do this from far away, more than 150 kilometers. It's the top level, yeah. And they found that everything is flat.
Yeah.
So why I believe the Earth is flat since when? Long time, when I was like 17.
Oh, well done.
Yeah, because why? The reason why, because I have a book I read, yeah, and then I use my knowledge, I use my sense, I use everything which is flat.
Good man. Well, we can't prove that we're spinning. There's no scientific experiment that proves that we're
No,
spinning.
there is.
In your
There is.
sense,
He doesn't want it to show the people. That's it.
yeah, we're not spinning. You can go to the Burj Al Khalifa and take photographs from up there, and you can see for 100 kilometers. If you go into a plane, you see even further, like over the Mediterranean. I just see a body of flat water with ships dotted for 50 miles in the distance.
Why they said that? All this kind of propaganda, what we have been told and learned from long time ago when we was in school, 7 years, 6 years, you go into the school and they give you they give you some things like it's really fake. Not the truth. It never-
Theories.
Theories.
I'm not saying I'm for or against stuff like that. I don't know anything about it, right? But what is like, you see the flat Earth movement? Like,
And profits from war.
if the
And
Earth
then
isn't
it
flat, it's flat. I'm not sure. I don't know about this, right? I'll be honest. I don't know about this topic right here. But like, what is the actual aim of proving it is flat? What does that do in the end? Like, I'm just asking a question.
Well, once you realize that, for me, 10 years ago when I realized this, I realized that all governments in the world are working at the top table, are working together to control mankind.
Yeah.
Now, why are they trying to
agree with that,
control mankind? Could it be the simple stuff like slavery, making us all tax slaves? Could it be to keep us small? Or could it be to hide the creator? Because a flat earth wasn't evolved. There's no evolution. There's no Big Bang invented by a Catholic priest. There's no Big Bang. It was designed by a designer. a flat earth,
To watch argument,
Just one. Oh, sorry about that. Do you know about Antarctica?
Atlantica?
Yeah, Antarctica.
Nah, I don't know about it, sorry. No.
Yeah, so the limit which is Iceland, ice, you know,
Okay, yeah.
Atlantic.
The Antarctic, yeah.
Do you know about it?
Not really, no. I'm not that into science.
No,
I'm
it's fine. But you never see any program about it?
No, not really, no.
Yeah, because there is program.
Yeah.
There is
watch
some program.
teleshopping,
Yeah. They never tell the truth about it. But there is some people, which is the adventure people. They goes and they stop them. Yeah. Why? So let me tell you one thing. This earth, yeah, where we live now. How many population we got all together, everyone? How much?
8 billion? 7 billion, something like that?
They say 8 billion.
Yeah, 8 billion.
If I'm going to tell you something, maybe you're not going to believe it, but I will tell you something and just do this research by your own self is better. This earth is going to be, as much the number rising up for a human, as much extension gone. Yeah. Do you believe that?
I don't really know.
There is the extension.
I literally know nothing about this stuff. I don't really want to give an opinion, but I haven't researched this myself.
They're saying about the climatic, they're saying about the gas carbon.
Yeah.
Before this industry, before this petrol, before this oil, this gas well, this all these things, yeah? So how many volcano, you know the volcano? Volcano.
Yeah.
How many volcanoes it was active before the human being rising up the numbers on this planet? A lot. My country have a lot. In Europe have a lot.
Yeah.
And blah blah blah. Can you imagine if this volcanic start to give the oxide carbon every day? So this planet is gone. But it's never gone. Why? Because who designed this planet? He designed it perfectly.
Are you basically saying that the statistical chances of our species being alive is so slim that you think that it wasn't created? Basically, I'm not disagreeing with you. So you're basically saying you believe that it's so the probability of us living on the perfect Earth is so low that basically you'd be able to create it. That's not. I'm not getting. I understand that point. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's I agree with you. That's what I mean. Yeah.
I use this example. I say if I threw an explosive device into a scrapyard, a Ferrari wouldn't drive out the other side.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you. I can get your point. Yeah.
I just wanted to go back to what this gentleman was talking about. He's talking about Antarctica being controlled.
Okay.
So back in the 1940s and 50s, a famous British American admiral called Admiral Byrd, he spent 15 years exploring Antarctica. Okay. And when he came back from all of that, he said, I found land bigger than America that no man has ever touched, and it's got resources that would last humanity a lifetime. The next year, they signed the Antarctic Treaty, which prevents us from going beyond 60 south parallel. Only some flights can go to 70 parallel, and if you want to go beyond that, it's by military escort and permission only, and then only onto a sort of a peninsula or somewhere small, and then you'll come back. From the South America, they'll take you down the bottom there, and then they'll take you to Little America, which is around that area, and they'll bring you back and say you've been to Antarctica. His other point, which is interesting, is that he's talking about CO2, and one of the big cons about living in a globe is that humans are destroying the planet, as they say. Now, if we live on a flat Earth, it's actually a self-cleaning system, and the volcanoes and all the CO2, some of it's essential for the plant life, and some of it will balance itself out as necessary. Like I say to people, even though we have a lot of pollution over the last 50, 80 years since, industrialization, you never wake up, unless you live near a factory, you never wake up in the morning in spring or whatever and go, wow, the air's dirty. No, it's clean itself.
You're clearly not living in New Delhi though, that's the thing. Do you know what I mean? Places like New Delhi, they have
Correct. If you're standing right next to a smokestack that's constantly bellowing, it's always going to be...
fair enough, you know what I'm saying?
But if we live on a little marble, in which China is building one new coal factory a week, and all of this has been going into the atmosphere, and that's going to spin around and affect your air here in England.
It's true, but so what happens when a plane, let's say, takes off from America, let's say somewhere in the West Coast, right, and flies the opposite direction instead of flying all the way across? You know what I'm saying? One direction. Why do planes take a route that would go around logically, right? Do you know what I'm saying?
So we've looked at all the flight routes. Guys who love aviation have looked at all the flight routes. I've got a friend who's a commercial pilot who's a flat earther. And he's looked at all the flight routes, and he's like, on this flat earth map, which I've got on my chest here, which is the same map as the United Nations logo, you can actually fly all of these routes. And what we've never done is we've never flown underneath the globe. We've never flown into Antarctica and come out 180 degrees on the other side. However, when I was a youngster growing up, they would fly Argentinians, they would fly them to get to South Africa, they'd fly them all the way to England, and then down to South Africa again, right? Instead of going, well, there's a much shorter route from South Africa to straight straight to Brazil or Argentina. It's a straight flight. In fact, it's shorter. If you take your globe and take a piece of string to Brazil or Argentina, you'll find it's a shorter route than Johannesburg to Heathrow. So it should be like that's a less than 11-hour flight. When they started flying, it was a 14-hour flight. Like, how does that even make sense? So there's loads of things with the flights. Same with English people flying, or from Heathrow. Some of the flight routes that we take to Dubai or whatever in order to get to Australia or Hong Kong to get to Australia, they make no sense on the globe. But actually on the flat Earth, it's like, oh, that's almost a straight line between those two places.
It's clear, it's clear.
On the flat Earth map. Now, we don't know for absolute certain exactly what the whole map of the Earth looks like, but Captain Cook is said to have sailed for 3 years around the Antarctic ice wall and clocked 65,000 miles.
Before him.
65,000 miles sailing around with an ice wall on his side the whole time.
It's like, look, common sense. How come somebody from Spain or Italy, south, look at this, in that time, back in the day, 200 years, 300 years, or 400 years ago, there is no technology, there is nothing at all. They take the boats with the wood, and then they go and now we're discovering America. Oh, now we're discovering Canada. Oh, now we're discovering the Pole North. If you this Earth spinning, or is like ball, whatever, So how come he goes? How he know? Because his sample is that go this way, on your side, left or right, and keep going straight, you will find something.
But that's the thing. They didn't have enough. Back in the day, they didn't have the supply of resources to put on the ship to fly all the way around.
And then he would find
like
out.
if it was real, I'm not saying nothing.
He said, okay, let's go back, because why? The wind is go with the wind.
Yeah.
Go left or right.
Yeah.
So they follow the wind. So how come?
So when I started this journey of discovery, I started looking into old world buildings. When you look into this, you'll discover that there's buildings in Argentina, in America, that look like Romanesque buildings. They look like they were built by the same builders. They're almost identical in design and scale, massive. And they're 500, 600, 700 years old, suggesting that the people in Europe knew the people in the Americas a long time before Columbus. And even the Columbus story has been debunked by a lot of mainstream historians, that wasn't the first time we ever came across America. So it pulls into question this idea that they thought Columbus was going to sail off the edge of the earth and find India or whatever before he got to America.
It's like Americano. His name is Italian, who's discovered, and then Christopher Columbus. And before them, both of them, there is.
So what do you guys believe is at the edge then, basically? Like, what is at the edge? Like, if it is a flat plane, or not a flat plane necessarily, like a dome, like a self-sustaining system, right? What is at the edge?
Well,
okay, so if you wanted to go with this, and then you wanted to know exactly where, you have to go back to do by your own self the search how this planet coming, who's created. So when you go to that, so you have to find out exactly the book who tell you the truth. So if you go to that books, which is as simple as that, I'm not that say that, I said Quran. Go to the Quran, you will be found every single things in this planet, even in your life. That's the prescription, very perfect for our life.
Yes, I understand.
So you go there because how I must be know that in the age to 17, and then now I'm 44, and then when I grew up, as much I found out the things which is I read it 25 years ago, or 35 years ago. As about everything what's going on.
Fair enough.
Sorry, and there is the mountains. Why those mountains? If you're gonna know, there is Himalaya, there is the Alps in Europe, there is not the Alps, in Europe, in Switzerland, and there is another one in America, and it's like different places on this continent. Why? This is the one they hold it. Yes, that's the main things which is hold the planet, our life, our land, and hold the sky. And there is 7 sky. Do you believe that? How many missiles they send them and they're not gonna penetrate? They just go back. Show me, because they say and they're working on the moon. So just done it one time in 69 or 67.
What, the moon?
The moon, is not Yogi Gagarin, Armstrong.
Armstrong.
So just tell me why you done it just one time.
6 times. They claim they landed on the moon 6 times.
They landed on the moon 6 times.
That's what they say, between 69 and 72.
All the world, they showing just one time.
Yeah, no. I agree that there are these things that the government doesn't really want us to know about, but some of these things, like maybe to me, because I'm the small man in it, seem pointless. Like, why would you lie that the Earth is flat? Like, what power does that grant you? If you know what I mean, because there's nothing we can do anything like about it anyways. You know what I mean?
Create. Why you're not helping the human to have good transport? Why you're not building up any like airplane turns around the planet 6 or 7 times?
I'd be interested. Would you guys be interested in trying to do that? I'd be interested in trying to do that. That would be interesting, honestly. Like, because I don't know nothing.
You know, like Richard Branson. You've heard of Richard Branson?
Yeah.
He can't get out. He can't get out. Blue Origin, which is one of the wealthiest.
He can't get up. Is a bit.
He can't get out.
Oh,
you know, when they fly on their blue Origin or Virgin Atlantic or whatever, or Virgin thing, they get to about 50 miles or 40 miles, and then they float for a little while and come back down again. That's as far as they can get. But I want to get back to the question about why would they lie? What if each of us is meant to be the king and the queen? Each of us is meant to be the sovereign. Each of us is meant to be the Most High's expression here, and therefore we should have no master. Yes, we should live in a community in which we agree to some common rules and so on.
A smaller community,
but we should not have kings and queens in Buckingham Palace. We should simply be, we're all the king and queen of the creation. We are all the expression of whatever God is. That's what it does for me. It really liberated me from this, like, I'm just insignificant to, wow, I'm the expression of our Creator, and I need to honor that, but it is a liberating truth, which is why I come out and tell people about
Fair enough.
Now, as to your question about what's on the edge or where would the edge be, we have to be honest and say we don't really know. When I believed in the globe and all of that, I believed in things like there's a darkness of space and space is ever expanding into whatever. We don't know.
Where is space contained though? Well, that's another question.
How is it contained?
Where are we? Like, where the fuck are we? Like,
there's so many things. Dark matter, which is 98% of the known universe is dark matter, as they say, which they don't know what dark matter is. So there's so many things about our mainstream science that we actually don't know the answer to. So let me just say, I don't know the answer to how does it work. There's a debate about whether it's a circle, like I say to people, if you take an orange and you cut it open and let it fall open, and in the center is the seeds, that's the core of the orange or the apple, and that's where the continents are that we live on. Around it is fruit or water, and then beyond that is the pith and then the skin. So the ice wall might be the pith of the orange, and then eventually you will come to some kind of skin. Now this Admiral Byrd is claimed to have said, and there are documents that suggest that when you get that far out, the roof is only a few thousand feet, 15,000 feet high, and they've had planes crash into it. I can't prove that to you, but I'm just saying I've come across information that suggests that there is, it's sort of like anything else that's natural, it would have an enclosure, and that enclosure being so far from the sun, it's frigid, because the vacuum of space is believed to be Kelvin or minus whatever, centigrade. It's super cold, which means that all liquids, even gases, freeze solid. And so it may be that we get to a point that it's so frozen that nothing that we've built can penetrate that. So there's an impenetrable barrier is one of the suggestions. Some people say the infinite plane of the flat Earth goes on for an unknown, the eternity or whatever. I don't know about that. I much prefer the idea that it's an enclosed fruit, like the example I've given you of the orange and the apple.
It's a digestible idea, right? So where does Hyperborea fit into all this, basically?
Hyperborea is...
where is Hyperborea?
Is that to do with Atlantis?
Is that...
I mean,
Well, I heard there's like mashup sort of, like, I heard a flat Earth theory. I don't know if this is like a generally accepted. That basically we're sort of like the flat Earth, like at the edge of it, sort of you get like an entrance into Hyperborea, basically.
Okay,
like,
I'm with you.
Like hollow Earth as well. You know what I mean? Because if it's flat, like there's got to be something beneath us. Like there maybe. Like, you know what I'm saying? Maybe they're not a round thing, but there's still like a width to it, and there's like
a depth to it. So, I mean, this Admiral Byrd, when he spent the years before he was in Antarctica, he was in the Arctic Circle, and there's a story that he found a hollow Earth. He found he could go into some kind of hollow Earth. Is that real? Or disinfo? I don't really know. But mankind has tried to drill as deep as it can.
Yeah, like the Russian super deep wormhole. What's it called?
There you go. It's called Polar Deep. Polar Deep, 7.5 miles. That's as far as we've been able to get, 7.5 miles. Wow. So we don't know, and our machinery cannot go, it just goes so hard and so hot, there's nothing that we can design that'll go through that. So we don't know the answer to that question, what's below. And then equally, I believe that we cannot go...
They cannot do it because this what what created this planet. Yeah, he created perfect.
Yeah.
And he gave the limit for the human to,
Yeah.
do whatever we want, do the experiment,
Yeah.
create,
Yeah.
do whatever we can
Be
to
the
do.
creator.
It's beautiful, it's beautiful life.
But one of the things, that God give you a limit.
Yeah.
You never cross that limit.
Yes.
Do whatever we want. He
Yeah.
give you a limit because this is everything. He done it
Yeah.
perfect. Yeah. And like, see, we're talking about the oil. This saying the oil is gonna be finished and blah,
Oil
blah,
never
blah.
runs out on
Never.
a flat Earth.
Yeah.
It's abiotic.
Yeah.
Oil,
Never
it's like
finished.
blood. If you drew a little blood
Yeah.
off you today, it would be
Yeah,
back tomorrow.
thank you.
The next day.
It's composed, it's cycle. Yeah, so where they come from? How many human dead in every day? Born 100, there's 50. It's the balance. Those ones who give the oil and the plant.
In the 1970s, you might not remember this, but in the 1970s we had the OPEC oil crisis where we were going to run out of oil. Everybody was queuing for oil.
Yeah.
We're running out of oil. Here we are 40, 50 years later producing more oil than we did back then. Even people in the oil industry say we can leave a well and come back and it'll be full or half full in 10 years' time once it's empty. So,
But no one's been able to sort of recreate that, and obviously I'm not saying like I'm saying the Earth is different to laboratories and shit, but still laboratories like they should be able to like a lot of natural processes you can recreate in laboratories. So how comes you can't recreate the creation of oil in laboratories? You know what I mean?
we can't even make oil. We can't make water. We can't actually make water.
Well, I
We
mean,
can
like, it
extract water
depends.
from
Like,
the
you
ether.
can like burn something and then collect like the thing from the water that comes out of there, and you can drip it back down.
That's right, but you're only
Yeah, I mean-
taking that water and processing it. You know, you're taking the water
Yeah,
that's
but
already in
I don't mean like make it from molecules. I mean like how come we can't like process what is actually essentially crude oil like in most like you know what I'm saying in most circumstances you can't make oil like
No.
out of plant matter. You
No.
can't with enough compression
No.
or like maybe it's not
No.
viable, but
Yeah, I mean, no, we can't. And the idea that oil is like melted dinosaur bones and stuff like that.
yeah, like organic matter.
You know,
from what I know, my A-level chemistry knowledge. Yeah, I mean it's limited. but,
how
like-
many? I mean, even if you took 1,000 or 1,000,000 fish and put them into a barrel and let them rot, you wouldn't get oil from that.
Nah, you
get-
wouldn't, like,
and
not
whatever
the
you
same.
did get would be full of bone and material. The crude oil that comes out is pure like your blood. It is
They
perfect.
must be able to mix the nature by nature. The oil is
Yeah,
nature.
yeah,
It's like
Obviously, what we're doing it with is not natural, but like it is natural. That's what I mean. You're right.
yeah,
you're
yeah.
right.
Let's see the tree. Then what they give us in the day, what they take us in the night. So the oxygen.
Yeah, but I think like
Like,
would you
who-
agree with me that it takes a lot less like energy to eat that food than for the tree to make that food. You know what I mean? That's a similar logic. Like, and a lot less time for you to eat the food than for the planet to replenish that. You know what I mean?
Well, I think, I mean, this is the beauty of the flat Earth is that it's actually, it's like a terrarium that's been created for mankind. And in it, it's got all the fruits and animals and so on that will grow in abundance. You know, this park could be filled with orchards of apples, and that the apples that would grow in this field here, in this park, would be enough to feed London every year. There'd be so much, but what they've done is they've cut a lot of the natural growing fruit-bearing trees down so that we don't actually have sufficient. There should be animals running wild and that we could feed from. So no, I think the nature has the ability to produce everything that we need. Should we be burning oil, fossil fuels, and so on? Probably not, but I'm not like against us doing that because that's the best form of energy that we have right now.
And it's gonna
However,
happen, yeah.
but you know, coming back to my point earlier about there being higher cultures before, we believe that they had access to free energy from the ether, from the environment, from the atmosphere. Nikola Tesla, a very famous and super bright guy, he was saying that I can produce enough energy from what's in my hand to fuel a city for a year. And they buried that science, they buried that technology. So we feel like there is free energy that should be available to us, but they put us on oil so that we are dependent on the system and we're having to pay a fortune to keep our house warm and that kind of thing. So yeah, I mean, and if every man, because the earth is so big, even though there might be 8 billion people, the earth is so big, every man or family should be able to have acres of land, including forests. And in that forest would be food and trees, and those trees would provide you with fallen wood timber, which would be adequate just for heating and running some sort of turbine. Even if you didn't have free energy, you could actually power yourself like that. We live in a
Wood gas.
in
You can run vehicles off wood gas as well. I'm not sure if you knew that, but literally just straight the gas that comes from wood, you could run it into a petrol or diesel vehicle and it would run.
Well, there's smart guys have actually developed cars that run on water. They die very quickly after publishing that information.
Yeah, this guy was developing the engine is working just only with the water.
Well, water, yeah.
In the 17, in the 16, between they're gone.
They hide. They've
Gone
hidden.
because they're gonna destroy the business of oil.
And how do they do that? They use things like world wars to create a dissonance in mankind such that they can kind of come in and control everything. Even our education system, well, obviously if I'm a flat earther, I know our education system has been controlled such that we lose that knowledge. But if I put you through like a terrible sort of turmoil, then you would probably forget and not pass on the things to your grandchildren that you once knew, because you'd be like broken by the all of that.
It's like
So-
complacent, right? You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah.
I mean, fair
Yeah.
enough. I do agree with that myself. There's a lot of complacency going on. I think a lot of the speeches here in Speaker's Corner are a lot about that.
So-
Whether it's like
so-
about Zionism, whether it's
Yeah,
about
yeah.
whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like the effect is the same, really. Do you know what I mean?
So let's say we saw a light aircraft crash into Hyde Park today, and then and we knew that, right? We saw it, we knew that. But the media said it was an alien spacecraft that landed. Yeah. Do you think that anyone would believe you? Maybe one or two of your friends, but the rest would go, well, I saw it on TV. It was an alien
Fair
spacecraft.
enough, yeah.
You know what I mean? So even if you held some incredible knowledge, if the media and the education system is saying, nope, you come from monkeys, you live on a ball, it's spinning, we've been to
Yeah.
space, and so on. Because there are scientists from the 1950s saying they'll never land on the moon because the moon is plasma. It's a light. And those scientists are then buried because it's like, gee, we've landed on the moon, it was on TV.
Oh yeah.
But you were wrong.
So what
And they're
about
silent.
the triangle? You know the triangle between Mexico and
Bermuda Triangle.
Bermuda. Yeah?
That's what. So if you watch
So
the
what
rocket
happened
launches,
they got very sophisticated satellite. All the technology now is very advanced.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why are they not discovering exactly what's going on there? In that, it's just.
I tell you what's going
What?
on there.
You can tell me.
That's just next to Cape Canaveral. And if you watch a rocket launch, what happens after about 20 miles is it starts to do this. And we're told that's because it's trying to get out of Earth's gravity or something like that.
Yeah.
But no, it's actually on its way back down into the Bermuda Triangle. And if your ship happens to be near where the
Yeah.
rocket lands, bad luck for you because the military won't let you tell the story.
Yeah. Okay.
That's why I think people
No, but you know, they
disappear.
could just say like, oh, it's the afterburner rocket, because that naturally, you know, like when it goes like, whoosh, then it goes like,
Yeah,
and then it goes like that,
no,
yeah.
I mean we've watched these launches and it's
You
not.
watch
It's
them,
the
yeah, I watch them.
whole.
No,
that
you know
stops.
what,
The
guys?
whole thing.
I feel like, okay, fair enough. Like, I say a lot of things, and I can't really know.
Yeah.
None of us can be sure about exactly
You've
about
gotta
what we're
research it
talking about.
yourself,
Do you know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Obviously, I got to research it myself. But even then, how that's the biggest, toughest thing. How do you tell what's misinformation and what's not? The best way to do this, right, is your phone number on it. We're gonna make
Well,
a rocket.
my
We're gonna make a
contact.
rocket, and we're gonna launch it. Oh yeah, your
my
Instagram,
contact is
right? I've always been very interested in this, right? Because I don't know, I can't make up my mind. The only way we can know is if we see it for ourselves. So why don't we make a rocket, and then actually like a little one like this, but with enough fuel. If it goes up, if it crashes into something, we'll know, and I'll be like, all right, flat Earth.
Well-
that's the
well-
only concrete
well, on
argument
this-
we can
see
make.
this-
We can talk about
see this
phrases,
QR
but,
code,
like,
yeah?
Yeah.
It's for an app that has the best evidence where flat earthers have taken weather balloons to 120,000 feet.
Okay,
And it's
I'll
like,
actually check that out,
damn,
no
that's
joke.
flat.
Yeah.
From up there at 120,000 feet.
Yeah, but if we make
You
the
don't use
experience
a fish-
ourselves, because you're saying like, I'm not saying it's wrong, but
Yeah.
like you're saying this is the agenda. But what if like flat Earth is part of the agenda?
Yeah,
Do you
okay,
understand? Like,
that's fair
we
enough.
can never
Yeah.
be sure, right?
So let's try and stick with. I mean, I'd be happy to engage if
like,
we had the funds
it
to
would
do
be
that.
interesting. It wouldn't even
Yeah.
probably cost that
Yeah.
much. Like you could make it DIY. Like I know a lot about hobbyist electronics. I don't know rocket science, but hey, I'm willing to learn.
Yeah,
Do you know
well,
what I mean?
well, maybe
It's good
maybe you
knowledge,
can
you
make
know,
a name
you-
for yourself,
it's better to
proving
learn
that
by
we're
yourself.
wrong
It's-
or you're right.
That's what I mean. That's what I like, and I think we're all for that here today. Thank you, David.
Yeah,
Correct?
Dave, yeah.
Yeah, nice
What's
to meet
your
you,
name?
man. My name's Andres.
Andreas.
Yeah,
nice to
Andres.
meet
Yeah. I'm
you.
from Hungary originally, but I lived here for so long, mate. I'm pretty much English. You're Brazilian, did you say?
No, I'm not Brazilian.
Where are you South African?
Algeria. Yeah, my friend. What's your name?
Johannesburg.
Durban.
I don't know.
Durban.
Yes,
Durban
that's
on the
correct.
East
That's
Coast.
my name.
Wait, Andrew, is Liam from Durban?
It's good. No, yeah, Liam's from
Liam,
Durban.
our friends
Yeah,
from
sorry.
there.
Okay,
Yeah.
well let me tell you what got me into flat Earth was when I heard
Yeah,
the
that's what
formula
I mean,
for
like-
curvature on the globe. I grew up by the sea, and I was like, damn, I saw much further things growing up in the distance that according to the formula for globe curvature, I should not be able to see.
So at least I'm so on the side of it. But at least you sort, I think I appreciate that. It's like at least you've got you sort of using your personal sort of life.
Yeah.
You've actually seen these things, and at least you got at least your beliefs sort of backed up by some form of like
What we can
personal
test.
experience.
It has-
Exactly.
yeah.
Well, you can test, and
Yeah.
whether I'm a flat earther, I don't know. To be honest, I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
But at least I can appreciate the fact that at least you've gone and tried and actually researched it yourself, compared to a lot of people who just be like, flat Earth for no reason or round Earth for no reason. At least you've gone and done the actual evidence yourself. At least you've gone and tried to look for yourself.
I raised children to university level on the
fair
globe,
enough. Okay, fair enough.
and I believed it all. Nice one. That was good work.
Thank you. Oh, flat earther.
Yes, mate. Yes, mate. Don't try and trust the government. Don't trust the government.
If you listen to my speech, you know that would never
You
happen.
don't. I know you don't. But the globe belief is a government belief.
Yeah,
NASA
well,
is
what's,
government.
as I said just a moment ago, what's the difference between a world that's what's the difference between a world that's flat than round?
Created?
But everything works for you,
Everything
mate.
works. Everything works.
So it
as
doesn't matter.
Except it's
It doesn't matter. Satellites, planes, what you propose changes nothing.
all about
Your whole
It's all about control.
I can't understand your controlling, but I always understand what you were saying. Like, it could be a bit of a no offense, but maybe it could be a bit of a pointless debate. Yeah, I'm not trying to say against it. That's the only thing I think. Maybe maybe instead of like looking at, we could try and maybe look. That's why I'd rather focus on stuff which is actually going to like sort of, which we can do with direct change. I mean, that's what I'm more interested in.
So remember, if it's flat, the Russians, Ukrainians, the Americans, the Chinese, the Israelis, British, they're all in on the line. That means that all wars are constructed
over nothing, basically.
Are constructed because kind of to what that guy's point is that they're creating these wars. Well, what if we realize
there's no justification for oil either, really, because it's okay, fair enough.
So it washes away the idea of them versus us. It puts us all into the same prison and same control system against a controller or controlling, element that is working together to pit me against you, Hungarian against a British, or a German against a British, or an American against a Chinese. Because I think a third world war is on its way.
Oh yeah, I can see that coming. But everything going on in the world.
But they're going to get us to believe that our Chinese brothers and Russian brothers are actually
the
our
actual
enemy.
And whereas it's a lot of it. Even if you believe against the governments, you can't even blame the individuals. I would never go and fight a war for just, if there's a war, I wouldn't go because
people will because
people,
they
obviously
believe
people
the
will
government.
because obviously
when the government says that this,
but anybody, it's all false, isn't it? No matter what, even I get what you're
when
saying.
they
You're
create
definitely
a false
right.
flag, like 9/11, when they create that, they get us to go to war with the Muslims. And once we realize that, we're like, damn, we're all in the same deceptive pool. So that's why I think flat Earth is like a gateway to reevaluating everything. Because as I was going to say is that I had to reevaluate everything that I knew, including the globe. I had to restudy the globe and understand whether or not I was being fooled by it. Because originally I thought this flat Earth is a hoax.
Okay, fair enough.
And I had to spend months and months
really
of self-research and evaluating, like you said, the things that I've experienced in my lifetime. And I went to war actually.
Oh really? What, in
Angola?
Oh, in Angola and West Africa. So
and so we were.
You've seen the problems of war.
And that was a communist versus capitalist, American versus Russian war. And so the people that are in it fighting the war truly believe that that's my enemy.
That's the enemy, but they're not.
They're not.
Yeah, they're not. They're just. I agree with that.
And I wrote a book about it. When I was on a book tour, a guy came to me and said, I was in Intel, and you got to know that the Americans and the Russians were meeting together in a hotel room in Luanda, in Angola, to decide where your battles would happen.
It does. It's
all staged.
Yeah, a lot of war is sort of a lot of like even if you look back at World War II, and I'm pretty sure I read some of that. Even and this is where like even the Allied forces met up with Hitler multiple times. There was an assassination attempt. They had the briefcase and the door, the big wooden thing, stopped Hitler from dying. Do you know what I mean? That sort of thing. It's very sort of, a lot of wars are organised by people in higher up, for their own reasons, whether it's the weapons industry, whether it's the government industry, or just to profiteering, basically.
And it's a control thing. I mean, the military 100%. Is a certain percentage, I don't know, 5%, 8% of the economy that we spend, right? NASA spends $70 million a day. But so it's a part of the control system. Absolutely. And what we won't ever get to is unpicking that. What, like the Donald Trump recently getting shot in the air. These things have been designed to create.
That was very weird. The whole ear thing, wasn't it? Sort of.
It healed in 2 weeks.
It healed in 2 weeks. You see the ear, it's fine. I think it was a Republican plan. Just a whole government sort of organised plan.
Yeah, because it creates the hero or the anti-hero that people will now go and vote for. Or put Democrats versus Republicans. Now you think, America, the land of the free and what have you, but the Democrats hate the Republicans. The politics has become so febrile in that environment, and yet why? Because we're punching Judy. We want to we want to inflate my guy, or I want Kamala Harris now. To
it doesn't make a difference.
So it's a constant kind of them versus us, left versus
fair
right.
Enough.
Two cheeks, same arse.
Fair enough, man. I respect it. I'm gonna go with
you got my fly,
I'll take your fly. I'll take one, man. I'll look
Good
up.
day.
I'll get to it.
Cheers. Well, that was nice. Hi all. Nice to see you, Squirrel. And Shirley. Some good combos there. Hey? And a guy who flat earther since 17. That's interesting. Yeah, good turnout.
You don't know that Muhammad was told by Allah
I am
5 times to repent.
obviously here all day.
5 times.
Some info.
You know what you say. I can read it.
Hey man,
Hey, how
my
you,
man.
How are you?
Where's your setup? No
I'm
way.
over there today.
Show me.
There's my thing.
I don't see
Can I give you
the.
a fly? Some information?
I don't see the
I'll get it
drawing
down
board.
now, yeah. I'll get it down now.
Really? Yeah, man. Let me watch it. I love to see that shit, man.
I can see actually some of it's still here from last week actually.
Wild 411 missing persons. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, no I haven't.
David Plappett or something his name is. People just go on certain forest travels
Yeah.
and they just disappear.
Oh right.
And they never found.
Wow.
Wild.
Yeah.
441 missing files. Go watch it.
Okay.
And then you go to ask the people that run the stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I get a Freedom of Information Act? And they go no. Why?
So what are they suggesting? That people are being disappeared on
No,
purpose?
no, they don't even want to tell you they disappeared. They don't give a shit. That's wild. 411 missing files. Go watch it. Yeah?
All right.
Thank you. You gotta try it. I gotta say, I love it. Oh, we're doing it here. My man is doing it here, bro. My man don't play. I love this shit. You're gonna do the earth thing.
You know, if it's true, it means that all the governments of the world are colluding to control us.
That would absolutely.
That doesn't have to be true for that to be true.
Well, you think Russia and America, they're not really enemies at the top table. They're working together to control us. And if it's true, it means that this place was definitely created rather than came from a Big Bang. Do you believe in the Big Bang?
That I don't know.
Yeah, you know it was created by a Catholic priest,
No,
the Big
I did
Bang.
not know that.
George Lemaitre, you can look it up, the Jesuit priest. He came up with the Big Bang Theory. And the Big Bang Theory goes with evolution. And evolution suggests that we are not important. It suggests that we are just a lucky strike rather than created by a divine, loving intention or creator. So that's why I go out and tell people this, because it's like the gateway to reevaluating everything. I was 47 before I looked at flat Earth. I thought it was ridiculous, of course, like most people. But I had a near-death experience in 2015, and I saw that we are of a loving creator. And I was willing after that to go and look at this flat Earth and realize that you can't prove that we live on a globe. You have to take it as writ, because when you were 5 years old, you were told that we're spinning. You can't feel it, you can't sense it, you can't point to it, but we're spinning. That water is curving around a ball. You can't measure it. You just have to believe a theory called gravity is going to attract ships to the underside of Australia, that you're going to be able to fly from South Africa up the side of a ball without even knowing that you're changing your perpendicular from here to here. Your gyroscope won't tell you that, your body systems won't tell you that. The water in your cup on the tray table will stay exactly level or slightly bent like this for the entire flight. You've come from America by the sounds of it?
Yes.
Yeah. So, you know, flights from America are just across the pond. They're really just a hop. And the USGS, United States Geological Survey, admit that the height difference between the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean is 9 inches. So that sounds much more like if I took a swimming pool, an Olympic-sized swimming pool, dropped some rocks in it, and put a magnet in the center, my ships could sail east and west around that all day long. But they use the same logo in the United Nations, and that map in the United Nations logo is what we consider to be the best, most accurate version of what a flat Earth map may look like. Now, an American by the name of Admiral Richard E. Byrd, he was given a fleet of ships in the 1950s to go and explore, 1940s and 50s, to go and explore Antarctica. And when he came back, he went on a TV show in America called Longines TV show. And in it, and still on YouTube, in it he says, I found land that no man has ever stood on, bigger than America, and resources that will last humanity for lifetimes. The next year, America, Russia, China, and other countries signed the Antarctic Treaty, which prevents you and me from just traveling there willy-nilly to go and explore wherever we like. People who've tried that have had been met by a military escort and turned away. We've got these things on video. Cape Canaveral is right next to the Bermuda Triangle. We believe that the rockets go up for about 20 miles and then they start to tip down and they land in the Bermuda Triangle and then they're recovered. Your man Neil Armstrong was offered $5,000 on video to a charity of his choice to put his hand on the Bible and swear that he went to the moon. And he said to a guy called Bart Sobrell, he said, knowing you, Mr. Sobrell, that's probably not a real Bible, so I won't do it. When the same man offered Buzz Aldrin $5,000, Buzz Aldrin punched him in the face. There's a documentary called Astronauts Gone Wild in which he covers this. He went to 10 astronauts, offered all of them $5,000. Not one of them would put their hand on the Bible and swear it. In fact, Buzz Aldrin said to an 8-year-old girl in 2015, it's on video, she says, why have we not been back to the moon in 50 years? He said, that's not an 8-year-old's question, that's my question. But the truth is, we never went. That's what he said. There's a Polish astronaut who said the same. We've never been to outer space. We can get up high, quite high, maybe 100 miles, but we can't get any higher than that. There's your spy plane, what's it called, the SR-71 Bluebird. I watched the other day a 5-minute clip of the pilot filming outside of his window. It's all flat. It's all flat. We cannot see curvature. Ships are not going over the horizon and coming back from France or wherever. Everything is flat. Now, it means that we are the center of the universe. We are the center of creation, and this is an electromagnetic realm. Electromagnetic. We are the center. We are the center of creation, and we are, I believe, God's breath. We are God's expression. But we've given that away to corporations. Would you like my flyer?
I will be glad to take it.
There's a friend of mine who lives in New York. He set up an app, which is a QR code for there. It's $3. And he's got the best evidences of the flat Earth, or experiments where we've taken weather balloons to 120,000 feet, and all you see around there is flat Earth. Sea is level, water is level. Now, continents may have topography, but if you take a cut through of the North American continent, you'll find that from the east coast to the west coast, it goes up to 3,000 meters in altitude and then comes back down again to the same sea level, like I said earlier on. Earth is flat. Free your mind.
Do you not think so? I think it's cool.
Earth is flat, not a spinning rock in space. Space is fake. Ma'am, can I offer you one of my flyers? Sure. Earth is not a spinning rock. Can I give you my flyer?
Yes, sure.
Thank you. Have you guys ever heard of ayahuasca?
Yeah, I have, yeah.
I took DMT, which is the active ingredient in ayahuasca, in 2015, and I had like a transitory near-death experience. And in that, I realized that everything here is electromagnetic. It's all vibration, it's all frequency, it's all light. We're not material beings, and this is not a material earth. We're just interpreting trees and stones and grass and whatnot, but it's just light. It's all a vibration. And so because of that experience, I was willing to go and research this idea that the Earth is not a spinning rock in the vacuum of space. And I came to realize that I'd been misled, brainwashed to believe that I'm an evolved monkey living on some kind of hostile planet in a solar system. The truth is that's a soul lure system. They're luring our souls into deception, trying to control us, minimize who we really are. It helps them to make us slaves, to make us good slaves, and to deny the Creator, to deny the fact that this place was created for us and that we are the expression of the Creator. So I simplify and say we might well be the so-called material expression of the Creator, which makes us essentially the children of the Creator. We are the highest thing here. There should be no kings and queens other than you. You are the queen. This is a different fire with my thoughts on that. There's a great app that you can get from this QR code, which has got phenomenal sort of evidences, particularly to do with the shape of the Earth. But in terms of the spiritual element of what this place is, or who we are, I think that we're on a soul journey here. We're infinite beings of love, but we've been put into a prison and set against each other. Brother against brother, sister against brother. To war, to profiteer from our God energy, our good energy. And that's why.
I don't necessarily disagree with your ideas, but why does the Earth need to be flat, or sorry, a globe for that to happen?
Well, because the globe is not created. The globe is the Big Bang Theory. The flat Earth had to be created. The flat Earth cannot be, the flat Earth is biblical, really, but the flat Earth is created, not just some random happenstance. The Big Bang Theory is invented by a Catholic priest. I know, most people don't know that. His name is Georges Lemaitre. He's a Catholic priest, and he came up with the Big Bang Theory. And I think that all of these things are designed to minimize, to control. We would not be such good slaves. Do you know that a lion born into captivity doesn't know how to go and hunt for itself? Right? That's true for you too. We have been born into captivity, and we do not know how to fend for ourselves. And more increasingly, we rely on corporations, which are dead entities, for our survival. And we should be natural beings surviving in a natural world. And so all of these things, for me, are part of that. There is one other element to this, which is that on a flat Earth, there could be other continents. Okay. There was a Tibetan, in the early 1900s, a newspaper published a map that was found in a Tibetan monastery. And in it claimed that there was some 25 other continents beyond the 6 or 7 that we know of. Outside of perhaps an ice wall, perhaps outside of a containment area. So after Admiral Byrd, the most famous American sailor, came back from 15 years exploring Antarctica, he said, I found land bigger than America that no man has ever stood on. It has resources that would last lifetimes. The next year, they signed the Antarctic Treaty between all the main nations, and still to this day, it's never been broken, and it's currently signed up to by 53 countries. And it stops you and me from traveling. If you were a multi-millionaire and said, I've got a yacht, let's go and check out this Antarctica thing that you're talking about. By the time you get past the 65th parallel south, you'll be turned aback by a naval frigate. And we've seen videos of people trying to do that and being turned around. You do not have freedom to leave your enclosure, your prison, your zoo, whatever you want to call it. And so the suggestion that there's more continents and more resources, that would mean that humanity doesn't need to be fighting and squabbling over meager, limited resources or even space. By space, I mean environment, not the vacuum that they talk about. The vacuum of space is untestable in reality. You know, if you create a vacuum in a chamber, firstly you have to make it very thick walls so that it doesn't crumple in. And secondly, the moment you open the door on that vacuum chamber, there's going to be an equalization of pressure with the surrounding environment. So back in the 1960s or late 50s, they tried to put a man in a vacuum chamber in a spacesuit. He nearly died, and his video talking about how my tongue started to boil because the spacesuit had a leak or whatever. They've never tried that again since then. There's no video, there's no evidence that they've ever made a suit that can withstand the forces of a vacuum.
Seems quite interesting.
It's huge, but what it means is that if this is true, it does mean that there's a collusion to create this division which we call countries, and to get people to fight, go to war, squabble, have tariffs between countries and all this, rather than us working harmoniously as one mankind, as one created species.
I definitely agree with that.
Cool.
I don't think you need like a globe to do that.
Yeah, but people fly the Union Jack or they fly because we truly identify ourselves by the corporation, America, whatever. We identify ourselves by that rather than going, this is our free world. We should be able to travel across it.
Can you do the thing?
Yeah, sure.
Show it.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it for a while.
Yeah. That's what I think, is that it's created like a them versus us, England versus Germany or whatever, mindset, and then they can tweak that to get us to go into wars with each other. And there's a suggestion that there's a third world war in offering, and this is only possible because of the sorts of things that they do to us to create this camp mentality. Yeah?
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Cheers, thank you.
All the best.
You'll definitely check that out.
Yeah, man. Do that thing, man, where you did the show of the actual north to south. That would help.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember, because I don't think everyone's visited it.
What, Antarctica?
No, they visited, but they ain't seen the clips. They ain't gone all the way around.
Ah, no, yeah.
Oh my God.
It's kicking off there.
Oh man, this is what I love, man. I like to see the actual talking is talking, but the actual showing is not showing.
Africa.
Yeah. At least he's got deep to show it. It's wide on every aspect. You can't really tell what's on Jordan. Yeah, I can see that. Has a lot of. The problem is, shit changed my life. Watching stuff. I'm not sure it's real or not. Yeah. Like, if my kids woke up and I don't have to, if he said, I'm going to ask you, what's up? Right. Well, what percent of people could be asking? Right. A doctor, a lawyer, a nurse, something like that. You're asking to work at Amazon. Oh, you got me? I wish I had a copy, I would have given it. What's your background? My name's Devin. Right. There you go. Got my man to do it. Put it on the floor, man. I'll bring it back. I bet you like. See what I mean? Now people going to look at it. Look. This way. He looking at it. This thing. America?
China.
What? Yeah, no. You know, speak? You speak? قم على كيف الأرض مسطحة روسيا وين Yes, Asia no, Asia please. Asia don't put in the block.
Asia?
No, don't put here, don't no.
Asia? So Asia is here. Europe.
Where is the answer?
Asia.
Where'd you go when you go south?
You get to an ice wall.
Ice wall.
Yeah. So have you heard of the Antarctic Treaty? We've never been allowed to explore that. You know, the Antarctic Treaty prevents us from going beyond the 60 south parallel, and that was only signed in 1958 after a guy called Admiral Richard Byrd came back and said, I found land in Antarctica bigger than America that no man has ever stood on.
Have you ever been to Hawaii?
Pardon me?
Hawaii? Have you ever been to Hawaii?
Hawaii, no. Now Hawaii is here.
How do you get to Japan from Hawaii?
Well, there's probably you'll fly like this.
Keep going. That's how it works.
It's, you know,
I've been from America to Hawaii, on to Japan, straight line.
Yeah, and they all work. There's pilots, airline pilots, who say the Earth is flat.
You know what's funny?
We're not. When you fly from South Africa to London, that's an 11-hour flight. But when you take the same distance on the globe from South Africa to South America, you see that it's actually shorter on the globe.
And you
much
Mauritius,
and
because of the way we represent the map. No, it's because of the way we can only represent.
So the map
when you represent a ball on a flat surface, and you've got
I'm talking about on a globe. I'm talking about on a globe. If you take a globe, take a piece of string from Johannesburg to Heathrow, and then from Johannesburg to Buenos Aires, you'll find that it's much shorter to Buenos Aires, and yet the flight is 4 hours longer.
What does that mean?
That means that the places aren't in the right place. There's old captains, ship captains, used to say, I'm going from the tip of Africa to South America, and it's taking me 10 days longer than it should be. Why?
Mauritius.
Madagascar is here.
Our people, man. And then Mauritius. Little dot there, little dot there.
There you go.
Our people. We're in the map.
Yeah, all sailors back in the day could sail around.
Where's Asia here?
Where's what?
Asia.
Asia is here.
And the Middle East.
Well, the Middle East is on my map is probably here.
They got people. My parents speak French, right?
And then he came back to life.
No, he's not died.
Yeah, well,
not died.
this is
that on?
Yes, that's right.
Allah did not take it.
Read the Quran.
No.
He's not.
Quran says the sun and the moon travel over the earth.
Yeah. This is why.
It's translated to English,
Guys, if you want to support my work, I really could do with some support. I want to thank Gaining Wisdom for sending me a tenner yesterday. I appreciate that, buying us a couple of coffees. There's links for Patreon, buy me a coffee, PayPal to be found. And I could do with some support at this point in time. So if you're enjoying this, you realize that this is a value, support it. Support my work.
If you smoke, you're gonna look like this. No, man, you look great.
That's a fact.
You want to go that way?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you think
No, you're going to go.
I mean, like this map sort of saying like around there is all sea, but if you went straight, you would just go back round.
No, we've never flown underneath the globe.
Exactly.
Never.
That's the point.
We've never gone in and come out
That's what I
180
agree
degrees.
with. You don't go underneath the globe.
Well, actually,
You go
we
around
go
it because the
under.
centre of gravity always owns it. So it doesn't matter if you're going under, you're still going over
There's
it.
flight routes from South America
Yeah.
to Australia that would be much quicker if they just flew under the ball.
Yeah.
But actually, they fly these circuitous routes. And often, like, if you look at the routes from Heathrow to Asia, they'll always go via Dubai. And you go, why are they going by Dubai on the globe? That doesn't make sense. Same as with South America. They'll fly, instead of flying from here to South Africa, they'll fly all the way up into Europe and then down again. It makes no sense on the globe, but when you see it on the flat Earth, it's like, okay, I understand why they have to do it like that. So there's airline pilots who say the Earth is flat. There's a lot of airline pilots go, we don't fly over any curvature, and we can see how our Great Circle route can work by on this kind of map. But what they do is they say, you're doing this, you're bending around a globe, but actually it's to allow for the straightening out of what is a flat map. The United Nations logo is a flat Earth map, just like this. Just like this.
So then what? So if you were going to go straight to the top, from Europe to the top, then you would say an ice wall.
Don't think top, think the outside. Think about our
Well,
clock face.
if I'm looking at it from this diagram, you'd go from Europe and you would go.
Well, there's everywhere is south from the north center. Yeah, so wherever you're going, you're always heading south. But the Vendi around the world shipping, you can do this. He's not going to be happy about it. Or you could go east and west around all of this and do all of the sailing routes that they do, and they map absolutely fine on this. There were ancient cultures that knew all of this stuff a long time ago.
But there's also, I mean, like the
tell you
Greeks
that they
also
didn't know.
believed that it was round. The Greeks never believed it was a flat Earth.
No, I think they did.
No, not collectively.
Well, how old is the oldest globe then?
How old do I think the globe is?
No.
Oh, do you mean the actual
if they
picture
imagine
of the
it's a globe, right?
Yeah.
Then they're going to design it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can Google this. It's actually 1497 is the oldest ever globe. So the
Okay.
Greeks were not thinking that they were on a globe.
Oh, the Greeks-
Otherwise, they would have designed one. They would have said, like, this is the globe. You know, this is what we believe we live on. Let's build one. Let's with paper mache. Or a stone. Let's get a stone.
I see what you're saying, but I would say the evidence, absence of evidence, is not evidence of absence.
Okay.
You know, just because they didn't
All right.
create one doesn't necessarily mean they didn't believe it.
Let's stick with things that we can test for ourselves.
So yeah, but we can. So like you're saying that.
No, I can't test that.
I understand your sort of diagram, but you're saying that every space agency on Earth, not just NASA,
Ooh,
the
isn't it? It
Russians,
hurts.
every other one.
It really hurts.
Every single
yeah,
person
it means that
that's
all
ever gone
wars
to
are
space.
contrived, and it means that this is a control game. Absolutely.
No, I can't believe that.
I know.
I respect
It's-
your opinion,
it
but I
takes-
can't
yeah.
believe that.
Do you know that
I can't believe
9/11 wasn't done by Osama bin Laden?
that. Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Okay.
Yeah, and I do generally believe
so
that.
you're
but
at
then-
least part way into they are lying to us about stuff.
Yeah, but you can't realistically assume that it's a collective effort from every government in the world to try and hide it from us. It
Well,
doesn't make sense to me.
Let's stick with things that we can test for ourselves. And
Yeah.
that's why I go to water.
Yeah.
Like, we can't prove that the Earth is spinning, but let's say water. Can we prove that water is curving?
You can't by looking at it because the Earth is too big. You can't. If you look to the naked eye, but if you went high enough, you'd be able to see it.
Okay, so what is the formula for curvature?
I have no idea.
Alright, so we're not taught this at school, and I was 47 before I heard this formula, and I go, why wasn't I taught that at school? Because I like maths. But
Yeah.
Pythagoras says that if you live on a ball 24,000 miles in circumference,
Yeah.
that there is an 8-inch per mile squared curvature from
Yeah.
the point of the observer. So that by 10 miles, you're talking about 800 inches of curvature. So we should be able to take a laser or something like that and prove that there's 800 inches of curvature. Well, actually what we find is with the Suez Canal, 120 miles perfectly level. Lake Baikal freezes over in the winter in Russia, 300 miles long, and they use it in an ice rink because it's perfectly level. You know, bodies of water, when at rest, will always find level.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we can only measure with a laser a certain distance, but as far as we've been able to test, people stand on a beach with a mirror and do flash tests to their buddy over the other side, and they're like, damn, I can see you. You're standing 5-6 feet tall, and I'm 3, 4, 5 miles away. According to that formula, you should be hidden by a body of water curving between you and me. So we're taught that we're too small to see the curvature, but actually it's an almost near perfect sphere or oblate spheroid, and therefore the water is always curving around us.
Yeah.
And so we should be able to test that and measure that. And
Yeah.
of course, I grew up by the sea. My dad was in shipping, and so I saw a lot of things at distances of the child that when I heard the formula, I was like, hang on, I could see that thing or those street lights or whatever, 10 miles, 15 miles up the coastline. How is that possible when they're only 20 foot, 30 foot high and there's meant to be 50 foot or 100 foot of occlusion by bending water? It's not there, bro. So water, Earth is 70% water. So sea level, like if you leave England's east coast and go to the west coast, go to Wales or whatever, you're going to go up a certain known amount, 300, 400 meters to the Mendips or something like that, and then you're going to sink down another 300 to 400 meters, and you'll be back at sea level. So there's only one sea level given for all topography. Anything is given a sea level above Earth, it's 100 meters, 200 meters, or 40 meters in the case of London, above a sea level. Well, there is only one sea level. Same as Himalayas, with Everest, it's only 8,000 meters above the same sea level that we're talking about when we talk about England, rather than it's a different sea level at different places. In fact, across America, which is nearly 3,000 miles, they admit that the difference in the sea levels there is 9 inches. Atlantic to Pacific. That's USGS. We also use this logo, by the way, in their thing. So there is a lot, and you can only unpick the brainwashing yourself. Anyone who's in a belief system or religion or whatever, they're not going to get me to tell them, hey, this is maybe made up stuff. And it's
if you look at the planets in the sky that we can see, that we can observe.
That's another one I hear a lot.
I mean, so do you think they are round? Do you think they're?
I think they're round orbs of electromagnetic energy, but I don't think they're stones and gas giants reflecting light. And we've taken the most powerful commercial camera, it's called the P1000, Nikon P1000, and I've filmed this myself, or looked at this myself through the viewfinder. And what you see when you look at the different stars is they're perturbating, they're flickering, and they're all flickering at a different kind of rate. And they're giving sometimes a different color signature, a different spin pattern, or a different rate of. So when you study what sonoluminescence is, and I forget the name of it, but when they take a soundboard with salt on it and they shake it at a certain frequency, it forms a pattern. And then they'll change the frequency and it'll form into a new pattern. Well, this is what we're seeing, is that we're seeing that these stars, Mars, Mercury, Venus, are all got their own frequency. And so they're all doing their own dance, if you like, their own electromagnetic dance. And that's what I believe. So what I see with my own eyes and a viewfinder is that. What I get from NASA is a construct, an artist's rendition of that, where they turn it into something that looks like a stone. Even Pluto has got like an outline of the character Pluto from Disney. Even when you look at one of the photos they've given us of Pluto, it's like, damn, they've superimposed Pluto on that.
I see your point. The way I would put it is, I think NASA could quite easily do what you say they would do, but I think to say that NASA would do it, and suggesting, I mean, do you think every other space agency on Earth doesn't do that, or they do to an equal degree? But then, for me, like, if you look in the world politics, it just, again, I understand what you're saying. There's a lot of stuff I don't know. You obviously know a lot more about it than I do. But for me, it doesn't make sense how we're in wars, we don't agree with each other, yet the only thing we do agree on collectively are things like the Earth being round, the planets being round. These are all collective things.
So like, no one fights that, eh?
So like, to me, it's like suggesting that there's some form of, I mean, I'm not saying there isn't some form of authoritative power over every government on Earth. I mean, there may very well be. I have no idea. No one knows. But I think to say that every single space agency would collectively agree on it, say that there must be some evidence. They can't just be everyone saying, oh yeah, we'll go with that because we want to control. I mean, so like, if they're trying to control humanity, what are they trying to stop us from believing?
Well, let me offer you as an analogy, WWE, Worldwide Wrestling.
Yes.
Well, Worldwide Wrestling, people used to believe that it was two guys who hated each other. Turned out that they were actually practicing together to pull off what looked like an enmity and a fight, and there'd be even an agreement at the beginning where they would say, okay, you're going to win the title this time around, and I'm going to take the fall. That turned out to be like a huge operation where these guys come into the industry and they're like, this is how it works. We shake hands, we have a beer together, but tomorrow we're going to go and pretend that we hate each other. Well, the same is true with the governments of the world. So when you heard me talk about the Antarctic Treaty, well, when the Antarctic Treaty was signed, it was only 12 nations, and all of those 12 nations happened to be close to the exterior of this conception of the Earth. And those are all Sweden, South Africa, all of these people that are already in the club. And now, in the 50 years since it was signed, there's 52 countries. Not all 200 countries, but there's 52 countries that are now signed up to this. So I believe that to get JAXA or Roscoff or whatever, or the Chinese, it means that they have been given. They've been invited into the club. Have you heard of secret societies?
Yes.
Okay, so at the top level of secret societies, you're not going to get invited in if you're talking shit like I talk. Right? If you know, this guy's like, oh, he's a bit of a loose cannon. He's not getting the secrets. He's not getting let into the final door. Whereas the governments of the world can be controlled, as Rothschild is famous 3 generations ago. Is famous as having said, is I don't care who you put into power. Give me the power to print money, and I can control a lot.
Yeah.
And so what's happened over the last 100 years at least is that countries have been mobbed financially. And so they have to go to the World Bank and say, hey, we need money. In fact, most countries in the world have a central bank that isn't owned by the people, like the Bank of England, not owned by the people. So that means that some central controller is going, okay, so you want this, you need to do that. When I worked for local government here in Westminster many years ago, I knew that there was meetings that it would be Chatham House rules at this meeting, meaning you do not speak about what you hear about in this meeting. If you go into the military, particularly as you get higher up, you're signing non-disclosure agreements so that you are not speaking about this stuff. And they would never let me, in the government, they'd never let me get too high, I think, because I was always speaking my mind and saying, hey, I don't like the way that they're spending this money or doing these things, which is against the best interest of the people. So yeah, it means it is unfortunate, and it's a bitter pill to swallow, because I went to war in Angola in 1987, but I was in the apartheid propaganda, and we were told that the communists were coming, and we went to war with gusto because we believed that the communists were going to overthrow our country. So for me and for the veterans that were in my team, as it were, they don't like to hear the idea that actually the Russians and the Americans were working together.
Yeah.
But when I published my book about the tank battles that I was in 1987, a guy came to me and said, hey, I was in Intel. This is before I knew any of this stuff. Yeah. So I didn't believe it. He said, I was in Intel, and the Americans and Russians were meeting with the South Africans and Angolans to say, this is where we want your battle to be, and this is when it's going to happen. That it was almost like a constructed, created war. So wars are bankers' wars. The people who are dying and fighting in those wars truly believe it. Even the colonels and maybe even the generals, they truly believe that they have a present danger and an enemy. However, once you get beyond that, at a certain pay grade, say prime ministerial level or whatever, by then you're a safe pair of hands. We're going to tell you the full details of what's going on here. And the space program is no different. Over the last 20 years, a whole lot of new countries have joined the space program. They all have the same vector, that the swish that NASA has in its logo. It's like a franchise. If you buy a franchise from McDonald's or whatever, and you find out that they're putting some sort of toxin in their food, you're gonna either you keep your franchise, or you want to talk about this, you lose your franchise. So you stay in the club. It was kind of funny, and people sort of made a big joke about it when India put something on the moon a little while ago. Although it looked like a cartoon, they were claiming, well, we've done it for $10 million. $10 million is what NASA needs to run for about 3 hours a day. They spend about $50 million a day, something like that. So how they can put something on the moon for $10 million, and yet NASA claim, oh, it's just too expensive for us to go back there and put men on the moon and all this kind of stuff. Yeah. So the moon landings were I believe, a method of reinforcing the globe, reinforcing this idea. There's this a friend of mine, he's got this app on which I put a QR code on my flyer for. He interviewed a lady who was 103 years old, and she's American, and she said, when I was in child, they told us the Earth was flat. They taught us the Earth was flat. So it's really only in the last century or so that this has been reinforced. Yeah. And in fact, there's a video of a very famous top-level scientist of the 1950s saying they'll never land on the moon because the moon is plasma. Of course, once they landed on the moon and we saw it on TV, he was shut down. Now, I don't know if you know about the problems doctors are talking about since the vaccine rollout. Well, if you talk about that, you're shut down.
True. It's true.
You can even lose your job. You can lose your license to practice if you talk out of shop. So when you're in these circles and you've got that level of information, you know that you're on a code of silence. Otherwise, it's time out. There's so many doctors who know they won't speak about the last few years because their mortgage and everything else, their reputation is
Kind of similar to what they do with Hollywood as well. All the scandals in Hollywood, the same sort of thing. They're told not to say anything about it, not allowed to say anything about it. If they do, they lose their job. You know, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Even in religion, sometimes you get these pedo preachers, right?
Yeah.
What happens? The Vatican hoovers that guy up. They take care of him. They put him somewhere else. They put him on a desk job or whatever. But they cover it up. You know, and it's like, we don't talk about that, and if we need to replace him because it's got a little bit noisy, we'll move him somewhere to another country where he won't be known.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, I understand.
So it's very, we see this in other elements of the world that we live in. I do not believe that the politicians that come into power are necessarily coming from the heart. They are telling the story that they've been told to sell to the people. They're like the PR department.
Definitely, I agree. I do agree with
I think
that.
you can take my flyer then.
Thank you for your time.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
All the best.
Yeah, all the best.
Cheers.
Stay deeply involved in the IRA.
Well. Wasn't that awesome? That was an awesome conversation. You see that? That's why I said, hey, you know, I need to continue doing this work. I need to continue being here, but I do need to continue to ask for your generous donations. Thanks again, Gavin Wisdom, for your coffees yesterday. It made the turnout going there a little bit more valuable. I had some great conversations yesterday, but you know, just the train ticket today is £12.50. So it's £12.50, and then you know, we need more than that. So if you've got a fiver spare, put it in the coffee tin. I appreciate that. There's so much anger. Take my flower. One gun. Misinformation.
What's this?
What is this for?
Free your mind. Free your mind, guys. Yep. Water is always going to find level. You know the Suez Canal?
Yeah.
Suez Canal is 120 miles long, perfectly level. But they say there's 8 inches per mile squared of curvature on the ball. Not true. You don't believe in evolution, right? Evolution is not true. We did not come from monkeys. This place was created by a creator. This globe is not created by a creator. It's a big bang.
Yeah, I'm listening to you.
Go on, carry on.
Well, the thing is that if it's created, then we are the center of creation. That this earth is the center of everything. And it was designed for us to have a school.
But you can say the earth was designed for you, but it doesn't have to be the center of everything. Why does it have to be the center? Why can there not be another earth somewhere else?
Well, on a flat earth, there could be other continents. You know, there's
other
quite a lot of...
continents. I mean in space. Why can there not be another planet elsewhere?
Well, space has to be brought into question, my man, because it's a vacuum, they say, right?
Right.
And between this atmosphere and the vacuum is nothing.
Okay.
But in reality, in physics, in order to create pressure, you must contain it in a deodorant can or in a soda pop bottle, whatever. Once you break that, then there's going to be an equalization of pressure.
But there's enough, so the gravitational force that the Earth generates itself keeps the atmosphere in. I mean,
That's a theory.
No, but...
Yes, sir. That's a theory.
We can prove that, though. We can prove
You can't prove it.
No, we can, because if we look at another planet, so we've got telescopes, right?
Yes.
So if we look at another planet, let's say, I don't know, Jupiter, it's got its own atmosphere, and we can see it. So let's say the Earth, so you know, your argument is that, okay, you know, like we haven't been to space or whatever.
Yes.
That's fine. But we can see on a telescope another planet, and we can see that the atmosphere is contained on that planet itself.
We can't actually see the atmosphere. We've been told that there's an atmosphere there, but when you look at it...
We've sent spacecraft over there, though.
We have not. No, you believe you have, but we've not. You've not done that.
No, listen. Yeah, but here's the thing,
If you've got your own money, right? If you've got your own money and you've sent this thing up into space and it's done some information and so on, I'd say, oh, that's interesting. I'd respect that, right? But basically, you're just repeating what you've seen on the TV.
No, I'm not. Look, listen, I'm as skeptical as anyone else.
No, you're not.
I am. I'm a very skeptic. But the thing is, there's a point where you have to stop being too skeptical and stop being so open-minded that your brain falls out. You have to go, you have to agree with something. For example, your Bible, right? So I'm guessing that you're a Christian, is that right?
No.
What are you?
I don't have a religion.
Okay, you don't have a religion. So where are you getting this idea that the earth is flat?
from my God-given senses, brother.
No, but
Allah,
how do you know
Allah
what God-
gave me senses to determine that something is either hilly or flat.
Okay, but-
and so I can go and take a laser over a body of water and measure it and find that it's flat from this beach to the other beach 10 miles away. But according to the formula for curvature of the globe, it should be 800 inches below my feet,
Not
according to the
necessarily.
curvature. Now I want to come back to Saturn, because I've looked at Saturn under a powerful camera called a Nikon P1000, and you can fill the the viewfinder with Saturn, and what you see is actually this. It's doing this, right? It's just shimmering. It's like an electromagnetic signature. It's not a rock. Rocks don't float. Gas giants do not coalesce. Have you ever been in a lift and someone's farted? It doesn't stay in their trousers. It goes in the atmosphere.
No. This is completely. So you're talking on a different scale. So So you're saying this Saturn. You use the Nikon
P1000.
P1000. Okay,
Yeah,
now
you can
I know
Google
that
it.
camera. I know that camera. It's probably good for a couple of miles.
So
You
are
can't see-
telescopes.
Yeah,
So
no,
are
the
telescopes.
telescopes are
Take your
far more
telescope.
powerful.
No, here's my challenge to you.
Far
Take
more
your
powerful.
telescope, take it to a high elevation, and try and look at something 50 miles away, like a building, and see if you can resolve a human being from 50 miles, or a building from 50
No,
miles.
but it depends on the telescope. It depends on the telescope.
Yeah,
right?
most telescopes have got like a computer software in them nowadays, which give you like they take the data and they give you like a solid overlay. So that's why the camera is such a good.
But they're still optical
globe killer.
telescopes, though. So the ones that you're on about, they're the latest ones. They're used to see other galaxies. The ones that I'm on about, just a standard telescope, someone like the one that Galileo would use, but just a bit more powerful version than that.
No. Galileo had a telescope that it was like 3 or 4 times magnification. They could not see what they claim they can
No,
see. These things are close, brother.
He could see. The thing with Galileo is, so what was the claim that Galileo made? He claimed that the celestials, the objects, they weren't perfectly spherical. They had mountains and whatever.
Can I talk to you about this, the back of this?
And as a result,
what's the reason behind the symbol?
This is a Sanskrit.
Could you claim that you're not religious?
Yeah, no, I'm just using a Sanskrit thing for love. It means the heart. See, because the heart.
So you're not
is
religious?
No, heart is an anagram for earth.
So you don't believe in God?
Yes, I do.
You do believe in
I
God?
know God. I don't have to believe it. God is real, man.
So you believe in God?
God? No one knows God's name. God is too great to be worried about what little men are squabbling over as this name or that name.
but the thing is, if there is a God,
Are you Muslim?
Maybe. But
So you know Shamsi, right? Shamsi is a preacher that comes here, and he confirmed to me that the Quran says that the earth and the moon travel over the earth.
I'll give you that back to you.
No.
Oh yeah. I've had other Muslims say the same thing to me. Yes, that's what it says.
No, but you have to define that. What do you mean by the earth and the moon travel over the?
No, I said the sun and the moon travel over the earth.
No,
Yeah,
it doesn't.
yeah.
No, it doesn't. It says that the earth and the moon are in orbit. It doesn't say they're in orbit around the earth. The moon's in orbit around the earth, yes, but not the sun. It doesn't say anything about that.
Oh, that's according to a preacher that comes here, Shamsi.
Yeah, I know.
So
something.
I'm just telling you, but and I have read the Christian Bible because I grew up in a Christian household, right? So in
Why
the
don't
Christian,
you read the Quran?
Huh?
Why don't you read the Quran?
Well, I was given one last week, and I have to start, but I haven't got around to it just yet.
Why don't you read them all? They come up with even more
But here's the thing.
information.
I'm extremely informed. I'm extremely well informed.
How can you be informed if you're not read everything?
Well, I mean, the idea that Muhammad was a prophet, I'm comfortable with that idea. I don't reject that idea. Peace be upon him. I don't reject the idea of Muhammad. I don't reject the idea of Jesus. But I do reject the idea of man making controls to control mankind. Evolution. I used to believe in evolution. I used to believe in the Big Bang, which was given to us by a Catholic priest, by the way. That somehow Allah allowed for billions of years and an explosion to create you. No, you were created perfect in God's image.
It doesn't work. So the Big Bang was just an initiation in time that generated what we now know as the universe. Now it could be that there could be another event that then destroys that universe, and then it could be a cyclical
You're not
process.
giving Allah enough respect. See, Allah is able to create a place, just like if you had a turtle or a tortoise, right? You have the ability to create a terrarium for that tortoise to be perfectly happy in.
But this is their belief that they believe that the earth is
No,
not
but here's the thing. No.
No, it's not to do it. It's a torus. A torus is an electromagnetic torus. So
Do
a
you
tortoise
believe
is a
that
reference.
Earth is on the back of a tortoise?
No,
That's the
I mean, I have some ideas, but I don't know what's beneath our feet. More than 8 miles. You know, the deepest we've ever dug into the earth is 8 miles.
But why do
That's
we
as
need
far
to
as
dig,
we know.
why do we need to dig more than that?
He's offering me that I know something that I can't know. We cannot know God's magnificence about what's above us, beyond the heavens, and what's below us.
But you
beneath
can
our
see
feet.
it though. You can physically see it.
See what?
Just you can see it. You can.
The stars are in the
here's thing.
firmament.
No.
Rakia, it's in the firmament, it's in the roof, it's in the sky. If you went to a disco and said, no, those lights are, or a football match, those lights are millions of miles away. So people say, no, that's ridiculous. They're right here, they're close to you.
Whether the stars are close or far away is neither here nor there.
It's part of this lie. It's part
But
of
it's not part. The stars are not part of the earth. Now, in the Quran, it does say that the stars are like an adornment. But the way I interpret that is that for us, the stars are useless other than to navigate and maybe just for decoration, because we'll never get there. They're too far away. So in reality, other than an adornment, what can they be?
I agree with you. I think they're about 100, maybe 200 miles. I'm just estimating.
Much further than that. We can see the sun.
However, I'm going to pick up on your point that we use them for navigating, and we've done so for thousands of years.
Right, yeah.
And those same stars have been in the same position for thousands of years.
They have not.
They spin around.
Sorry,
yes,
you believe that the stars are 180 miles away from the Earth?
No. I was just throwing a number out there because you see, we've taken a rocket up, or I haven't, but people have taken private people have taken a rocket called the Go Fast rocket, and it got to about 100 miles and it stopped. It hit something. So it is my contention. Now, there's some NASA documents that suggest that by the time you get to Antarctica, the sky is really close.
How does GPS work then?
What documents?
Ground towers. Have you never been out of the city? When you go out of the city and you're not on a smart highway, you go into the countryside and you've got no signal.
No, it works.
No. I've been in so many places where my phone will not pick up a signal.
Does work.
And that's because it's all on GPS is ground-based triangulation, and it's become more accurate.
That's cell phone triangulation.
Do you know? I'll tell you why it doesn't work.
Well, that's GPS.
I'll tell you why you're wrong.
Before that was LORAN. Before we had GPS, we had LORAN, and that's how ships used it, and they use buoys in the sea. So no, we do not have satellites flying up in the vacuum of space. That's absolute nonsense. Your phone could never reach
we do
something that
because we can see Elon Musk, for example.
You trust Elon Musk?
No. Whether
Deep
I trust
state,
him or
bro.
not,
That's deep
whether I
state.
trust him or not, that's neither here nor there.
You're about to quote what he's done.
No, I'm not quoting, but we can physically see that he's got these, the spaceships or whatever he calls them.
Falcon rockets. These are all phallic.
They go. No, they go.
Are you recording?
Yeah.
Okay.
Live on YouTube.
Oh, live, shit. All right. So they go to space and they come back. Now we know this because we can physically see they have cameras on and we can see them leaving the Earth and then coming back.
Here's the thing about that cameras thing. They've never put a camera on their nose cone and shown us one piece of unbroken footage all the way out into the ISS or whatever.
Are you sure about that?
Absolutely.
Are you sure? 100%
Absolutely.
sure about that?
Absolutely.
Okay,
And then when we look at the International Space Station footage, guys who because this flat Earth thing is more than 10 years old now. People spend a lot of time looking at combing over all the NASA footage. And what we find when they're on a spacewalk, we find bubbles leaving the helmet. We find the BBC announcing in 20... let me give you the information that I have. That in 2015, the BBC announced, you can go and find this on YouTube, they announced, let me finish. Let me finish. So the BBC announced that an astronaut nearly died today while doing a spacewalk. His helmet filled with water. Why? Because they're in a swimming pool. One time, when he pulled his visor down, you saw the reflection of a scuba diver while doing the spacewalk. The spacesuit itself has never been tested successfully in a vacuum chamber, and yet they go into a vacuum.
Of course it's been tested successfully in a vacuum chamber.
Can you show me evidence of this?
Well, can you show me evidence that it hasn't?
Yes.
Go on.
Yes. That's what I've got on here, is this app is £3. And you can find all of these evidences all collated in one place. Back in the 1950s, they put a man in a vacuum chamber and they got to partial vacuum and he died, nearly died.
Oh, come
His
on.
tongue boiled. There's a video of him talking about it. The doctors rush in, they managed to save his life, and he talks about his experience of that. That's the only time they've ever tested it.
Here's the thing. If you put a man in a vacuum, yes, he's going to die. But if you have a suit to protect you from the vacuum, of course you're not going to die.
Okay, well, we've all been brainwashed. None of us is different from this.
No.
The only way that you can unpick the brainwash is to do the research yourself.
This is not
so
hard.
go and find it.
It's not hard to
come find me
up
at
with a
Speaker's
suit
Corner
that
again
protects you from
and
a
say,
vacuum.
yeah, Dave, I've got the proof. Here's a man in a genuine vacuum. But people in their home science labs have taken vacuum chambers, small vacuum chambers, and tried to ignite anything. Try to make a helicopter fly. Try to make anything ignite inside of a vacuum.
Exactly.
You can't do it.
No, you can't make
So
a
rockets
helicopter
cannot
fly.
work in a vacuum.
How do you explain aircraft, how they travel around the world?
Yeah, exactly. How do you?
The same way you travel around the M25. Doesn't make it a ball. Things can travel around, and they always did. Ships traveled around. Ancient cultures, even Islamic cultures, traveled around the Earth on a flat Earth from one place to another.
But how does it take off?
How does it take off? Well, it has to generate lift.
How does it have GPS on a plane?
Well,
if it's above the towers, how does he get the signal?
Yeah.
Well, I think there's two answers to that. Firstly, let me tell you that I have a friend who's an airline pilot who says that the Earth is not a
What's his name?
globe. His name is Nathan, but that's what I'll
Nathan
tell
what?
you.
Because I'll have a look. There must be a
No,
register
well, why don't you
somewhere.
Google? Why don't you Google
but this is the
pilots?
thing,
Well, there's pilots that I don't know who have been interviewed
Let's just have
who
a
say
point.
yes, the Earth is flat. There's a
I've
KLM
never
female
ever
pilot.
heard.
Because you not look for it.
Just
Yeah, what's
explain
the
to me,
name?
how
What's the
does
name?
GPS work on planes?
Well, there's two parts to that. One is that they're only at 6 miles. You realize that, yeah?
The 6
6
miles
miles.
is still very high. It's higher than any
6
tower
miles.
that we've ever built.
No. I don't need to be right next to the tower for my phone to get a
No, it
signal,
does,
right?
because here's the thing. If you ever go on an airplane, you lose signal. Why do you lose signal? It's because you're above the...
6 miles.
No,
there are
above 6
towers
miles.
here in London
You're
that
above
my
the
phone can
tower.
reach that are 6 miles away. You know that.
So you say that again, sorry.
I can reach. I can reach
have you been on a plane?
many times.
Yeah. So when you're on a plane, your phone loses signal.
Yes.
Why is that?
So why is that?
Because my phone doesn't necessarily have the same transceiver or receiver capabilities as the plane. So that's the first part.
No,
the
you
second
lose a
part, let
signal.
me finish
Okay,
this.
go on.
Let me finish this. That we do believe that there are satellites, what we call satellites, floating on helium balloons at 20 and 30 miles of altitude.
Why don't you take a photo of them and show
At
me?
20
and
and
30
30
miles
miles an hour. But we're flying at 6 miles now.
Yeah.
6 miles high.
Yeah.
We're still more than
You can send a signal. You can send a signal.
Your phone doesn't work based on satellites, it's cell towers. That's why we get signal.
Yeah, I agree.
So, but satellites is more than that. We connect based on we use other things to using satellite technology, so not mobile phones.
The telecoms industry admit that 99% of all telecoms data is undersea cable and through towers. So what we've got is you can go and find these videos of them launching these satellites on helium balloons.
Yeah, okay. I've
You can
got
find
YouTube
people
here.
in South
Show
America
me
coming
what the video
across.
is called. Show me what the video is called. I'll have a look at it right now. What's it called? So I can have a look at it.
Okay, go on. Well, I mean, I would suggest you look at this website. It's called.
No. I don't want to look at your website because look, I don't mean to be rude here. But, like, you know, I will look at the video, but I don't want to look at it through a website that specifically fits that. So if there's a video,
Okay, well, let's just try
Show me, go on.
satellites launched helium balloon.
Yeah, okay, no. I believe that there could be someone who launches something into the atmosphere, like for example that
Like
weather
the Chinese did
that
over
weather-
like the
Exactly.
Chinese did
But that doesn't
over
mean,
America.
You see, the thing with helium is it'll only get you so high
That's
because
perfect.
once the pressure,
Down by an F-16.
Yeah.
but once the pressure
Yeah.
equalizes out,
That's right.
then it can't go any further.
So that's called neutral buoyancy, right?
But I don't know what
That's
it's
what
called. I
our
don't know
Earth
what
works
the-
on, is buoyancy.
But here's the thing: a satellite is above that. A satellite has to be above the atmosphere of
He's
the
saying
Earth.
there's like a roof.
Why?
Now, look, listen, I can tell you this, you know, like, we've got
He said it's
satellite
on,
pictures,
like,
so you know,
50 miles
you
on
can
the
go on
ground.
Google Earth, for example, and you can
I
see a
don't know
picture of
about
almost
How high is
everywhere
your
on Earth.
ceiling?
How do you do that on a balloon that travels at 5 miles an hour? It doesn't work?
Okay, so that's
No, so I mean, it is possible to
It's not
use
possible.
CGI to create that.
But this is not
And
CGI.
if you use Google Earth and go back and look at this again, is that when you're from the top down seeing the whole globe, and then you start to zoom in, once you get to about 15 kilometers, 10 kilometers above the surface, it changes from what looks like CGI to actual photographs. So what they do is they send high-level drones up, and they'll fly over and take photographs that are real cameras, real photographs from that altitude. But once you go above that, it's all CGI. So Google satellites in space. Show me a single photograph of a satellite in space.
You can see them, you can physically see them on a, you know, on a night when it's quite a clear night. You can see, you can actually distinguish
what are
from
the
the stars.
How high? There are points of energy. There are electromagnetic signatures of energy.
Why do you
Now,
keep
how
saying
big?
electromagnetic?
How high are these satellites that you claim you can see?
electromagnetic.
I think they're within.
What do you mean by electromagnetic? What do you mean by
I'll get to
electromagnetic?
that. I'll get to that. I already suggested somewhere in the 100, maybe 200 miles. But here's the thing. You claim you can see a satellite, right? Do you know how big a satellite is?
They can be any size.
What size?
No, it's not the satellite. It's the light that comes off the satellite.
There's lights on the satellite. What, they're carrying lights on them?
No. It's the reflection of the sun.
At night?
Yeah, it's a reflection
Do you
of
not
the sun.
realize that the Earth is 8,000 miles wide?
It doesn't matter.
So the satellite that you can see at night should be in the shadow of the sun.
No, not necessarily.
Oh, yes.
It's the same reason that you can see the moon. That when it's when
How
the
do you
moon
explain
is
the moon then?
Yeah, exactly. When you have a full moon, you can see the light. It's a reflection of the sun. It's the same way in a satellite. You've got these little wings and stuff.
There's many non-flat Earth scientists who are testing the moonlight and finding that it's cold. I've
No,
tested
that's
this
all
myself.
garbage. I've seen all this. Look, listen. If I wish I was speaking to you about 8 years ago, because I actually looked into this. I haven't looked into this for a long time. So a lot of the arguments that you're making, I've forgotten what the.
We tested the moonlight to be cold.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give you an
even so,
example. I'm going to
Do you
give you
believe
an
there's
example
land
of
masses
something.
beyond Antarctica?
Sorry?
Do you believe there's land masses beyond Antarctica?
I think there may be, but I don't claim that there is. I just think it's possible because of what other people have encountered. There's a guy called Admiral Byrd, who was America's most famous and decorated admiral in the 1940s and 50s. He was given a fleet of ships, and he was allowed to travel for 10, 15 years, just exploring with a plane and going as far as he could. Then he goes on TV after that and says, I found land larger than America that no man has ever seen.
Yeah, I saw that as well.
And I found resources that will last mankind a lifetime. The next year they signed the Antarctic Treaty that prevents us from going 60th south parallel unless we're on an escort.
But
The possibility that there's more land.
No, it's beyond that.
What do you mean by beyond that? What do you mean by-
Remember, if we trapped you inside the M25 in London and said there's nothing outside of that, and there's a 5-mile radius, a range that you can't get to even to the M25, right? You would have to take my word on it.
But there's
When
people
you
that
go
have
to
been to.
Antarctica, if you're escorted there, you can't just travel and continue to
Yeah,
go.
but even so, there's people that have been there.
Yeah,
But let's just say
By the
I
way,
only take you.
there's people that still have been there.
Yeah, I just take
And
you
the
to
thing is-
Dover
but hold
and
on,
say
hold
this
on.
is the only place you can see.
But there's other people. What they've done is they've gone around Antarctica and they've come back to where they started from.
Like Captain Cook. Yeah, he's traveled for three years
I don't
and
think
did
Captain Cook went to-
65,000
He
miles.
probably didn't go to
Captain
Antarctica
Cook.
because he would have died.
No, well, this is what
But
others have
this is
claimed.
before the Antarctic Treaty, though. So
Long
yeah,
before
he was
that.
able to- He was free.
Long-
He was able
long
to
before that.
He was in the
Long before
1800s, but the thing is, if he'd gone anywhere near Antarctica in his time, given the ship and whatever that he had, he would have died.
How do you know that?
Yeah.
No,
How do you know that?
Frozen.
We don't know that.
How do you
Because
know that?
Shackleton, same thing happened to his ship.
No, you know what?
Shackleton.
There's a guy called Sir Ranulph Fiennes, right? He's a well-known explorer here in this country, and I went on the ship that was taking his crew for him to do a sort of across a peninsula mission. It was going to take him 6 months, and it was called the darkest winter or the longest, something like that. And his crew said it's taken us 5 years to get permission for
the world
Sir
map is
Ranulph
wrong, we know
Fiennes
that.
to do this mission. And I looked at the crew that were on the ship. I'm like, you guys aren't prepared. This is before I knew about that. You guys aren't prepared for whatever weather's down there. And there's images of people back in the early 1900s taking pictures of what seems to be like Greenland, where there's sunshine and it's not as cold as we believe it to be. So what we believe we know is all impregnated.
No, look, listen. Like I said, I'm open to conspiracy theories, but I think this is way too far. People fly over Antarctica.
No, they don't.
Yes, they
We've
do.
never flown underneath. There's no one. You will not find one flight where we've gone into Antarctica and come out the other side.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Okay, let me have a look now. Let me Google it right
I
now.
agree. But I do think the majority of the land masses are disclosed.
I agree. But I think the Antarctica one is the one. That's the one that I'm like, there could be more. There could be more.
I don't think in
land masses.
Antarctica, because Antarctica's frozen.
No, it's
frozen.
beyond the Antarctica. That's the point.
But if you go beyond it, you
Yeah,
come
you
back.
just come
it's a,
back
it's a
around
global
now.
one. It's a globe.
I'm not
We've
saying
never
it's
flown
not.
under it.
Yeah.
But I'm saying there could be land masses beyond Antarctica.
How? Because if you go past Antarctica,
You search it and I'll
you're the one
get
that's
back
part
to
of
you.
the globe.
How do I explain this?
Hello, sir. I've got some information for you today. No shouting, no screaming.
Get amongst that lot. Sort them out.
But you can't.
You can.
So, what people believe is so deeply ingrained that it's hard to break them out of the spell.
Yeah.
And of course, once you've chosen a side, let's just use football, If you're a Manchester United supporter, it doesn't matter what I tell you, you're always going to hate on the Everton or the Liverpool or whatever.
That's wrong, that though.
Yeah, but mankind is being played. We've been played and controlled. And when you realise that all wars are bankers' wars and they're created to
But
control
the
mankind.
thing is, though, you should respect everybody's religion as well as your own. And at the end of the day, they've all had their say. She's having her say. Let her have a say.
Yes, I think this is the Palestine issue, isn't it? I mean, that's a really hot topic.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's really sensitive, and and there's both cases. Both sides have got a justification. Let's just take any war, any war that we can think of.
And it's all caused by religion.
Well, not
every
all,
war.
Not war. I was in a war in Angola that was more about communism versus capitalism in the 80s.
Yeah.
And so it's ideology and religion. I agree with you, religion it foments a lot of conflict.
It's difficult, isn't it?
But I have this expression, all wars are bankers' wars.
Yeah.
Because who profits from these wars?
That's true.
And it's more
Listen, it was
control.
nice speaking to you anyway.
Take my flight.
Thank you.
There's a flight. Okay, so I
There's
found.
a flight that goes up over Antarctica.
No, not
But it's
flights.
expensive.
No, not a flight. But what is it? There were flights. Yeah, they were very expensive. Yes.
If you're going to go to Antarctica, it's like between 10 to 15k for the tour.
But even then, you're only going to get taken.
You're not going to go throughout the whole thing.
No, but to go there, it's about 10 to 15,000.
You're going to land on a peninsula. You'll get 10 miles or 20 miles,
It's like a
and
7
then
day
you go
thing.
back to the ship.
I'll probably more.
You're not traveling across from one side. You didn't hear me tell your friend that Sir Ranulph Fiennes took 5 years to get permission to do a trip across a peninsula. He never did it.
Yeah, but that might be because.
So it should be the case that you have to go down there.
What they argue is that beyond the snow, if you keep going, then you start hitting green land. That's the claim.
There is a claim on
That's
that.
the claim. It's a claim. There's no material evidence of it.
Yeah, you would because
Oh,
that's
you
the
mean
other side.
Greenland is in like Greenland is in grass.
No, as in there is more to it than has been disclosed. That's what they argue.
But the thing is,
Like grass, nature, it becomes like an actual like an island kind of thing beyond it.
but look, listen, have a look at the other side. So you've been to the North Pole, right? We've been to the North Pole. Now the North Pole is basically analogous of the South Pole, but it sits on the other side.
Or it could be the center of a flat Earth.
No. It can't, well, if it was, why would it be the center of flat Earth?
So we have
water is
to
level.
have. Oh, wait, so
Water finds level. It's a ladybug right on your one. But it's water is level. And this is, these are things that we can't test, but you can test water. You can test water to settle level.
No, but when
in
you
the swimming pool, in the Suez Canal, over a lake, you can test these things for yourself. And Earth is 70% water.
But the thing is, hold on. I can just prove this. Let's say, for example, I dig a trench here, yeah? The top, so the trench is, let's say, 1 meter long. So this side of the trench, let's say, is 1/2 meter deep. That side is 1 meter deep. So like it's there's a slope.
Yeah.
But if I put water on it, it's going to be straight. So the water itself is going to be straight. So even if you got a curvature, it doesn't matter. If the water is straight, it's straight.
That's how they build how they build the pyramids, is by using a trench. You got a deep end of a swimming pool and the shallow end of a swimming pool, and the surface of the water is level. So it doesn't matter what's happening underneath the sea between here and America.
But it proves
the water above it is level. You've just proven this.
No, you've proven it wrong though, because you're proving yourself wrong.
Water is level.
Because what you're saying is the water should be curved.
No, you're saying water should be curved.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the water is level. Why? No.
Water,
as
water
far
is
as
level.
the eye can see, the water would be
Okay,
level.
and then if you go as far as the eye can see and look again, the water is still level. And if you go as far as the eye can see again, the water is still level.
No, because that's because you're going there. When you get there, it's going to look level to you. Of course it is.
Yeah, because
of
it
course
is.
No, it's not. It's not.
So it's not level.
Well, it can't be on a globe, can it?
No, but that's why we're not on a
exactly.
globe.
We are on a globe.
So how much does it curve over on the globe?
I don't know. I haven't looked at these things.
I thought you researched this. You haven't.
I researched about 8 to 10 years ago.
What woke me up was the 8 inches per mile squared curvature formula.
No, listen, you keep saying these things, but when I ask you a little bit more, then you run away. So, for example, you talk about electromagnetic stuff. Go on, explain to me.
But electromagnet is a little bit deeper than if you can't work out that water is level. Then I'm not ready to go to electromagnetic.
No, you tell me about electromagnetic. Because the thing is, you keep mentioning these things, so I want to know, what you know, rather than just giving me buzzwords. Okay. Explain to me, go on. So,
water being level is not a buzzword, it's a matter of fact.
No, look, listen, I can quickly look.
You've just proven it. That trench that was 1 meter long could have been 1,000 miles long, and you would have the same result.
No, you won't.
I think we'll have to end it there, sir.
No.
It's been
It's good
interesting.
to speak to you, but you can't just run away from that. You can't just run away from me.
I'm not running away, but I know when I'm wasting my time.
I know I'm wasting my time.
Let's go and have a look over here. People are angry.
You're all looking out idiots. But idiots don't represent your religion. Religion is better than an idiot saying shut up.
This is the flat earth. Yeah, that's it. Awesome, bro. Take my flyer. Oh, by the way, I don't recommend drinking this. It's not good for you. It's still worse. Distilled water is good, but what they add to that is not good. Thank you. Shut up. It's a life and a resurrection. Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. Jesus Christ is the first and the last. Jesus Christ is the beginning and the end. Jesus Christ is the Alpha and the Omega. Jesus Christ is the only door to heaven. Jesus Christ is coming again as King of Kings, Lord of Lords,
because of Buddha.
Come out of the Islam and believe in Jesus Christ as Lord, God, and Savior. In the Bible it says, unless you believe in Jesus Christ,
Polish man, why are you calling Christ? You are stupid. He's a Poland. You are Polish. He's a Poland. You fucking Polish man. You fucking moron. All over the world. You are moron. You are moron. Polish man. Polish, I have a brother. Yeah. You don't like Polish because they kick you out like you, innit? The Polish don't allow you inside, innit?
What's he doing?
Yeah.
They are Christians.
He looks more Jesus than you. I'm not trying to look at the Jesus. We follow his behavior, man. You hear me? Behavior and the way he dresses, he must dress like Jesus. Not.
Your book is full of violence. Your Bible's full of violence. It tells you to go and kill people. What are you talking about? Peace.
يا من الشرطة بتاعك.
Excuse me. Hello. Hi. Do you have a lost and found service?
There's the old police house is in the middle of Hyde Park.
The thing is, I picked this wallet up with some driver's license and some cards.
Okay. Where'd you find it?
If I could hand it in to you.
Where'd you find it?
On my way in here this morning. There's a face.
Whereabouts did you find it?
Just on the path, about halfway between here and the.
Yeah, no worries. We can get someone drop it off or post it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Remember your religion.
Well done.
Believe in Jesus Christ and save your soul.
Believe in
Because
Ezekiel.
Jesus Christ
Believe
is
in
King of Kings.
Get the link
Lord of
between
Lords,
This one.
and
This
God
one.
of the
This one
heavens.
will come.
In the Bible it
Oh,
says.
man.
In the Bible it says.
Oh,
Are you recording? Are you recording?
Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh,
In the Bible
man.
it says. In the Bible
Madam
it says.
Speaker.
Those who
Madam
believe-
Speaker.
those who believe in Jesus Christ.
the Jewish states.
The Roman ones. You're gonna go to war. Why not gonna go to war?
Very good.
Are you animal, mineral, or vegetable? Which one are you? Animal, mineral, or vegetable?
It's the way, the truth, and the life. Jesus Christ is the life and the resurrection. Jesus Christ is the good shepherd. Jesus Christ is not just a prophet, as like in Islam, but Jesus Christ is Almighty God, everlasting Father, and Prince of Peace. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time. There is only one God. That is Jesus Christ. Believe in Jesus Christ. And that's not good, man. How can you break your while you're still alive, save your soul by believing in Jesus Christ as King of Kings, Lord of Lords, and God of the heaven and earth. Thank you all. God
I
bless.
admire your courage, man. I admire your courage.
Thank
I know.
Crazy. Let me see if I can get a few more flyers. You can see why people are not that concerned about the flat earth when they're so big deal about this. I got some love to share. Can I give you my flyer? Can I give you my flyer today?
No.
It's not frightening. So I need paper and information.
How you doing?
Good, brother. How are you?
Good to see you again.
Likewise.
Yes.
Likewise. See, I drew a
Flat Earth.
flat earth there.
Oh, the North Pole in the
Yeah,
center.
yeah.
That's it. They better, we should put the better in the middle to let people.
Yeah. You want my chalk?
Please, yeah. If you like it, then I can do it, yeah.
Please.
And then in the cater I put the sun
Yeah.
and the moon maybe.
Yeah, perfect. If you want more, come back to me. How's the chat room doing? Brian, express an interview. Yeah, electromagnetics. I wasn't going to get into that with that guy. I'm wasting my time. So there I was. I extricated myself from a conversation that wasn't going anywhere. The section couldn't work on it. There are other means of supporting if that's what you would like to do with that. To be honest, we have coffee, buy me a coffee. We have PayPal, which is
Can I ask you a question?
Hi, yes,
Is there an importance why you believe that the world is sort of flat rather than the global thing? Is there importance to it?
Absolutely.
What is it? Just tell me what, because I'm just curious, you know.
Well, if it was God's intention to create a habitat for us to be in, a perfectly safe, self-replicate or self-healing, nourishing environment, then I think it's important that we know that. Because the globe is not really created. It's more let's have an explosion, wait for a few billion years, and maybe fish will turn into monkeys. And
So you're not into evolution or anything like that?
No.
So you believe that God created a is it flat? Is it a sort of a flat Earth? How does it work with you?
Well, it's like the Hebrew conception. Is that a Bible you got in there?
Yeah. The one I'm thinking about is you know the verse, I'm sure you know it, but Isaiah 40 verse 22. Does that one come to mind?
Is that where he stamps it out? He presses it out
well,
like a stamp?
actually, let's see if I can turn to it.
This here is the Hebrew conception, simplified Hebrew conception.
Yeah, I've seen that one on the internet actually, and they have. But this one is where I have the question.
The quest ion.
Yeah, quest ion. Yes, it is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants. In other words, then, if he sits on top of this, on the circle, on a circle, then how is it sort of like this? How is it sort of?
So when you kick a football, have you ever heard anyone say he's kicked the circle?
No, I haven't heard them kick a circle, but I've never heard anybody, if they said to them, "Is stand on top of a football, a blown-up football."
You can't do that either. Eh?
Well, you can. I mean, you can do your.
Maybe one guy with really good balance.
I've seen them do it. They can actually stand and balance on it.
Yeah.
But here is what my thinking is.
Let me just, because you've got a couple of things that you're throwing at me. Let me just help you with that.
Yeah.
So when I look down on a circle, a circle is a two-dimensional shape.
Okay.
It's not a three-dimensional sphere. And when God's footstool is the heavens above and he sits and looks down upon that, well, that makes much more sense that if I had to take a football stadium analogy, if I can stick with that, and say God is sitting above the football stadium and he can see down on all the players and all the supporters in the stands.
Yeah.
That makes much more sense than, hey, it's the football pitch is a ball and there's some people underneath it that are underneath it. Now, in nature, we see a lot of spheres. Oranges, apples, grapes, things like that, right? So when I've researched this more deeply, I realized that it's not just a frisbee in space, which is what they try and inculcate in people's minds. This is what people believe the flat Earth to be. No. No. That God hammered Psalms 19:1.
All right.
God's firmament is like like a looking glass, and
Right.
hard and unmoving and fixed.
Right.
So for me, we live inside of the fruit rather than on the outside of the fruit. Where the seeds are on the inside of the orange is
right.
where the continents are that we stand upon.
Okay.
And God can sit upon it where the navel is of the orange, can sit there and look down upon his creation. From,
Just
from
tell me,
that
so
perspective.
that brings me to the next question. I am not knocking because I'm learning as I go along.
For me, it is biblical, by the way.
What? Yes, that's right. What's underneath? If it's sort of a what do you call it? Not two-dimensional, but you know what I'm saying. What if you were to dig down, keep going down? Where would you come out?
Well, do you know that the furthest we've dug down is 8 miles? What if God created a habitat for us that we were not meant to leave? We were not meant to go out through the roof, and we were not meant to go through the floor.
I have no problems with that one. I do get that. The firmament, it's sort of a dome type of situation.
Probably like a dome, because if you cut the orange in half, you've got a dome on top and perhaps a dome beneath.
Right.
But because we know that in our world, dense things are at the floor, and lighter things, the gases are above us.
Right.
Super cold up there, super hot down below.
Right.
And this is the two sort of halves of our created terrarium that God created for us. You know, if you create a terrarium for your pet animal, you do not want them leaving.
So you like the earthworms, you can build a little thing and they can dig deep, but
they're
can't
not going to get it through the glass bottom.
Right.
And there's some interesting footage, whether this is true or not, of guys on a very deep submarine where they came across. This is them talking about how we saw what seemed to be a lake down beneath us, and our sub kept just bouncing off it. We could not get lower than that. So it is my contention that the roof, the rakia, which is stretched above us, is a tent that we can't get through.
Right, I've heard of that one as well, with people trying to fly, and they're bouncing off something. So what about going to the moon? Where is the moon?
Well,
is
the
there
moon
a moon?
so the moon and the sun were created on day 4 of
creation.
Yes?
Right?
Not before, like they say, the sun in science came before the earth. Well, that's
that's not true, because we know that it was created on day 4.
That's right.
That's correct.
And they were given as lights for the day and for the night.
Right.
And the stars in the sky were given as for signs and seasons and for navigation.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes?
I agree.
So these things have all been set in their place like a Swiss watch that they go around on a set pattern for eons, for as long as recorded man has been here. And all of these things are inside of the firmament, inside of the
that sort of, what do you call it? Is it sort of a dome-shaped firmament?
Perhaps it's a dome.
Dome-shaped,
I mean, you know,
the
obviously
Hebrews have that as a dome, don't they?
And actually, if you look at the Mayan cultures, and all ancient cultures have got these images of what looks like a dome above
going
us,
above,
a flat sea, sea level, and then rocks that are sticking above that sea level. And when it comes to the flood, it's much easier to flood that terrarium than it is to flood the globe.
You know what, bro? I appreciate it. Obviously, like everything else, we have to search it out. We have to. But I'm interested in what you said. It's very interesting.
I've got a business card here from a friend of mine who says he's got a really cool app. And it says like the flat Earth is biblical. And funny thing is,
I get where they're going with it. Yeah.
When I was a youngster getting Bible study, I used to tease the preacher about the flat Earth in the Bible and say, "Come on, the Bible's so out of touch because our science has proven that we're on a globe." So I had to eat humble pie when I realized, damn, it was right all along. In fact, when I found the flat Earth in 2015, the first thing I did was buy a Bible.
Look it up.
Because I like, no way, it's actually true.
Well, you know, that's why guys like you, this is what Speaker's Corner is really about. Not what's going on here, it's getting us to think, you know. Because I was talking with my friend, obviously I'm a Christian, and I was telling him about certain things that are going to happen when we have the heavens and the new heavens and the earth. And I said to him, I believe that people will still be thrown into hell after the new heavens and the earth, because it's a new Jerusalem that won't allow wickedness in it. But if you read further down, it says outside. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. So there might be still people. Anyway, so is that your?
This is our friends.
I'll have a look at it. Yeah, cheers, man.
And my flyer.
All right, thanks, brother. God bless you, man.
So much. Thanks so much.
Okay.
Cheers. See that? That's what I'm talking about. That's an open mind. That's someone who's willing to think. And go, okay, you've got some stuff here, there's some points that are relevant to what I understand. So that's fantastic. And I hope you guys can get the Sun Zodiac app as well. Andrea and I are running a course actually in a couple of weeks' time. I really want to encourage you to look into it and for the course. It is about freeing ourselves to the heart, coming back to love. Home to the heart. That's where leads us. If it's flat, folks, we like to about the globe. We landed on the moon. NASA fake space. I'm frightening some people with this information. Others are like, this is what it's here. Some information. NASA fake space. Earth is flat, bro.
Sorry?
Earth is flat. Not a spinning rock. Yeah. We don't come from monkeys, and we don't come from a Big Bang. You know we don't come from monkeys. You know, I see you look like a Muslim man.
Yeah.
And peace be upon the Prophet. Let me tell you that I think that they lied to us about the Big Bang too.
Okay.
That we do not come from a big explosion. That Allah created this earth perfect, like a terrarium, a home for His creation to come and explore.
Yeah.
But that means that it's not in the vacuum of space. It's not in a frightening vacuum of space. This is actually an enclosed world. It has a rakia, a roof, a dome above it, and all sea is level. Other than for tidal variation and swells and waves, the sea is level. If we take Suez Canal as an example, you go two connecting seas, the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean, right? And it's level for 120 miles. So I put this flyer together just to help people free their minds, because I think that our souls are being fought for here. It is Satan's world, and there's all sorts of deceptions here. And I have Muslim friends who are flat earthers, by the way. It's not this is not a religious thing.
I know,
it is a free your mind thing, free your souls. Would you like my flyer?
Oh, no, thank you. I've memorized the name. Let me just look at the name. Trinity 4. I remember that. I remember that. Yeah.
All the best.
Thank you. Yeah. All the best. Good luck to you.
Salam alaikum.
Yeah, go ahead, sing a song, sister. 4,000 years.
No, I just want to say again, I admire you
Thank you.
for your courage. I may not agree with everything that you say, although I love Jesus. I really admire your courage.
Amen, amen, amen.
Can I shake your hand?
Thank you. God bless you.
God bless you, man.
Thank you so much.
No, I've come here with my flyer to tell people that the Bible tells us that the earth is not a globe, and we don't evolve from monkeys.
No.
Is this your friend here?
God has made us.
God created us.
Yes.
But God also set the earth firm upon pillars.
Yes.
And He put a rakia, a roof, over the top.
Amen.
And so I go around telling people that we cannot be living on a ball where gravity is holding us to the underside of the ball. So it's biblical that the earth is not a globe. The earth is flat, and we are safe inside God's creation.
Amen.
Amen to that. A little bit more chalk. I spoke to this chap about the flat earth before I went live, and he was not having it. What's so religious?
Will the Palestinians ever go and negotiate a peace deal with Israel?
It's a good question, my man.
Well, they don't want Israel to exist. They don't want two states. They want one state, a Palestinian state, so they won't negotiate a two-state solution.
Listen, I don't really want to choose sides, to be honest with you, sir. But for me, it's an intractable, on both sides, it's an intractable situation that is like a wound in humankind's side that may well lead to much larger conflagration. Maybe it's a Muslim-Christian conflagration, but that's what I believe may be coming down the pipeline.
You'd be exactly right, actually.
Yeah.
It's even prophesied in the Bible.
Yeah, I see that. I feel that.
Yeah.
And so So I would love for there to be peace and a solution, a peaceful solution to all of that. But I almost feel like it's been designed thus, because it's almost like playing out prophecy. It's like you can't get you to go fight against your neighbor unless I perhaps agitate your neighbor with a thing that bothers him such that he wants to come and fight with you. So I feel like we're in a sort of tunnel that's taking us along the prophesied route towards deeper conflagration, which of course I'm saddened about, but I see that as the possible reality for our future.
When you say become a self-fulfilling prophecy, did you, I think that's roughly the word you use, do you believe in the prophecies, or do you think they were just, because they're there, people will start going along that route?
It could be one or either. No, it could be prophecies of people who could definitely see what was coming down the track. And then it could also be, sometimes I consider the possibility that it's a playbook that the modern man in control is using as his as
a means of getting what he wants.
But as the script to say, right, this is what we must create in order to create a further solution or another outcome, or even to bring about Jesus or whatever. We have to unfortunately go down this road. You know, and there's an example comes to mind is that no one wants to break a bone or a leg or whatever, but it turns out when you break your leg, if you heal it, it'll actually be stronger at the point of the break than it was before.
They say that, what doesn't break us makes us stronger.
So it might be that mankind was always meant to break his leg, in this, to use that analogy, through these mechanisms. Again, I'm not supporting of war and conflict and the death of anyone. However, it may be that these things are preordained, and it's just a unfortunate part of the human trajectory. Would I be able to? Could I say some magic words that would stop the Palestinians, or the Israelis, or the Americans, or the British, or the Ukrainians, or the Russians? I can't. So I'd rather not get too vexated by one side or the other.
All we can do is look to see if one side is better than the other.
Well,
and if so, take that point of view as well.
But judge a man by his deeds. But unfortunately, what we're not judging here is a man. We're judging a state. We're judging a corporation in a way. You know, and so I was in South Africa, grew up in South Africa, and we had apartheid in South Africa. Did you, brother?
You're from South Africa?
Yes, and we had apartheid in South Africa. Now, I didn't agree with that, but that was what the state imposed on... Are you South African? My brother here, the state imposed on him, he's similar age maybe, you know, imposed on him and his family, imposed certain things on him and allow certain things, or impose certain things on me. I had to do 2 years in national service for being a white boy, and then I was put in a war in Angola. Now, of course, I see the folly of all of that, but of course, it wasn't a man. It was a corporation that was being used to twist me against my brother, to his detriment, and actually to my soul's detriment as well.
Can I change the subject quite radically?
Yeah.
You're from South Africa, and you've got a T-shirt saying the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Do you believe it?
Yeah. It's biblical.
I could probably prove to you now where that can be challenged easily. Two scenarios. The Antarctic is where most people say it is. It's a continent, the southern bottom of the world, not all that big. Or the world is flat and the Antarctic goes all the way around the circumference of the Earth.
Like a ring, like a watch.
One or the other. So what you do, get a boat from Australia, you head down to the Arctic. Now,
Antarctic or that?
Yeah, the southern one. If your boat has to go right, to the right to get back to where it came from, and it's a small distance, you know you've been around the Antarctic.
Correct,
If it's a huge distance you go, left, huge distance, you'll know that the world's flat and it's got a circumference with ice around it.
Captain Cook did that.
Anyone could do that.
Yeah, Captain, no you can't. Captain Cook did that, and it took him 3 years, and he traveled 64,000 miles. Now, since the 1957, the Antarctic Treaty forbids me and you from traveling beyond 60 south parallel unless we're under a military escort or got permission. You know Sir Ranulph Fiennes? It took him 5 years to get permission just to do a mission across one peninsula. We've never flown underneath Antarctica and come out the other side.
Quite right there, because I know people who've gone on cruises which go to the Arctic. Cruise ships.
Antarctic.
The Antarctic.
Yes, but remember, it's possible to go to the Antarctic and then come back again. So to go to the edge of your watch, to use your watch as an analogy for the flat Earth, to go to the edge of your watch, say the 3 o'clock position from South America, and then come back up the Americas again from that 3 o'clock position, doesn't prove either way that you've either visited the continent of Antarctica, a peninsula, or you've just hit a particular part of the outer circle. So no, I'll give you something to think about, sir.
Yeah.
I assume you've read the Bible.
I have read the Bible,
Okay.
yep.
Okay,
many
so
times.
I mean, obviously the Bible says that the earth is set upon pillars and it's unmoving and there's a roof
It
upon the
doesn't
top.
say set on pillars, no.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
suspended.
But I will give you this, that water, when at rest, will always find level. Always find level. So if I was in a swimming pool, a bath, the cup that you're holding now, once it's settled, will be parallel to another man's bottle. If he brought his bottle here and it was even at a different level, those two bodies of water would be provably level. So the Suez Canal is 120 miles long, provably level. The Lake Baikal in Russia is 300 miles long. It freezes every winter, and they ice skate on it because it is perfectly level. So at what point does the water begin to curve?
I'll answer you. I started out my career as a navigator in the Merchant Navy.
Yeah.
We got radars.
Yeah.
On a radar, you can see a ship maybe 30 or 40 miles away.
That's right.
And you get your binoculars out ready for it. Because when it's about 11 miles away, you can begin to see it.
Yeah.
On a clear day, first of all, you see a funnel come up.
Correct.
Right, red tunnel,
Yeah.
funnel. Then you see the white of the accommodation.
Correct,
Then a bit later,
Okay.
see the lower
The whole
infrastructure.
eventually will come into view, yeah.
And exactly the same, you see a ship there, and as it goes towards the horizon, it doesn't just suddenly get further and further away. You can see the top bit, the bottom bit's going, then the
begins
next
to
bit's
sink
going. Yeah.
away.
So
absolutely, I
yeah.
totally agree with your observation, sir. But what we could do to experiment with that is take a known level body of land, for example, a perfectly level bowling green or whatever, and put our head on the floor of the bowling green and ask a friend to walk away. They will also disappear from the ankles up, and then eventually you will lose them. But once you stand up, you will see all of them, which is why the crow's nest is at the top point of the ship, because they've got the best
all that does
angle
mean
of
is you
resolution.
see a little bit further away. For instance, as a navigator, we used to use sextants. And you need the horizon and a planet or star or something you're looking at.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Now there's tables depending how high up your ship is. If you may be on a yacht or on the top of a big cruise ship or a tanker or container ship, you're higher up. You have to calculate that in. So yes, the higher up you go, the further you can see.
Correct. Now,
But there comes
now
a
the
point,
sextant,
in however high up you go, you can't see.
So the word horizon also has the word horizontal in it.
I'm sure it's
and
the same
horizon,
origin, yeah.
Horizon actually means flat. And the thing about the sextant is that it actually uses a flat, and you'll know this better than me, it uses a flat baseline.
Yeah.
So how can you calculate something on a flat baseline if it's actually a curved baseline on a globe?
It works because we navigate our way around the world.
And we've been navigating our way around the world long before we had radar.
Yeah.
And they were using the sextants long before they actually knew about the globe. So sailors were using exactly the same model you were, sir.
Yeah.
And they were also, not only that, using God's stars for navigation. Because,
God's stars?
Well, the created stars
The
that are in the
stars,
sky.
yeah,
Yes.
the stars, yeah.
So the stars have been the same stars for all of recorded time.
Yeah.
Now, they tell us that this globe is traveling more than 1 million miles an hour through the vacuum of space. So that means it's competing with all of these stars that we're seeing in the sky for them to stay in exactly the same position, even though we're spinning and wobbling in 4 different vectors simultaneously. That's impossible. Now, right now, if you were to take a look at tonight at the sky and see the stars that you can see, and then in 6 months' time see similar stars, you have to think about this and go, hang on a minute. 6 months ago, I was exactly the other side of the sun. I was on we've gone 180 degrees around the other side of the sun. I'm looking out away from the sun.
You see a different set of stars. You're,
No, we
reason Midget, you're from South Africa.
Yeah.
Now, when I flew down into Australia on ships, you see the Southern Cross.
That's right.
You can't see it from England. You see the North Star.
Yeah.
You can't see the North Star from Australia.
Correct. Can you see this?
Different.
Can you see the lights of Wembley Stadium when you're in Portsmouth?
Well, of course not.
Of course not. But as you get closer, then you will start to see those lights. Well, that's the same is true with the flat Earth. Then the stars are only 100 or 200 miles in our sky, and they're not millions of miles away, and therefore you need to be within range. So the moon is a fantastic one. When you travel across the equator, which I'm sure you've done many times, you'll find that the moon, instead of rotating clockwise as we can observe it ourselves, is actually rotating counterclockwise once you get into the southern hemisphere. So there are differences between being in different places.
Absolutely.
So for us being in the northern plane, we can see stars here that are too far away for Aussies to see, because again, it's angle of resolution and the travel of light. Of course, as a flat earther, I do not believe that light can travel infinitely far. I believe that light has got limitations. There is no lighthouse that has ever been seen from more than 80 miles away. I believe that's the record distance. Well, however, the world record photograph is 450 kilometers in Guinness Book of Records. It's 400 or 500 kilometers away. That someone has taken a camera and taken a photograph of an island silhouetted from 450 kilometers away. That would be impossible on a globe, given that the Pythagorean formula for the curvature of the globe is 8 inches per mile squared. So there should be, as a seaman coming up, you should have been taught that because of this formula, and you weren't, none of us were, because of this formula, it will mean that a ship that's 20 meters tall will be visible from this distance, and a ship that's 40 meters tall will be visible from even further away. What's visible is dependent very much on the height of the observer and the atmospheric conditions on the day. So when you stand at the beach, they'll say the apparent horizon is about 3 miles, but we all know that we can go down on a super clear winter's day and see Isle of Wight. We can actually see from France, we can see the White Cliffs of Dover.
The top parts of it. Yeah. Not at all. You can't see the town of Dover, but you can see the top parts of the cliffs. Yes.
Now, according to the formula, it's about 21 miles. And according to the formula, that's more than 300 feet of curvature. There's more than 300 feet of curvature. The White Cliffs of Dover are only 300 feet tall. So no, when it comes to understanding this thing, we've taken powerful cameras down to the beach, waited for a ship to disappear at 3 or 4 miles, and then on a clear day being able to zoom back in on that same ship and bring it all the way back into focus. It's not an apparition, it's the actual ship.
I tell you, it is a fascinating subject.
I enjoy the conversation
yes,
very much.
And I'm
we
sure
don't have to agree, but I really enjoy the conversation.
Even if I'm right, there's still lots of things about gravity and other things which we don't fully understand. We don't fully understand yet.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Now I'll say to you, sir, being on ships, that the reason that your 100,000-ton ship floats is because of displacement. Yes.
Yeah.
So really, I believe that what we're seeing as gravity is really a matter of displacement. Your ship will not float in this air, neither would you. But you would float in water because you are displacing more mass of water than your body is, or the weight of your body. So that's what gravity is. Hey, by the way, guys, we are all created by Allah. We are all created by God. We are all equal in God's eyes. We are all equal. We've been born to fight.
Killing baby.
We've been born to fight with each other. And we've been born to hate each other.
He's Polish. He's not Jewish.
We have the same blood.
You're not Jewish. He wants to be like Jewish. You're not kosher. We are choppy. You're not choppy. So no Jewish.
We are.
Exactly. You understand?
According to my DNA,
you're not choppy. Exactly. How you can be Jewish? No, you don't have Jewish. You want to be Jewish, but you can't. Jewish always live in Arab states, all in peace. You Polish can't.
Your Quran. You know that God sent the Jews all around the world. God sent the Jews all around the world. He said so in your Quran. So they aren't just in the Middle East. They were all around the world.
They cause problem in
Polish people. Look at that. Curious. Yeah.
Polish people cause problem in the world.
Even
Africa, Polish people, you know the history about that.
No. My relations on my mother's side came from Eastern Europe. I don't know which countries.
You are not Jewish.
Afraid I am. I've got the DNA to prove it. And incidentally, Jewish is not a race. It's a religion. Many people are converted to Judaism.
You want to be rich, so you think it's Jewish.
I don't want to be rich. I love the simple life. I love it.
No.
Yeah, but why you don't like China?
I love China.
I went back to South
They
Africa in
try and dress
2021. I was staying
I don't like their government.
You can't go like this to China.
You're Muslim, aren't you? Do you like what the Chinese government is doing to the Uyghur Muslims?
You like Israel.
Propaganda.
Just education. So just free education.
Propaganda.
Free education.
What about what they're doing to the Tibetans?
What they do in Palestine?
Free education.
You're a Jew.
What they're doing to
in Lemba tribe.
What Israel do in Palestinian, baby?
Very strong in the synagogue.
Okay. No, and you live in London now, or you're traveling on holiday?
30 years.
30 years.
No.
Me too.
Always go and come.
94.
Because they
I came 94.
I come 94.
Because they're stealing house.
First year, that was when Mandela came.
Yeah, because they...
And do you think today South Africa is better now? For some?
No, there's a lot of corruption in the government now. I mean, for me, this DA is supposed to come back, but most of the people, they are afraid that
racism will come back. Yes.
But I always say to them, no, not this time.
Yes.
This time is different.
It would have to be on an equal footing, not apartheid, not me better than you. All of that lie.
This time, if they back, they will do different.
It would have to be different. Why? Because the majority of people are African people there anyway. So they would say, hey, no, you know what, you're getting it wrong. We're going to vote differently next time round. You won't be in power very long.
That block the people.
And it's a clever trick, because the ANC can play that trick. They can say, listen, my brother, do not vote for them because they will do this, they will do that. Well, it's the same here in England. The Conservatives can say the same thing to the Labour. They say, don't vote for them because they will do this to you, they will do that to you. So it's very clever to stay in power. Don't let them back because they... But in the meantime, I go back to South Africa, I'm like, wow, I know there's a middle class that's black now, that's got some money, but the majority of people, I go to the township, and like, you guys are living like you lived 40 years ago, maybe even worse in some cases, yes.
But now it's a coalition of DA with ANC. I think things will be changed.
We can hope, but I really believed in Nelson Mandela. I thought Mandela was going to make the change.
Well,
but no, I don't see it.
He was not looking clean. He went in field. He acted in field. So he did not work very well.
I think I hate to say this, but I think Mandela was working for the man. I think he was one of these secret society guys that when the British and the American or whatever, they let him in power. They said, you're my man, I'm going to train you, and then we'll put you as president. You see, that's what I think happened.
Give him a lot of things to not do it, to make him the president. And he accepted.
Nice to meet you, brother.
Nice to meet
Did I give you my flyer?
Yes.
Please take my flyer. I'm just here to free God's children.
Oh, yes.
We are all God's children. And we have the same blood in our veins. Peace be with you.
Yes, it is.
I had to get away from the noise. That was an interesting conversation, though, both with the African gentleman and the Ashkenazi Jew. He called himself an Ashkenazi Jew. Do I think that he's someone who's part of the control system? No, of course not. He's just repeating the stuff that he's been told to do. I want to thank you for hitting the thumbs up and sharing this. If you have shared this, I'll give you the thanks. And if you've been able to send us a donation today, I'm super grateful for that. Again, thanks for sharing this the donation yesterday. I appreciate it very much. So, there you go. Some great conversations. Oh yeah, these guys. I went. They can take that home and talk about it all day long.
But to other people it matters. For example, airplanes, for example. People who launch airplane, anything that flies, satellites, there's a lot of important things.
Invest in a decent telescope out in the country somewhere.
Can I tell you what I've done with a P9 900 Nikon camera.
It's just about the curvature, is it?
Yeah, this is how it starts.
Yeah.
Here's my man. He's got a t-shirt and everything.
I got the t-shirt.
I can tell you more about
This is my drawing. This is my drawing. I used to believe in a globe up until 10 years ago. I was 47 years old, and then I came across the formula for curvature. If you weren't taught it in school, you probably still don't know the formula for curvature. But if you live on a globe, Pythagoras says there should be 8 inches per mile squared of curvature. Thanks.
I'm terrible in explaining and justifying.
Take my flyer.
Yeah.
This is one on the electromagnetic Earth, because actually it's electromagnetic.
What you do is informative. It's important to give people a different angle or perspective on what we've been told.
The big question in life is, what are we here for? What is the meaning of life? And if I've misled you about who you are and what you are, you will never discover the meaning.
Leave that aside. Speak about evidence that shows that this is not a globe.
So as I was saying to this young man here, was that the thing that started me on this journey was 8 inches per mile squared. 8 inches per mile squared of curvature is what the globe tells us that should be. So if you're standing on a beach at 10 miles away, what you're looking at should be 800 inches below your feet, according to the globe numbers, right? This is not my numbers, this is Pythagoras. So that means that a ship or a boat or whatever is always going to be invisible to you if it's less than 800 inches high. But when I grew up by the sea as a youngster, I used to look at things up the coastline many more miles away than 10 miles away, and I'd see these things as a kid. I never thought anything of it. But I was like, hang on a minute, how is it possible I could see these things if the water in the earth is curving like they say it is? So I started looking at this more, and you find out that Lake Bilikal in Russia freezes over, 300 miles long, and it's perfectly level. They make it an ice rink every winter. The Suez Canal, 120 miles long, perfectly level. The world record photograph over water, 400 kilometers, 450 kilometers in the Guinness Book of Records. How is that possible to see that if there's 8 inches per mile squared? Because by the time you get to 100 miles, we're starting to talk about hundreds of meters of bulging curvature. The American military have a gun called the rail gun. It's the fastest weapon in the world. It shoots out at like Mach 15. And they can paint a ship from 100 miles away with a laser and shoot a dart at that ship 100 miles over level water. You cannot see over the curve of the water.
Lasers don't go like this.
No. It has to be line of sight. And they admit that. It's a railgun, it's just going to shoot a dart. Boom.
Even snipers, like 4 miles, like shooting something.
Well, I had to do national service. I was a tanker in the army, and we could do targets at 2.5, 3 kilometers, and we were never taught to think about curvature. We were never
you wouldn't
taught
at that range though.
Well, as I said, it's 8 inches per mile squared, and you want to. So by the time you're at 2 miles, you're already talking about you're talking about 30 inches of curvature. Not only that, when it comes to this, is that if the Earth is spinning, they say that there's a Coriolis force that is twisting at about 30 miles a second or something, and so that should have an effect on my bullet leaves the cannon. And then the target is actually going to move away from where it was because of curvature.
Yeah,
because of Coriolis.
I get what you're saying, but again, you're speaking on the scale of a couple of kilometres compared to the radius of which is thousands of
You're
kilometres.
forgetting that I just gave you the example of 100 miles.
Yeah, but the lasers do fire straight, yeah, but there's no line of sight from 100 miles away. There's no line of sight.
They tell us that they can shoot a target 100 miles away.
Yeah, is it when it's a laser guided though? If you're from a plane high up and it's you've got this line of sight because you've got high altitude, that'd be possible.
So you agree that the higher you go, the further you can see?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the lower you go, the less far you can see.
Yeah. For example, if I stood if you go on top of the cliffs at Dover sometimes,
you can see France.
But if you're sea level, it's very, very hard to see France. Same with if you're looking at mountains. If you're looking at a mountain range,
I've got 2 here.
You'll be able to see it much higher than you would. You can see the top of the mountains.
That's
you
right.
can't
You can see the highest thing first.
But you can't see the flattening.
Yeah, when you drive towards a city, you'll often see the cathedral spire before you see the city itself.
Yeah, you would. Yeah.
And the crow's nest on a ship is intentionally put as high as possible because the higher you go, the further your range can see. However, if it's a curving ball, then the range of your vision should really be limited by the horizon. And they say that the horizon is about 3 or 4 miles away, and that's the point at which a ship is going over the horizon. So it shouldn't really matter once I've gone around the corner, doesn't matter how high you go, you won't be able to see me. So water is level. This is a matter of provable fact that every lake, as water always runs downhill, by the way, we all know that. But when the water comes down the mountain, it'll settle in a lake, it'll pool,
Yep.
and then it'll overflow that and run to the next pool. And that pool you can go and measure to be parallel to the one above it and to the one below it.
Flat.
So water's always level when at rest and undisturbed. And then, but not only that, you can take, I've done this myself, where you can take 4 cups of water, put them all at different angles, put them at different heights, and then to measure that they're parallel. You can take a measure and measure that they're all parallel to each other.
Yeah, of course.
So that's on the micro scale, but on the macro scale, coming down a mountain, they're all parallel to each other, all the lakes, all the way down to the sea.
They're parallel in the sense that they're parallel at a 90-degree angle to the centre of the Earth. They're parallel to that.
Well, I mean, we're taught to believe that there's this sort of, there's no up and down on the globe, and that it's all relative to a center mass. But that's theoretical. So when I've tried to prove that or disprove that, I can't find any evidence that would suggest to me, using a gyroscope, using a digital spirit level on an aircraft, that I'm actually changing my perpendicular at any point. In the 11-hour flight from Heathrow to Johannesburg, there's no point at which my perpendicular is changing. My nose stays up, the plane nose stays up about 2 degrees for 11 hours, and it's only a time of settling that it brings it down to a half a degree, and then we'll come back down to the ground.
Again, but that's relative to the Earth's gravity. You're going to get the same conservation momentum and the same angle of momentum all the way around.
That's what we're all told to believe. But there's lots of airline pilots who have been, someone's walked into the cockpit and said, hey, are you flying over a curve or is the Earth flat? Earth is flat. There's videos of pilots saying that. There's a good friend of mine, he's an airline pilot, commercial airline pilot. He's like, I've known the Earth is flat for at least 8 years, but I don't talk about it because it would cost me my job. A KLM pilot, lady KLM pilot, she does videos on it. She said, like, I started talking about it in the cockpit and they grounded me, because you're not allowed to talk about this stuff.
You lose your license.
I use this example. It worked really well with someone just now. Is that there's doctors who know that the vaccine that they gave people in 2021 is causing injuries. Have you come across that information yet?
I've come across information that there was a very, very small chance of getting blood clots from the AstraZeneca virus.
Okay, so there's
about
doctors,
1 in 100 million.
so there's cancer doctors and there's heart doctors who are saying, very famous ones, professors, who are saying, we're seeing myocarditis, we're seeing clots, we're seeing turbo cancers that we never had before. But if I talk about this in my job, I'll lose my job. So what keeps people in silence is to not say anything. Is 1, programming, and 2, if they do know it, they realize that it will cost them their job. So now we've discussed the water being level. You may not agree with me, but USGS, the United States Geological Survey, confirmed that the height difference between the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean is 9 inches. So you can travel all the way across America, nearly 3,000 miles, up and down the mountains and what have you, get to the other side, and the only difference is 9 inches. So if we were on a globe, there would have to be a lot of difference between that over 3,000.
Relative to what?
To mean sea level. So
the mean sea level, again, is sea level is level on the spherical Earth, and gravity pulls all the Earth's water together in one.
Okay, so
it's going to be level.
Okay, I understand the theory. Remember, I raised children to university level on the globe. I believed all of what you've just said. So the fact is that you can't physics can't demonstrate what you've just described. So if I can demonstrate a flat Earth model,
well, why
let
can't
me
physics
finish,
describe it?
please. If I can demonstrate a flat Earth model, but you cannot demonstrate this globe Earth model, then surely one of them, Occam's razor, suggests that the simplest one should be true, which is that I could take rocks, drop them into an Olympic swimming pool, where the rocks sit up above the water level, that would be my sea level, and then my height above sea level. I could put a magnet in the center of those rocks and sail my ships around all the continents and do all around the sail. I've looked at all the sailing that we do around the Earth, and all of it works, and it did for old sailors before the last 100, 200 years, is that they can sail all the way around the Earth using this magnetic north as and the stars as their point of reference, and they can sail around that. But we cannot physically, and if we could, I'd be like, okay, there's something to it. But we cannot physically model water sticking to the outside of the ball. We cannot physically model 3 bodies traveling around each other and meeting up in the same place. There is no computer yet that's been designed that can do the 3-body problem. It's easy enough to say, okay, let's just have Earth and Sun and the Sun, Earth going around the Sun and all that. But add the Moon and add 2 stars to it, computer's going to crash. It cannot do that. It cannot get Saturn to be in the same place in 12 months' time as it is now, all traveling at these distances and being where they are. So that's what we can see. Now, the spin of the Earth, right, is something that we can't prove. Let me just finish. The spin of the Earth is something, I'll get to it. The spin of the Earth is something that we cannot prove. We have to take it on belief. Now, a guy called George Airy, who was the astronomer royal in the mid-1800s, he was the main guy in the mid-1800s, 1865, he comes up with what they now call Airy's failure, which was to fill a telescope with water, and he said that if the Earth is spinning, I'll be able to detect that because of the way that the stars will move. And it failed, so they call it Airy's failure. Then 20 years later, they came up with the interferometer. And Michelson, Morley, and Gale, the French and British scientists, the best in the world, were doing experiments for more than 30 years into the early 1900s using the interferometer to prove that the Earth is spinning through space, or moving through space like they say it is. And they failed to prove that. So they kind of buried that, or they came up with, I believe, the Lorentz contraction to say that, well, the reason you can't measure it is because of the spin, the device is being contracted by the spin. So we can't prove that. If I asked you to point which direction we're spinning, you couldn't. If I asked you to show me how you could spin a bicycle wheel and get all the atmosphere to cling to the bicycle wheel and not get left behind, or to run around this park and take the same atmosphere with you that you started with, can't be done. But this idea that the Earth is, the only way you can do that is to put yourself in a car or an airplane in which you're in a sealed container.
So the classic is then, what's on the other side of the flat Earth?
Well, the truth is we don't know, and nor does humanity know what's beneath our feet. We've only drilled 8 miles into this Earth.
If we go right through the planet, we've got Pluto right down through the other side. They've got a map here.
Yeah.
And in Australia, we can close in on Saturn to the
on Saturn
on the east. No, but I got a thing here, right? And
I know that app.
So it's showing us Mercury and Venus right over there. But when we come down here, we're looking right through the planet.
Okay.
So there's Delta or whatever, and there's Saturn there. So you can zoom in. So right on the other side of the world.
I agree with you that in Australia they might be able to see Saturn right now.
Yep.
Okay. But I'm going to give you the example of being. This is my disco floor here.
Yeah.
All right. And above it, I've got like one of those mirror balls.
Yep.
And that mirror ball is turning once a day. And that mirror ball at the moment for the people in Oz is showing them Saturn. But later tonight, in like 12 hours time or whatever, it'll have come over my way and I'll be able to see it in Europe. So it's kind of just simply turning that. The people who gave us these apps are obviously designing them, whether they know it or not, based on the heliocentric model. However, so I don't disagree with the observations that we make and the stars that are in the sky. I disagree that there are rocks and gas giants. I think they're electromagnetic points of energy, and they're on a circuit, a predetermined circuit that even the Sumerians had, with their astrolabe, had designed computers, they call it, on a stack of disks to say this is how often they will come around and the speed at which they'll retrograde and the speed at which they'll come forward towards us, either in alignment with the speed of the sun or the moon. So I've got no problem with these things being here, and as the clock turns, then they'll come around to us.
So excuse me, is in this case, is the sun smaller than the Earth?
The sun is. So the sun is small on the flat Earth conception. The sun is small and local, not 90 million miles away and massive. And so the sun travels around this clock face. This is a 24-hour clock. And it travels around, let's just say it's here, and it travels around once every 24 hours. It can only illuminate half of the Earth, and in the winter months, it's all the way out here. So this is the equator, this green line here. So in the winter months, it's down in Capricorn. And so the people in England are only getting a low in the sky sun and not much daylight time at all.
Okay, and where's the moon? So would the moon be opposite side of the sun?
Well, I like to think of it like this, that the moon and the sun are in like a relay race. You know, like a 400-meter track and field track, yeah? So the sun and the moon are both running the same race. However, every time they come past the finish line or the start line after 400 meters, the sun has sped up or has caught up to the moon by about 12 degrees. So after 28, 29 days, it will overtake the moon. So that's all you get. Now, we get the full moon when they're at opposite, we get a new moon when they both come across the finish line at the same time.
Yes. How about a solar eclipse? How does that work then?
Well, this is another interesting one. So with the solar eclipse, we've never actually seen the body of the moon move in front of. We can't see a silhouette. Even now, today is a new moon to this day. And even now, you cannot go into the sky, even no matter what telescope you have, and find the moon. It is invisible to all science and has been for the 24 hours around the new moon. But with the eclipse, to answer the point of the eclipse, that it is my contention that there are other bodies, and this has been known by ancient cultures, there are two other dark bodies in the sky that we cannot see until they run in front of the moon or the sun. So the solar eclipse and the lunar eclipse are probably an occlusion. I can't say this for definite, but they're an occlusion. I don't think that it's necessarily the two bodies crossing over each other. I think far more likely that it's called Ketu and Rahu, which is what the ancient cultures called them. These dark bodies that are in the sky, and they every now and again, every year or twice a year in the case of the the solar eclipse, they run over each other, and then you get this eclipsing that happens.
So it's daytime there, that's day, yeah?
Yeah.
And this is night.
Yeah.
If it's flat, you've got line of sight of the sun, no?
Okay, so imagine you're in a stadium, football stadium, and I'm holding the light of one of these football stadium lights, and I'm only holding it 20 meters above the stadium. I'm thinking Wembley, a big stadium, right?
Yeah.
And I'm holding 20 meters above the stadium, and I'm kind of running it around.
Above the pitch or above the stadium? Sorry.
Well, I would say, let's just say like above at the roof level of Wembley. And I'm holding it there, and I'm in the east stand or whatever, and then I'm moving it over a course of 24 hours. The people who are on the west stand while it's in the east stand are in darkness. And that
so there's a roof over the flat earth then?
There is a roof.
So does the roof rotate with the sun?
Great question. I would say there's a fixed roof, but the body of stars that we call the Milky Way, and the galaxies and all of that are in their own moving disk, separate to the wandering stars, Venus, Mercury, Mars, and so on. They're on their own trajectory. They're not fixed to the roof. They do their own thing.
So there's a massive roof weighing hundreds and hundreds of trillions of tons over the Earth going around like that constantly?
No. So, well, I mean, I can't absolutely answer that question. What I can say vis-a-vis the roof question is that we live inside a pressurized system. We have a certain 1 bar of pressure in this atmosphere right now.
Yeah, I see that, yeah.
And in thermodynamics, the second law says in order to create pressure, you must contain the medium, you must contain the gas.
In ideal gas laws, yeah.
Sorry, brother. Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Flat earther, right?
Yes.
And that is flat.
All of it.
That is a flat earth, right?
Well, have you ever heard I used to believe in the ball, they say if you shrunk the ball down to the size when you shrunk the ball down to the size of a football, it would be smoother than a billiard ball.
No, that's fine.
So in terms of the flatness,
Yeah, but it's on the same plane.
Yeah,
it's on the same plane.
Realize I understand there are mountains.
No, absolutely, okay. But it's on the same plane.
Absolutely.
Yeah? And then there's the sun and a moon that sort of goes like this.
That's right.
To do.
They light the day, they light half of the earth.
In any mathematical model, if there's something up here, and there's somebody down there, and there's somebody down there, why can't you see the sun all the time?
I've just pointed that out when he had a roof.
Well, ask the question and walk away.
No answer, mate.
I have an answer.
He always does that.
It does cause anger.
Let's take a picture with you.
Yeah, of course.
That seems insane then, it's a
You
roof.
got the sun in front of us? Oh, you did.
Absolutely insane.
Sorry, I want to carry your t-shirt.
I mean, if you're there, you've got line of sight. You can see it. If it's a flat plane, you can see it.
I mean, you're wanting to jump over the example that I gave.
I'm trying to visualize it. I'm trying to understand it.
Okay, from our perspective, we take photographs of the sun inside the clouds. Yeah, we actually have photos of the sun playing with the clouds, and it's more clear with the moon that they're actually at that level for you as the observer. Now, how the sun works, we've all been programmed with this idea that it's a single blob. It's not that. I don't think it's that. And I'll give you the moon as an example, but let me just say this, that if the sun is only miles high, then for you to stand here and say, I could see the whole thing, no. It's all the way on this scale, it's pretty much touching the surface.
But you can still see it there because as by own admission, it's a perfectly level surface. No matter it's perfectly level, you will be able to see it if it's perfectly level.
Well,
Not necessarily. If you have a light bulb on a surface and that light bulb is quite close to whatever it is as height, and you have a vast area, that light is never going to reach the
Let me give you your villages or your town as an example. Your town has got street lights.
Yeah.
But those street lights are only relevant to you when you're within 100, maybe 200 meters of them. When you're a mile away from that, you don't even know that there's a street light off in the distance.
Good point. 2 points though. First of all, street lights are millions and millions of times dimmer than the sun. The sun is exponentially trillions of times.
Again, that's based on the belief that it's 90 million miles.
Let me finish. Second point is that obviously they're very low down. You've got buildings in the way. The sun, you've been in the plane, haven't you?
Yeah, many times.
So you've been in a plane, that's 35,000 feet.
Yeah.
The sun, if you look in the window, the sun's still miles and miles and miles in the air. So it's
maybe
got to be
miles, yeah.
It's got to be at least tens, maybe probably more close to 100 miles high in the air.
Okay, I'm going to explain now. I want to get to the moon as my example of how high it is. Because one of the things you have to be comfortable with as a flat earther is that there's a lot we don't know. When I was in the religion of heliocentrism, I was just willing to accept that what the guys on the TV, the scientists, the astrophysicists and theoretical physicists told me was true, which is that, there's dark matter and there's things that are a billion miles away.
Dark matter is a hypothesis, it's not a theory.
Yeah. Well, hypothesis is a theory, it's an idea.
No, a scientific theory is different to a hypothesis.
Okay, let's not get into semantics right now. Let me give you the moon.
It's very clear. There is a very clear definition between the two.
Okay, let me give you the moon as an example. So, in 2 weeks' time, we'll have a full moon. You can go out when it's cloudy and look outside of your house and realize that the moon is creating a hot spot where you live. And as you look further down the cloud bank, assuming you've got a bit of a range, you'll notice that the clouds get darker and darker away from you. Yes? This is what we've all seen in our lives.
The reflection of the moon, the light of the moon, is it the sun?
Let me finish this point, my brother.
When you measure the temperature of the shade of the moon and where the moon is lighting, then there is where the shade is I think it's cooler than where the lights is.
That's right. He's making the point about the moon being a cold light rather than a hot light. So it's not reflecting heat.
Light is from the sun.
You can go into the shadow of the moon. You can go into the shadow of the moon and find that it's warmer than it is in the direct moonlight. People have done this. I've done this with a digital laser thermometer. Anyway, my point on the moon is this: that you see a hot spot over your head, over your village, wherever you happen to be. Where your friend is 10, 20 miles away from you, it appears as though the clouds are dark. Now you ask him to go outside and take a picture or even just make an observation of the moon, and he will tell you that actually it's only bright where I live, back where you live is dark. So the moon and the sun, the point I'm looking to make here is that the moon and the sun are a perception or a point of energy that each individual observer creates uniquely, which is why you give the moon, because it's such a killer example of that. Because if you took, as using your example, take a big bright light, shine it on a sheet, that whole sheet will be white. Yeah? But that's not what you're seeing with the moon. We're seeing a hot spot for me, a hot spot for my mate 10 miles away, and then further down the line, someone else will say it's only a hot spot for me, it's dark where you guys
are. Can I mention one thing about flights?
Yeah.
Getting direct flights from Buenos Aires to Cape Town or to Melbourne. If it is a globe, then the distance should be closer and the direct flight should be available.
That's right.
Why then not available, like you have to fly from Buenos Aires to somewhere in Europe, then go to Melbourne?
That's a great question. I used to, when I was a youngster coming up, the Argentinian rugby team used to come over to South Africa for a Tri-Nations rugby tournament, right? Yeah. And they would fly them, instead of flying them from Buenos Aires to Johannesburg, they fly them to London and then back down again. That makes no sense. Now you can take a globe with a piece of string from Johannesburg to Heathrow. That's 11 hours. We know that. I've flown it many times. Then you can take that same piece of string and run it to Buenos Aires. You'll find that it's a shorter distance now that they have a flight there, but it's 14 hours. It's a longer flight, and yet the distance on the globe is less.
The flat model,
it makes sense.
It makes sense.
It's why why they've made Dubai
from Buenos Aires.
Yeah, it's why they've made Dubai a hub.
Somewhere here.
It's why they made Dubai a hub, because it's actually like the joining point for so many places.
Otherwise, if it's a globe, you should fly direct from here to Melbourne.
Yeah.
Bang bang. The distance.
There's lots of flights that kill that. In fact, there's a guy who wrote a book about 15 emergency landings that kill the globe.
Yeah.
So you're saying there's no direct flights from Cape Town to
Not a
Buenos Aires?
chance. I give you $1 billion.
I want to verify that. I want to verify.
Well, no, I think there may be now. But my point is that because I went and looked in the early days of my flat Earth discovery, I could not find a flight. But recently, about a year ago, I went and looked and I found a flight, but it was 14 hours.
Yeah. You cannot fly.
Got two questions for you. So is that Australia over there then?
This is a very rough conception, but yes, this is Oz. That's New Zealand.
So is the South Pole like a big? Like,
This is what the Antarctic ice ring that Captain Cook spent 3 years sailing around, 65,000 miles, they say.
The distance of
65,000 miles he sailed, 3 years.
And he
It can't be
measured the
12,000
distance,
miles
which
if it
is
took him
not
3
like
years.
Whatever would be.
What was your question, young man?
Oh,
longer journey to go around.
So I can't remember my.
That's all right. You know the Under Armour logo, I think for me, is hiding the truth of the flat Earth. It's all electromagnetic, and we live in that space there in the middle.
Can I ask you this question? What's the point of making people believe that it's a globe?
Control, and to hide the Creator, to hide that we
Bang,
are.
man.
To hide that we are.
That is why.
Are you paying him?
To hide that we
He's like
are.
your hype man here.
I gather information.
It happens every now and again, and more. I've been coming out since 2018, but it happens more and more. Yes.
So, gravity. We believe gravity exists because
That's right.
of the big mass.
Yeah.
I've heard some flat earthers. I'm not sure if all of them believe this, but do you believe that gravity exists because we're accelerating constantly?
Not at all. I think that's rubbish. But not only that, let me just clarify your own science. That the mass attracting mass has been superseded by Einstein.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Einstein says we're bending time and space.
Yep.
The warping of time and space is what gives us our gravity. So what I tell people is that it's all about buoyancy and density or displacement. So you weigh 70 kilograms or whatever you weigh right now because you are standing in thin air, very thin air. But if you had to get in a swimming pool and stand on a scale, you know that you would probably weigh 2 kilograms if the scale was on the bottom of the swimming pool. Because you would float, because you are buoyant, you are displacing more water than you weigh. That's why a ship will float on the sea, because it's displacing water. Not because it's being attracted down, but it's because it's displacing water to hold it up.
The way that I've been taught, the way that I've understood it, is that if something is less dense, so it's feeling the force of gravity less than something else, it will be less displaced by that thing. So therefore, the ship floats above the water rather than below.
So I agree with everything you said, except because of the word gravity. So if something is less dense, it floats, and if something is more dense, it sinks.
But the question is, why are things floating or sinking to begin with? As in, why is a dense object being forced or feeling a force towards the center of the Earth?
Well, or to the floor. Yeah, for me, it's to the floor. It's simply because I'm heavier than the amount of air that I'm displacing. So do you know, this is interesting, that recently I flew from Cape Town, South Africa, to Johannesburg. But I had to check my luggage in twice. Yeah, I had to check, and the scales that they use at the airport are very, very precise. And they use the same scale in Johannesburg as they use in Cape Town. Yes, all in the same country. But I put my suitcase on, and it was 20 kilograms in Cape Town, and it was 200 grams heavier in Johannesburg. But I never unpacked it. I just took it off the plane and put it there. When I was a kid in school, they told us that, by the way, you will be heavier when you get to Johannesburg because it's 1,000 meters up. And that's because the air is thinner. Therefore, I'm displacing less mass or less air when I'm in that environment. It's not that gravity. I'm not further away from the center of the Earth or whatever. Just simply that I'm displacing less.
Sorry to cut you off. When you say that the air is thinner and that's why you weigh less, I think they've done geographical surveys on the globe model, which you of course disagree with, but they found that certain areas of the mantle, so underneath the Earth's core, is less dense, therefore you feel less gravity in certain parts of the Earth. So I think in the middle of the Indian Ocean, for example, on top of Sri Lanka, the force of gravity is weaker, and they believe this is because there's obviously a less dense...
I'm glad you used the word believe. You know why? Because we've only drilled 8 miles into the Earth. That's as far as we've been, and when they did that, it's called the Polar Deep in Russia. The Americans and the Russians did it in the 90s. And when they did it, they used to say, all right, we're at 5 miles now, what we are ground penetrating radar is telling us we're going to come across this next, and then come across something else. So what's beneath our feet, below 8 miles, and the mantle and the crust and all of this stuff is all made up pseudoscience. We don't really know what's beneath our feet. But I totally...
You don't need to do a manual observation to know what's there. There are other ways to monitor it. For example, sonic. Yeah. So it's ultrasound. You fire... I did a master's degree using ultrasound, measuring pipelines, okay? You can use sounds to very, very accurately map solid objects.
Okay, but if you've never been there, like, okay, I can obviously, we've cut open the human body, cadavers and that kind of thing, and so when we sonar a living person, we can say, okay, we know that 3 inches in we're going to find this. We know that 4 inches in we're going to find this. Why? Because we've been able to explore that. But otherwise, if you've never explored it, you're going to go, okay, let's assume that if we get this return, it's this, or if we get that return, it's that.
That's not an assumption. I'll explain why. So sound travels at different velocities through whatever material it's going through. For example, through steel, it's about 5 kilometers per second. But the denser the material, the closer the atoms are together, the easier sound can propagate, the quicker it travels.
I won't disagree with you, man.
And you can fire a sound wave into the earth, and different parts of the wave, they slow down or speed up depending on where they go. And when they bounce back again, the quicker or slower they bounce back, you can tell the exact density of what's there. You know the density, you know the material. You can map the size. So not only can you get the shapes and the sizes, you know the density, you know exactly what material it is as well. You know the minerals. You can get so much. You don't have to manually drill down and have a look around to know what's down there. There are ways, there are methods we've employed to know what's underneath.
Okay, well, let's just say I used to believe that. I don't anymore. You know, when I grew up, I was given this kind of like gobstopper idea of...
What part don't you believe in, sorry? What aspect of I said don't you believe in?
Well, that we're saying that we've gotten a certain return from, let's say, 100 miles down.
Yeah.
Right? You believe that we can return information from 100 miles down.
It's not crystal clear with everything, but we can return a decent amount of information to what's down there. How far down the mantle is,
but until,
what materials are there.
With respect, until we actually go there, we can't verify that.
You can't, okay. If you know, we know the density of materials, that's a fact.
What if it's a different material though? What if you're getting like a completely different material?
Because each element is a different weight. So
why can't we drill below 8 miles?
Because the heat caused the drill bit issues. I read the whole whole in Russia thing, why they ran into issues.
Yeah, so the point is, that's fine, I get it. So that's my point is that we're getting into sort of heat and other variables that become like they change the equation. So I'm going to say,
but you can account for that. The metal expands when it gets hot.
Let's say we can't come to an agreement on whether we can or cannot survey 100 miles beneath our feet. So to your point, we don't know what's beneath our feet. They used to tell us that our gravity came from, our magnetism came from the iron core at the center. Turns out when you superheat iron, it loses all its magnetic potential. So again, that's one of those things that we can't.
Depends on the strength of the sound waves used.
We can't actually prove. We have to take it on hearsay or belief.
So when sound propagates through minerals, every time it bounces atoms, it loses energy slowly, and then it's got an inverse square effect. Which means the further it goes out, the more energy it loses. So the inverse square law. Earthquakes, for example, go through the entire Earth. They rebound through the Earth's crust multiple times. We can't.
Promoting your theory or
promoting the globe.
Earthquakes on a large scale.
People to believe
that we live on a globe.
Is it a flat Earth that you're explaining?
Well, the question is really normally asked, like, why would they lie about the shape of the Earth?
Getting signals in North America.
Would you agree that's the question you'd like to answer?
No, you said something. Why do you want to make people believe this is it flat Earth that you are promoting, or So what's the purpose of your promoting the belief of flat Earth?
Okay. Well, it's not a belief, right? For me, it's about leaving the belief of the globe, leaving the idea that we're evolved monkeys living on a spinning ball. Because if it's true that we've been lied to about the shape of the Earth, we've never been to the moon, that the space programs of China, of Russia, and America are all a hoax, if that's true, that means that all governments in the world are working together, colluding to deceive mankind, to trick us out of our God-given heritage, that we are the inheritors of the earth, and there should be no master above you, but you and God. So in this heliocentric version of the world, I'm glad you're recording, in this heliocentric version of the world, we believe that we came from apes, that we should have a king or a queen, and somebody telling us how to live our lives, somebody taxing us for all of our energy. So for me, it's about freeing the soul, because
we are controlled or defined by others, rather than your self-understanding, or like we say, you need to connect with source and have your inner knowledge, inner being, inner higher self to know the truth.
Correct. And it might be that this is true. Firstly, Earth was created, because if it's a flat Earth, it was designed by something, someone, God, whatever you want to call it. It also means that you are an emissary of that, or you are an emissary of your higher self, which suggests the idea that you were set here, you sent yourself here to come in this body to have an experience for your soul enrichment. And your soul is never going to be enriched when you are being lied to by those that you trust. Until you realize that you are a divine essence of whatever God is, you are a divine essence of that, you are never going to fully, truly live your life correctly. Like I say to people, if your ship comes out of the dry dock, a new ship, but as it comes out of the dry dock, someone takes a 10-pound hammer and smashes you in the keel at the bottom of the ship, you're always going to be off course. You're never going to find your true course that your higher self designed for you to have for your lifetime, for this experience now. And so the question is that if they are lying about the globe, they're lying about it for a big reason. They haven't made this up just for fun. They made it up over a century, maybe 2 centuries. They've been designing this deception to get mankind to go to war with each other, but maybe, like the Christians or others will say, is like there's Satan here. And Satan is controlling this world in order to steal your soul. Which is why I put on my flyer here. Free your soul. Realize your soul purpose. Which is what I believe we're here to do, is to realize our soul purpose, which we can never do while we're living in a deception. Hello, sir. Yes.
Malaysian Airlines.
Would you like a flight?
MH21.
We can't prove that the Earth is spinning. We can't, honestly. And actually, when you measure water, it's always level, whether it's in a cup, swimming pool, a lake, always level. Suez Canal, level. 100 miles and level. There's a lake in Russia called Bilikal, and they ice skate on it every winter. 300 miles long, perfectly level. The salt flats, you can go on the salt flats in Bolivia, and you can walk away from your friend, and after a mile he won't be able to see you. He'll say you've gone over the curve, but they are the flattest part of the earth. Yeah. I've got something on the electromagnetic universe as well, because I believe we are electromagnetic. Ma'am, you might find this interesting. We are electromagnetic beings. That's some of my thoughts on that. There's a great app. You can get all the best information on that.
Listen, I want to tell you something. You can listen. In the Quran. Yeah. In the Quran, there's many verses that really say that the earth is flat. And also there's verses that say that nothing gets out of this.
Awesome. Well, I had Muslims disagreeing with me just now. When I was 12 years old...
Some Muslims would disagree.
Yeah, but there are Muslims who are flat earthers.
I could show you. You know the black dude that was here before you came back? Yeah. He's Muslim. And we pulled out the verse in the Quran that says, يا معشر الجن والإنس إن استطعتم أن تنفذوا من أقطار السماوات والأرض لا تنفذوا. Anything that tries to get out of the space, through the sky, through whatever, the dome, it's impossible.
Yeah, it'll be destroyed. It cannot get out.
It's impossible.
We cannot get out. Now, I was a 12, 14-year-old child having lots of Bible study as a kid, and I used to tease the preacher and go, why is the Bible so out of touch? It says the earth is flat, blah, blah, blah. The Bible is all over the flat earth. Oh, damn. Thank you. The Bible is all over the flat earth. Thank you. Thanks very much. Appreciate it. So I think, let me tell these folks before they walk away. I think that the reason why this is important, why I spend my Sundays and some of my free time going around trying to tell people this, is because the truth is that you are the center of the universe. You are the center of creation. That whatever God is, and I'm not selling any God or any religion today at all, but whatever the higher consciousness is that it's expressing itself through you. That when you die and this life ends, you go back to that higher self. There's no punishment whether you do or do not, learn this information. But I think that there's a trick that they're trying to trick our souls into some kind of control, and it may be negative for your higher self. It may be that it sets back your higher self from learning something else. I was an atheist age 47. 2015, I had I'll describe it as a near-death experience. 7 minutes later, the first words when I could speak was, "It's true, there's a God." Because what I saw and experienced was that I am something much higher, something much eternal, something eternal, and something that's invincible. Nothing here in this life can harm your higher self. No atom bomb, no nothing. You can go through any sort of turmoil, you will go back to your higher self. But we are being deceived by the people who run the world to go to war with each other, to pay vast amounts of taxes, pit brother England against Germany or whatever your flavor. And rather than allow us to kind of live in harmony as we are all equal, created equal by one loving entity, one loving creator. I was atheist. My dying mother in 2011 could not get me to accept that there was anything more. 4 years later, I had my ass so badly kicked. The second thing I said was, why isn't every 16-year-old getting this experience? And the third thing I said was, I need to go and learn everything again, because I knew nothing up until this point. Nothing. And so then I was willing to go and look at Flat Earth in 2015, because I'd heard about it. I knew about 9/11 and all these other things that are going on to trick the world. And I'd even been to war myself as a kid in Angola in 1987. But I was willing to go and look at Flat Earth because of like, damn, we're not even flesh. And this material avatar that you see in front of you is not actually meat. It's actually light. Everything is frequency. This world is electromagnetic. And it's beautiful. And it's created for us. But we are at war with ourselves and war with others.
Who creates it?
That's a great mystery. Let's say Allah, God, whatever, Mother Nature, yeah, the Creator, the Most High,
the copyright's owner.
I don't choose fate because I realize that if I choose a name, or first
no,
I
the
know,
Creator.
Yeah,
is a good name.
But once I get into a club, then I'm like against the other guys. Whereas I try and go, you know what, I don't need to be in a club because we are all in the same club. We just want to subdivide ourselves by England, Germany.
That is part of the game. They divide people, you this, you that.
Divide and conquer, divide and rule.
So they like everybody's fighting.
That's what we got.
Great thing for very few. They benefit of the fact that people are divided. Divide and conquer. And if the Romans said, Vini Vici, Vini Vidi Vici. And it's a very successful game. Still working today.
Yeah, maybe Rome never died. It just morphed into something else. As Lao Tzu says, if you want to defeat your opponent, you've got to look like him. You've got to immerse yourself in him, behave like him, and then trick him. And I believe that we are all under some great trick. One is what you were saying about I can control you, I can make you pay to go somewhere or whatever, lock you down, all these kinds of things. I can do that to you. But more importantly, I can own your soul. I think I don't like to talk in terms of Satan and devil and stuff like that, but I keep on the table the idea that there is a dark entity that is trying to hold your soul back, restrain your soul from soul growth.
We want people to stop believing that there is an entity that created us on this planet.
And that we are the king and the queen. We are the expression of the Most High,
absolutely,
of the Creator. We are that. We should not be paying fealty and bending knee to governments or royalty or all these sorts of things.
Oh, hang on a minute, you're going too far now.
No, yeah. You go onto my YouTube channel and you will see me talking about these subjects ad infinitum.
I'm going to check your podcast.com.
Well, this is a friend's podcast. It's not mine, unfortunately.
Okay.
But I'm just promoting it. Thanks for your time. I appreciate your attention.
Don't tell anybody because you're going to...
And think for yourself. I'm not trying to push anything on you. Keep an open mind.
Look it up.
Give me nuts.
Secrecy.
Oh, right.
No, seriously,
Yeah, I know you.
listen, I've been through this, and I
I
had
appreciate
to.
your input.
I had to isolate myself and like search myself alone, without my kids, without my girlfriend, without. It's important because when you do that and you start sharing that information with people, people get lost. They're like they lose their minds. How the hell can you have this and too many questions? And in fact, you know, when you look at many evidences, you know, the laser beam thing, the water level, the horizon level is always at the
rises to eye level.
Yeah, it's never. These things never change, but they are like the truth in plain sight. So it's all there, but you can't see it because you always use what we've been brainwashed for. You always measure it to You always measure it to. Well, how could this be? Because if it is a globe, then this does not make sense. So it's just my illusion. I'm just thinking that this or that. But it is, you know, as I mentioned to you in the Quran, God describes how He created the earth, and He said He flattened it. He Himself says, "I flattened this earth, and I put mountains as pegs to hold it." And He says in many verses, He says that it's a stable thing. It's not a moving thing. But some Muslims deny that because they want to be on the same narrative as NASA, as the modern world. So they don't want to have any major...
So they might be good Muslims, but deceived.
No, they're deceived. Well, I was. So were you. We of course. So just a few centuries ago, I was telling that guy over there, just a few centuries ago, I don't know, maybe 3-4 centuries, everybody believed that it was flat. Then at some point, this heliocentric came along, and anybody who says no, they kill them. That's it. It's just like, you know, whatever. I mean, in Europe, there was like anything you say against their narrative, they will fucking hand you on a stick and burn you.
Heliocentrism is like sun worship.
So everybody was scared. Yeah, whatever you say, yeah, I believe it. That's it. You know, you said that, I'm with you. Who cares at the end of the day whether it's a fucking globe or it's flat? You can't really. It's not the significance of that in everyone's life. It's no big deal. But the point is that to make people that if there is many planets with many creatures, then you are insignificant. Then there is no God.
It's the lie that matters.
That's what they want. They don't want to tell you that, but they want you to think like, well, if there is many lives and many planets and whatever, you're gonna come to that conclusion yourself. There's no God. They're not gonna tell you, well, we're trying to tell you that there's no God, but you know, Satan,
yes.
He tells you, he comes to you in a very good way, the way you love. He doesn't come to you like, do. He comes to you in the way you love. The way you're like, oh man, this is beautiful.
You've got to cover the poison in sugar.
Then you find, before you wake up, you find yourself it's too late. You're gone. And to recover from that may be impossible because you only get one shot in life. You don't have two shots. As time goes, like, you know, one shot. So, you know, I mean, like, I'm glad to see you here because most of the time it's just about religion, which is, you know, something, as I said, you know, you said that some Muslims come to you and say, no, the earth is round, and again.
And might as well believe in evolution.
And they pull out things because when the Big Bang, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, God said, وَفَتَقْنَاهَا وَفَتَقْنَا السَّمَاء from the earth. But it doesn't mean that these people, the Muslims, they use that as the Big Bang. But what God described in His verses is that He made the land, then with the water, the power of water, He pulled that water, which is
separated the water,
which is the globe, the dome. And He described the dome. It's got 7 layers.
7 heavens.
And in fact, you know, the military have been testing a lot of nuclear bombs and big bombs in the sky. They're trying to pierce the dome.
Operation Fishbowl.
And also there was I seen a video of some people sending a camera with a rocket all the way in the sky, and it's like, and it hits something and stopped. Right there.
Go fast rocket as well.
It does not, nothing gets out. So God says in the Quran, يا معشر الجن والإنس. He's addressing humans and the jinn. All of the creatures that he created. If you try to get out of this space, you will not. You can try, but you will not get out.
Hillary Clinton is on record saying we try to break the highest, hardest ceiling, and we cannot.
They have been doing it for years. They never fucking succeed. They never succeed. They still fail. They know it's impossible. But they tell you we're going on the moon. You know, we filmed it. We got a fucking
Voyager is
we had
billions of miles away.
jeeps on the moon going. Hey! And it's incredible, and people believe that. People want to believe that. People are like
because they trust the wrong authority.
They
not
want
God.
to believe something. Wow, look at where humans have gone. Where humans have, you know, that what they reached. Even the pictures of fucking. You got a picture of some planet. They tell you it's like 4 million away from. How do you get that picture with high resolution? Looking like, and there may be water. There may be. Well, it's bullshit, and people believe that, and they hang a big poster in their rooms, like mostly young people, like the young kid who was here. I bet you go to his bedroom, you find like
NASA,
NASA, this and that, because they think they're gonna be cosmonauts or whatever. I said to him, you go to NASA, I'll get you there to buy you a trip to NASA, and ask them some serious questions about that. You know.
NASA is like a religion, I'm afraid.
Of course
it's like
it is.
a new
It's
religion.
a cult. It's a cult. And even the guy who puts the pictures together of the planet Earth, he himself said it's a collage. We don't have one shot of the full body.
Robert Simmons.
Yeah. And I was telling the kid, look, I can't take a picture of your body, the full body, by taking the shoulder, this, that, and then later put it on. I can just come here and take a picture. Why not? If I have the means to go into space,
I should
why
take a
can't
single
I
photo.
go far away? Many questions. We don't see the other side of the moon. They gave us a picture which is like just whatever they made up, but we can't see it really. Or they said because it's a satellite, it goes with the Earth. You don't have any means to go to the other side and show us them. You show us pictures of planets that are like fucking zillion years ago, far away from the planet, but you don't, you know, what camera took that picture? How far was that camera went, and how does it transmit back to you? No, it's a satellite. It's a telescope. Really? The telescope can see what 4 million years, 5, 10 million years away. And people believe that. People, you know, they want to believe this kind of. I don't know how to say. It's like a dream. It's like you want to believe in that fakery. You rather believe in the fantasy than the reality. You know, you're scared of reality.
Santa Claus.
Yeah, because exactly. They believe in Santa. Like when you're a kid, you believe in Santa Claus, you know, and you know you think it exists until sometime. But even when it hits you and you know it doesn't exist, you don't make a big deal of it. You don't want to look like a fool. You don't make a big issue of it. Like, oh, they made me believe in fucking Santa Claus. I hate you, mom, dad, system, TV, whatever. Who to blame?
Yeah. Because everybody thinks it's okay.
So when you have your kids, you do the same to them. Because you have no events that makes your kid feel happy and bubbly. Listen, it's a fucking. Honestly, I'm glad you said that you believe now. But I'll give you another advice. Read the Quran.
Yeah, I was given one last week.
Read the Quran.
Yeah.
You know why I'm saying this? Because Muslims, I'm telling true Muslims, we believe in all prophets, because all prophets came with the same message. All they said, there's only one God. They didn't tell you about the flat earth. God says that in his books.
I mean, they probably didn't even come into their mind because everybody understood that the earth was what it was.
The prophets were not in charge of saying that. They were charged of saying to people believe in one God and believe that I am his prophet, whoever was that, Abraham or Moses or whatever. They want you to believe and respect the commandments that this prophets, because they are messengers. In the Quran, God tells the prophets, you're only a messenger. I didn't send you to be an authority on my subjects. You're a messenger. I told you to bring the message to this place. That's all you should do. And that's what they say, the prophets.
I connect with that.
That's all they say. It's up, and also it's up to you to whether embrace it or not. Because God tells you, okay, you embrace it, fine, you're going to be looked after. If you don't, I'm going to punish you. Sorry, I'll take this one.
Thanks for the chat.
We'll talk again. One, brother. Nice.
break away a moment, get some water. I hope you guys are enjoying this. I certainly am. And so, thank you for thumbs up. And obviously you can't keep up with everyone out there is begging the question of outer space. Yeah, he's begging the question. Absolutely right. Thing is, when you believe it so much, it's real. Tell a 5-year-old who's been inculcated with Santa Claus that Santa Claus is not real. It'll hurt them. It'll affect them, and they'll be angry with you. Yeah, thanks for putting the link in there, honey, for PayPal, and give us some support if you can. This is so important, and as you can see from the conversations today, we're gaining traction. Flat Earth truth is growing, and given time, it'll go further. But we do need people out here breaking spells. You know, we need people out here breaking the spell, breaking the belief.
From the age of 4.
But I see people
to heaven.
Amen.
When you
Hi guys, I got a flyer for you today. Some information about the true nature of our Earth. You know that, do you have a religion at all?
I do. It's Christianity.
Okay. I read the Bible as a kid, and I used to joke with the preacher that the Bible says the Earth is flat and unmoving, and why does science tell us that we live on a globe? Of course, I went on and believed in the globe. When I discovered that there is a formula for the curvature of water on the globe, 8 inches per mile squared, none of us get taught that, I realized that as a child I'd seen things in the distance over water that killed this idea that water is curving or bending. So physically, we cannot demonstrate water to be curving or bending. God created the earth unmoving, and God set a firmament, a roof above us. This is all in the Bible. So this idea that we evolved from monkeys and we had to wait for a big bang to allow fish to turn into man is complete aberration or complete diminishing of God's intention to create us perfect, equal, and as inheritors of God's earth, not slaves.
Could it be that you're just misinterpreting what the Bible says? Because, you know, like the verses that talk about the firmaments, the pillars, the four corners, they were for like not very science literate people.
That's what I was taught.
So it was just described in a way that would, you know, help them understand or how they phrase things.
Yeah, so I used to repeat
so for us, it's different.
Yeah, so I used to repeat that same idea, that's we're misinterpreting it.
Okay.
And I became an atheist actually.
Okay.
And then when I found all of this, I realized that no, this has been created on purpose by design, by a designer. So I went back to the Bible, re-evaluated it, and Christians who are flat earthers have found 200 verses that affirm that the earth is not moving, that it's flat, that there's a roof, that God in Job set it out like a stamp, like the earth is like flat, like a stamp.
Yeah, but like A is a simile.
Not like a ball.
It's a simile, right? So it doesn't imply. So when you're describing a thing with a simile, it's non-literal.
Well, when I look down on the stamp and I look down on the crickets or the grasshoppers, if I'm God looking down on it, it makes a lot more sense than if it's a ball.
So potentially, a stamp is something that is stable, set in stone. So our Earth doesn't break into pieces and fly up into space. So maybe the analogy there that is being described isn't the shape of the Earth, but the stability of the Earth. Like for example, a stamp is like a signature, right?
Like a 2D thing.
So the Earth bears God's signature. All right. So it's all about how you want to interpret these things.
Okay,
so you have to be sure that your interpretation tradition is the correct one, because as you know, in the Bible, for example, God is called a rock.
Yeah.
Right? In the metaphorical sense. But we can understand that God isn't a like inanimate objects, right? So maybe we should apply the same criteria to those 200 verses you said. Maybe.
Are you as critical of the theory of gravity as you are about what I just said?
Critical about it in what sense? Like Newtonian gravity or the more so modern gravity?
Either.
Huh?
Either.
I have no problem in recognizing that there is something that, for lack of a better term, attracts objects of a smaller mass to objects of a larger mass.
Have you ever demonstrated that for yourself?
Sorry?
Have you ever demonstrated that?
I take the fact that I don't fly up into space as good enough evidence.
Well, I mean, you're begging the question that there is space, but let me put it to you like this.
I'm assuming so based on observation, sure. Why not?
Let me put it to you like this. If we had to fill Hyde Park in London with 100 meters of water, would we stay on the floor or would we float up?
Well, that's to do with buoyancy now.
That's all that gravity is. That's all that gravity is. It's buoyancy and density.
Okay, so
in this place, oh, absolutely, absolutely.
So
gravity is just buoyancy and density.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Just buoyancy and density.
Yeah. Displacement. Okay, so a helium balloon. Let it go. It's going to float up. Why?
Because helium is lighter than air.
Are you lighter than air?
No.
No. So that's why you are standing on the floor. You are heavy. You are lighter. You are about 100 kilograms. You are lighter than the water you displace in the swimming pool. Hence why you will float in the swimming pool. Particularly your lungs are full of air. You will float in the swimming pool because you are displacing less weight or less mass than you weigh. That's why a ship floats, because it's displacing a greater amount of water than the weight of the ship and its cargo. So that's where, I was 47 before I let go of my belief for my religion, and for me, the reason why I come out and tell you this is because I believe that it demeans God entirely.
I don't think it does, actually. Think about it in this capacity.
I'm just telling you what I think.
So I've heard people who express your idea, right, that science demeans God. Actually, I think the opposite. To show how complicated the universe is, but how it still somehow functions in a stable manner. If anything, actually proves God more so than than this very archaic thinking that the Earth is flat and that like gravity is just like the effect of water
you sound
with the
like you got an
model.
American accent, is that right?
Well, potentially, but that doesn't distract from the point.
No,
like
no.
surely.
What I want to bring you is that we're all taught to believe that go back 300-400 years, and people were really simple horse and cart kind of people.
That's not what I said. I said the view is archaic.
No, well, the idea that ancient cultures, the Sumerians and so on, were simple people is a deception.
That's not what I'm saying.
No one said this.
That's not what I'm saying. I am not referring to the Sumerians. I'm not referring to the Greeks.
When we look at our cathedrals today, that were built 700 years ago by these archaic people, we look at them in wonder.
Not making that claim.
These were people that had.
I'm not making that claim.
So,
that's not my claim.
All right, let me take you to the astrolabe.
So
the astrolabe is thousands of years old.
You've moved two times now. We've had two topics, and you keep moving away from them.
Also,
right?
mentioned the Big Bang at the beginning, which you never addressed.
Which question? Which question?
At the beginning, you pertain to the Big Bang and the flat Earth on the same topic.
So do you believe in evolution? Can I just clarify whether you believe in evolution?
In a sense, sure. In a sense. Not in the Darwinian sense.
Okay, so monkeys didn't become man. You don't.
Sorry?
Oh, come on! You're grasping at straw man.
No. Well, no. This is all to do with Big Bang.
I think what you've just done is a literal like straw man. So evolution isn't just simply monkeys become men.
I'm simplifying it.
That is a theory. That's a common.
That's macroevolution. Yeah. Microevolution is speciation, where a species will develop. Where one can feed, or a beak that's longer can survive, so its offspring will survive. So the beaks tend to get longer on those birds. That's called speciation. We understand that. That was what Darwin was originally finding, right?
Sure, yeah.
But macroevolution, where fish become marsupials. Marsupials survived the 65 million years ago, dinosaurs getting wiped out, all that stuff. That's macroevolution. Now, macroevolution is to demean God's intention. Yeah.
I don't think even that demeans God's intention.
Yeah.
I don't think it does. So I think the people who I hear who have your style of thinking, if we hold that God is omniscient, He knows everything, right? Nothing that we can discover or critique or say is going to surprise God. Okay? So appealing to an alternative understanding of the universe and our world and our history isn't going to make God more powerful.
The Hebrew conception of the world was that it was flat, by the way.
I can't say that for certain.
Oh, absolutely.
Because,
back in the 1950s, prior to the 1950s, Bibles had this sort of flat earth Hebrew conception with a roof and so on. It's on my flyer.
Yeah, this
is the Hebrew conception.
So I think you're reading into the conception incorrectly. They understood it that way for reasons of analogy. Right?
No.
Like for example, for example,
actually.
Jesus speaking to the disciples says in relation, to the disciples and the Pharisees, in relation to them saying that He is casting out demons using the power of a devil. He says a house divided against itself cannot stand. How many houses do we know that are divided against themselves?
The whole world.
No, a building. How many house buildings get divided amongst themselves?
Well, I think of the
house. It doesn't happen. It's an analogy.
No, I think of the house.
Same thing.
I think of the house as the African, the European, the South American. I think of these as houses.
Right, but you see how you're applying interpretation.
Let me finish. That I guess as Christians, you may believe that this is Satan. That we're living in the time of Satan, or that this is Satan's. We're living under the realm of Satan at the moment. No?
So far as there is sin is pervasive, sure.
Okay, so if it's true, like the Bible says, is that there will be a reign of Satan. There will be a reign of evil.
This doesn't relate.
That will divide man from man, woman from woman, pit us against each other, get us to go to war against each other, create laws that subjugate certain people against other people. And that's the world that I see around me. Is a world
what
divided.
Does this have to do with any of the three topics that we've spoken about so far?
It's all connected.
Right.
We're all connected. It's all connected. And for me, I think that the reason why they created the deception of the globe is to destroy God's creation.
Yet there are more Christians today than there have been at any point in human history.
Deceived. And there are more Muslims today than there have been.
Right, because of the circular earth. If it was flat, there'd be less Muslims.
I was just talking to a Muslim who is a flat earther.
Okay.
And he says to me, and he was reciting verses in the Bible, Quran, in which it suggests.
Well, that's because Islam is archaic in its theology and in its view of the world. Like literally, there are verses.
You could say
in
that
there.
of Christianity.
Well, I wouldn't say so actually, because unlike Islam, the major concepts that we have of how the world is formed, how it functions, how it works, even of things about concerning how the world might end and how it came to being are from Christian thinkers.
I met an African.
But then, meanwhile, in Islam, yeah, fine, this has some things to do with mathematics at one point in time, but after that, it's been kind of quiet on their side.
Okay. So
do you want to address any of that? Because my point here is that my point is that in Islam, I do believe that yes, they might hold to a flat Earth view, but that isn't because they are correct. It's because they are wrong, and the culture that Islam is born out of, we are led to believe we're a bunch of simpletons in the deserts who I'm not sure were capable of knowing that the Earth was circular.
In the flat Earth movement, I would say that almost more than 50% of flat Earthers are Christians. So it's not this is what I hear talking to Muslims and Christians. Everybody's got their own dog that they're batting for, right? They're backing. And so the Christians are saying this about Islam, and the Muslims are saying this about Christianity. You never get an agreement.
The flat Earth community is very small.
No, not at all.
It's very tiny. And
millions of people. Millions of people.
But then there are billions of people, so it's very tiny comparatively. And so if the majority of the people who are, or half of them, are American and Australian Christians, great for them, right? Everyone can have their own club, but unfortunately the conception of the earth being flat doesn't really help anybody in any way. And certainly, my biggest point is, if the Earth is a cube, a circle, or a triangle, none of that impacts the belief in God. It shouldn't. Your belief in God should not be held together by a archaic conception of the Earth.
Although I think that this sort of NASA going to space and there being aliens and other life out there and all that does demean
it
that,
shouldn't.
Which is why this
It
country,
shouldn't.
England, is
it shouldn't do
very
so.
irreligious.
It shouldn't do
because
so.
they believe mostly in science. Now let me come to something that we can
aliens
aliens
existing should have no impact on your faith.
Let me come to something
because
we can do.
aliens are irrespective of the sacrifice that Christ did for you. So I think people like you, and I know a couple of you guys don't set your faith upon Christ, who is meant to be the rock. You set your faith.
God is the rock.
Sorry?
God is the rock.
And Christ is God, right?
No.
All right. Okay.
I think that we are Christ.
Huh?
I think that we are the expression of God. That when God created us in God's image, that means that we are the expression of God.
So who died? Who died on the cross?
Jesus died on the cross. But the assumption,
Me?
But Jesus was killed. Why? Because they didn't like what he was saying.
Right. So Jesus was a person.
Yeah, I believe so.
Who isn't you or me.
Yeah.
So he's separate from you and me. Awesome, great. Now, that singular man is God, not you and I. Well, you claim to be a Christian. So this is literally standard Christian belief from the very first time of the apostles.
Everybody, whether you're Catholic or Protestant or whatever,
so
believes that.
You clearly are wrong.
Oh, well, as you say. So let's go on to something that we can test, which is water. Water is always going to find level, and if you can demonstrate otherwise, maybe we could have a conversation on a physical, scientific, experimental level.
I'm not a physicist,
well, this is all the jump out of the fire because you can't really handle that heat.
Well,
the fact is
I would like
that
to
your
be
bath
aware
is
that
level,
what you're saying
and
is
the swimming
correct.
pool.
So if you're going to make a physics-based argument, right, it'd be great if you could pull out a whiteboard and do calculations to prove what you're saying, but I don't have enough knowledge on physics.
Bro. You need a swimming pool. You need a few bodies of water that you can put next to each other, put them in cups, and make sure that they're settled. And when they come to settle, all of those bodies of water will be parallel to each other. Water is always going to find level. The Suez Canal is 120 miles long. Perfectly
So
level.
you're implying that in a flat pool, water becomes level. Therefore,
I'm not implying
the Earth has to be flat for water to be level.
Well, because water at a small level and a larger level can be demonstrated to be level. So why not our seas are level?
Wait, okay, here's another experiment.
Let's say the seas are level.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily prove a flat Earth.
No, it proves that we're not on a ball of water.
The Earth is so large compared to your pool that the water can be level, if you will, on a circular or spherical surface as opposed to a flat.
Not according to Pythagorean maths, they would say it's 8 inches per mile squared, the curvature over water. So from the observer position,
So Pythagorean maths. So okay, here's the funny thing. Pythagoreans believed in the circular Earth.
No.
Yes, they did. Because even from the time, so for example, look at depictions of Atlas, right?
Those have been changed.
What's Atlas holding?
Currently, in the current incarnation, he's holding the globe, but I believe he was holding the celestial
sky, but that's a whole different point. But anyway, he's holding a circle, and you can find like versions of these. Yeah, well, a sphere, if you will. He's holding a sphere, and you can find versions of these statues that go back into the BC era. So even they understood this.
So if you Google what is the oldest globe, the first invented globe, the answer will come back as 1497. Was that before or after Pythagoras?
Are you what do you mean by globe? Are you implying like charting out the continental shapes of each landmass?
If these are smart enough people to say that they live on a globe, you don't think they would have actually modeled that?
You know what's funny actually about this whole thing? I don't even know many ancient advanced cultures that depicted the Earth or the sun or the moon or planets as anything other than circles.
Mayan, Egyptian, Sumerian. The oldest known calculator, you can Google it. The oldest known computer in the world is called the astrolabe. And that was designed by the Sumerians thousands of years ago based on the sky moving, the stars moving, not the Earth.
That's against my point, but you can see very simple depictions here, for example, like you have with the sun god
That's a
Ra.
sun, yeah.
They recognize that the sun isn't
I see
flat,
that.
it's a circle.
I see a circle. Yeah.
It's
I
a
look at the
circle,
sun,
so
I see a circle.
it's spherical.
No,
So,
no,
if-
young man.
hold on.
Circle,
Wait a second.
No, a circle is a two-dimensional object, and if you
Right.
place it in 3 dimensions, you get a column. It's not a globe. Not a
So
globe.
this inscription of this man is two-dimensional as well. Maybe they were drawing completely in two dimensions
Or maybe they were seeing
to
a round
represent
sun.
things that were
Maybe they were
two-dimensional.
seeing a round circle or disc in the sky, which is the sun, and that disc is what you're seeing there. To infer that it's
It's a depiction of
globe.
what's in the sky.
Sorry.
But
The
again,
oldest globe
when
is
you have
500 years.
the sun, the moon, and other planets being seen by our naked eyes as being circular,
No,
why would you
circular,
assume?
but not spherical.
Why
Circular,
they
not spherical.
are spherical if you have the correct equipment to view them. But from our view, they're circular. So why is it a case that the Earth of all things is not circular, but then all the other things are?
That's as ridiculous as saying because the football is round, the pitch must be round.
So if
They
the
are-
Earth
they
is a
are
planet
circles,
like
I
the
won't
other
disagree with
planets,
that.
why are we different?
How do you know
What
there's
is it
other
about
planets?
us that's different?
Well, we're begging the question that there's other
I am
planets.
not begging the
You are
question.
begging the question.
You can
We see
observe
circles.
them very, very easily
We
at
see
nighttime
circles, and when
in
we
less
observe
polluted
them-
areas.
When we observe them with a powerful zoom camera like the Nikon 1000, what we see is like a sparkling, shimmering, moving thing that is a circle, not a sphere.
That's not accurate whatsoever.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
Okay, then you better get a better camera.
The Nikon P1000 is the furthest you can see with a commercial camera.
Okay, then maybe go for a non-commercial camera with less shaky hands or a better tripod.
Now, when
what
you
sort of lens you talking about?
what sort of lens?
No, but how many?
It's 100 times zoom.
Oh, okay.
100 times. The Nikon 900 is 85 times zoom, I believe. And they are. I've used one of these myself, and when I look at these stars, I see a repeating vibration happening. And when you look at other stars, Capella, Mars, you see a different vibration. You see sometimes a different color. Mars does appear red. You can see the rings of Saturn, but they're not solid physical phenomena. We're seeing. Thanks for the chat. What you see is like a repeating cycle of sonoluminescence, or what they do when they take a vibrating plate and they put salt on it. They put different frequencies on that plate.
Oh, okay, and then you can see it in slow-mo bouncing up.
But it'll actually take up these geometric patterns. And each frequency has its own set pattern. So you can go back to the frequency and it'll go back to that same pattern again, right? Well, that's what we're seeing when we look at these stars critically. We're going, oh, wow, we're seeing a certain vibration or a certain frequency playing out in the sky. And it's giving us this pattern that we've been told to believe is reflecting sunlight or is a gas giant or whatever. But actually what we believe, they're small. There's an experiment called star in the jar experiment where they fired a frequency into a liquid and it erupts into a star. So you can research star in a jar. You can go and pull up if you want to go back and watch this video.
I've got your leaflet as
So
well.
you can go back and watch this video and pull up P900 star shots or star videos, and you'll see regular dudes looking at stars and zooming in on them, and then looking at different stars. You go, that's not anything to do with atmospheric diffusion.
Is this the lens that you're talking?
Yeah,
It's a P900.
P900. There's the latest one was the P1000, so it's got a little bit more range. But they're both pretty much the same thing when you're looking at this. And though these will show us these kind of, and they look like there's just a circle going like this. And it's doing this kind of repeating, twisting thing all the time. And then there are other little energies that are moving around. We've been told that those are moons.
Saying getting a tripod as if you had, as if you're hand holding it.
You can't handle
There's something that I wanted to ask you. So you're saying, because my mate's a sniper, and where he's always talking about, the trajectory and all this, and heating bullets up, and so he's very into all this sort of thing.
Yeah.
So is it every mile we drop 8 inches, 9 inches?
It's 8 inches per mile squared.
Square, okay.
And that's important. I mean, obviously from
is it 8 inches? No, 8 inches down.
Well, I don't
Because there's gotta be
necessarily
a
agree with the Pythagorean maths on this, but if you take a circle and you take a straight line off it, the line that drops down, the distance that drops down as you go away for every mile will increase by 8 inches per mile squared. So at 10 miles, you're talking about 800 inches. However, where your sniper friend...
It's not, so at one mile, it's not 8. It's not 8 inches.
Every mile. Otherwise, it would just be a triangle.
So 3 miles is 8, 16, 24 inches.
Yes.
Okay. And but the thing that's intrigued me, because you're more interested than anybody here, and I was even speaking to that other guy, and he happened to be a project manager, and he's trying to get for Arab because I said you need to use all your skills, but me and May Lee, we're in Sydney and we're looking at the moonrise. So how far is that when it's just coming up, the moon? We can sit on the and then we watch it come up and there's that sweet spot across the water.
Yes.
But when we first see it across the water and we're just sitting on the sand, how far is that?
Well, I'm going to have to guess. I don't honestly know the answer to that. I during one of the first.
Would you be able to work that out in your time?
Yeah, well, in the first lockdown, I spent 6 months on a mountain in Portugal.
Yeah.
And the sun would track across the sky through the course of the day, and it would move just slowly across the sky like this. Well, obviously we know it moves quite slowly across the sky. And I started to suggest to myself, this is 2020, I started to suggest to myself that what if these lights are actually only moving in the miles per hour and they're not very far away from you? And I don't know if you heard me use the example of the moon on a full moon night. You can go out and see the moon in the clouds. Not only that, it's illuminating the clouds like a spotlight above your head.
Yep.
But if your friend is 10 miles away, and if you can see 10 miles down the cloud layer, you'll see that where they are is dark. However, if they go outside, they'll say, oh, it's light here, but dark where you are. So I think the moon, my best answer is the moon is a personal interpretation of an energy wave that's washing over the earth.
Okay. So
that's my on your side. Just to, I'll let you ask your question. But as your sniper friend would say, where his targets have got nothing to do with curvature. See, when we're talking about curvature, we're talking about over water, because when you're on the land, if a target is 20 meters above your position or 20 meters below your position, you might need to account for that. But what we never needed to account for, and I used to do long-range shooting in the army, I was in the tank corps, we never had to account for what direction we were shooting in, other than for windage. So obviously, if there's a wind coming left or right, you've got to allow for that windage.
Yeah, and that's a click left.
That's
click
right.
Right.
That's
it's like
right.
that guy who shot the geezer in
Yeah,
Trump's ear.
if that was
If
real.
he got one click,
Yeah,
I don't know, either way, but
yeah. But yeah, maybe the wind just helped Trump and blew him off course.
Yeah.
But according to Coriolis, which is this idea that the Earth is spinning and that everything is moving. So once you leave the surface of the Earth, you're no longer in contact with the moving surface. You should drag away from the moving surface. So a target that's 3 miles away for your sniper friend, he's going to take him 2 seconds to get his bullet there. And in that time, at 30 miles per second, or 30 meters per second, whatever it is, that his target should actually have moved, and he should need to know whether he's shooting with the direction of the spin, 90 degrees against it, or against the direction of spin. Every shot would have to have a compass alignment so that you knew how much earth spin was going to affect your shot.
But off your first one, you can calibrate left or right or whatever. And that's the thing with flags. I've actually been to Panmunjom, parallel in North and South Korea, and it was weird because the Texaco flag, the North Korean and the other flag, were both flying in the
towards
this.
Each other.
Yeah, they were like this. So I took a photo and we were like, Jesus Christ.
How's that?
When I'm in Oz, I look at the moon and there's a rabbit in the moon. There's 2 ears. Do we get that here? I've been here for 20 years.
Man, okay, so you go often to Oz or you...
No, I live in Oz, 20 years, but I kicked off here, so I've got the Cockney accent. Are you a Joburg or a Cape... Durban, okay. So who can't get me yours? So it's good me.
Wow, that's
no, but you are fascinating because everybody else is just trying to get controversy going. So how far can you see? Okay, across the ocean before it drops.
Well, atmospheric conditions and height of observation are the 2 key factors here.
So we're standing on the shore, we're sitting on the beach.
They will tell us that it's 3 miles, 4 miles.
So in other words, when I see the moon rising, it's at 3 or 4 miles.
Yeah, and it's close to you.
Well, that's my first sight of vision.
Yeah, it's close to you. And the moon, when it rises, and you will notice this now that I've pointed this out to you, you'll notice this now. And I only picked this up in 2022 when I went to South Africa. But when I first found Flat Earth and in 2015 and really started observing the moon, I noticed that the moon twists like this through the night. You've obviously got to watch it over the course of about 6 or 8 hours.
This is because you've got a lot of sight going.
No. This is what your bare eyes will tell you, is that it's like a clock face. The rabbit ears that you're talking about are turning clockwise.
Are you getting them here?
Yeah.
No, in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, but inverted. This is the crazy thing.
Okay.
It's actually inverted. If you go and Google up moon photographs from America, from Australia, and from, say, Europe, you'll notice that if they're taking them at the same time of night, everybody's position of the ears are in a different place. Because the moon is...
They are like that in Australia,
right.
From Sydney, that's how they are, because you can space in that way.
Yeah, well, now this is the crazy thing, is that it's inverted in the southern hemisphere and it's rotating counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere. So you'll notice instead of what here in England, you'll see it going, it's going clockwise. It's going anti-clockwise in the southern hemisphere. Now, we've got theories about how we can explain that. I won't necessarily go into that right now, but there is clearly this rotation. Now, mainstream science will say it appears to be rotating. It's not really rotating. It's just because it's moved across your sky, it appears to have turned. But I say to people...
Or is it us at we've turned? I don't know.
Well, I say to people, if you take a smiley face picture and move it across get Mei Ling to move it across the lounge, it doesn't matter how big your lounge is, the mouth will still be pointing up from left as you move it to the right-hand side of your observation. It's not going to start rolling that the mouth is now turned like this. And we can see the moon a lot during the daytime, right? This is not something that I was that aware of until I really started looking at it. But for about 2 weeks of the month, you can see the moon during the daytime. So if you can catch it in the afternoon, say 2 hours before sunset, and you can see it up in the sky. Now we're on a new moon today, so we won't be able to see it. But if I was here in a week's time, I'd probably be able to go, there it is. There it is. Now I'm going to watch it. Okay. So I'm going to watch the moon go through the sky, and by the time I lose it in my sight of vision, which will be about 10 o'clock tonight, it will have rolled from what I say in England is like, I call it like the dragon's mouth. What you call a bunny's ears has got like an eye or a crater, they would tell you in the mainstream, right? Well, that crater starts at about...
The rabbit's facing this way.
Okay.
So when you say inverted, are you like this way round then, or...?
Exactly. It's as though...
okay. So is it the rabbit facing the other way, or is it upside down?
Well, it's both. Depending on where you
called it, what did it, dragon? So
I call it like
down?
the dragon's mouth. When I first started observing it in England, I'd be like, okay, that's a dragon's mouth, and the eye, or the little tennis ball that's above the dragon's mouth, is rolling from the 1 o'clock position all the way around to about the 5 or 6 o'clock position. That's the observation that I can make in the full range of the views that I can get of it in England. If you ask an American friend to say, tell me where the eye is now, they would say, well, I've seen it from about the 4 o'clock position, and I can see it all the way through to the 7 or 8 o'clock position. So I believe it's doing one full rotation every day, the thing that we're looking at, but it's inverted. So the way that I would offer that to you is that if you and I were standing here and we had a translucent image between us, then you would see it inverted to the way that I'm seeing it, simply because I'm standing on the north of the equator and you're south of the equator, and we're looking up at the same projection
it's
or
a
image.
Perspective. These are your pair of glasses, and you got this way, and you got that way, and then you got this way, and that way, and this way.
Yes.
Still the same pair of glasses.
Yes. It depends on which position I am standing when I'm observing them. So what we're seeing, one of the lies of heliocentrism is that we're looking at a singular physical object. I do not believe that. Giving you the example of the moon, how it gives you a hot spotlight over your head, but it seems dark over there, but the person who's over there says it's a hot spotlight over my head, and it's not, and it's dark where you are. Same with, as you said, the moonrise is coming to your feet over the water. The same is true with the sunset. The sunset is coming to your feet, but you can't tell that someone 100 meters up the beach is seeing that same stripe of light. But for them, the stripe of light is coming to their feet, and they can't tell that it's coming to yours. So I think that we're all, each of us, having our own interpretation. Our brain or our eyes are decoding a point of energy or a point of heat, and we're decoding that each individually. So just using this idea that it's a circular Earth, I can't prove that it is, but that's the most popular conception of the Earth. I also conceive of the idea that it's like a wall map like the wall map has the land of the rising sun here, and then Hawaii on the other side. Well, it could be that the sun and the moon come anew from the land of the rising sun every day, but it may also be that it's going around in a circle. Now, if it's going around in a circle, or the other model that I just suggested, I believe it to be a wave, and that wave is propagating across the Earth, and depending on where you stand, will determine how you see it. So if I use the example of if you had three friends who stood 10 meters in front of each other into the shore, into the water, and as the wave arrives at your first friend who's furthest out, it'll begin to crest, rise over his head, and then that'll be the midday position, and then you will see, in this analogy, he will see the sun at his midday position. But as that's happening for him, the next mate along will go, it's morning now for me, it's starting to rise. Now I can see the sun, and it's starting to rise, now the wave is cresting over my head. That's the first part of that, and the last mate will get it last. He's in America, he's going to get the wave last, and then the same process occurs, we'll start again. Now, the other element of that is seasons and how, we have winter and summer.
Going like this, doesn't it?
Yeah, so now in this case,
rising here, going there, so it's a different angle
that's right.
where I am.
So using the same wave analogy, and if you spend so much time in Australia, I'm sure you spend time in the waves. If you're standing in the wave and now you've got friends standing left and right of you, some friends will be at the apex of the wave, at the highest point, and then the wave will tail off towards the side of it. And so someone who's standing in the southern hemisphere, where the sun's up in Cancer, and they're in the southern hemisphere, the wave is lower for them right now. It's a winter wave. It's a much lower wave, far more impressive. They're having to look that way to see it. Then in Capricorn, once it's now summer in Australia and so on, then the wave is full strength, much nearer the heavy body of the wave, and it's thinner in the European side. And so we see a much lower, smaller, less hot version of that wave.
When I'm talking or someone else is talking, I'm very tangential. So I think really fast, and if I slow down, otherwise you think I'm talking at 100 mile an hour. That's why I play a lot of chess at night, because it absorbs my brain to be thinking so many ahead. And this one guy gives me a check up on the neck up. He says, "You like how you think so fast. It's also, it's like you need to be able to bring that down so when you're relaxing, but also when you worry also a lot." But so out of what you're saying, what I do, I've got things going on, and like a book, I then pick which one is the most relevant to say. Otherwise, it's got nothing to do with it. So one of them, and then I would go to yourself, which one are you the most comfortable talking about? One of them would be about the Coriolis effect. Well, I've actually done the water test, and the match goes one way, and I've done it in Pontianak, Borneo. It didn't work. I figured there was on the wrong place. I've done it on the peninsula, I believe. I done it in Sumatra, and it worked there. So you're on the thing. You've slayed the bottom off. You've got the match in the water, and you're letting it run down. And here it's bang on. Over there it's going one way and the other way. So I would be, well, what do you know about that? And then my other point, without blurring them, so you'll go, well, I'm more comfortable to talk about this. What is the difference without flooding you? I could just keep coming out with questions, but we have time. North, magnetic north and true north. What's your differences there?
Okay, don't let me forget the second one. I'll come to the first one first. So, when I first discovered flat Earth, I sort of did all the science stuff. I tried to understand it, and then I went and studied quantum physics. And I realized that actually what we live in is an electromagnetic torus, and I'm sure you know what a torus is. It's like an apple or an orange. It's an electromagnetic turning thing that has two hemispheres. And the equator, or equal torus, is the point at which those two hemispheres...
So that's equator.
Meet, yeah.
So is this for the Coriolis effect?
Yeah, so what I believe, to answer that one, if that's real, because I've heard other people say...
When you go 5 metres, you go 5 metres...
and you're getting a different reverse...
And it's like phoning me in Oz, saying, what way's your toilet going? I mean, I know Bart Simpson started all this.
Yeah.
Did you see that episode?
Well, I'd heard it long before Bart Simpson, and I believed all of that, and I'm not saying that it's not true.
On the equator, it's bang on.
Right.
So, anyway.
So what I think is, and it comes to Coriolis as well is that we live inside a living, turning system. But the turning is happening in like a clockwise way in the north and an anti-clockwise way south of the equator. So I believe, yes. So I believe. Well, I think. I can't fully satisfactorily answer that question, but I believe that it has to do with the turning forces that exist within the torus. That a torus is like this spinning thing. They call it like a reciprocating hyperboloid, and that is kind of going down the sink. But as it goes down the sink, it then has to rise back up in again into the center of our Earth, which is not necessarily doesn't answer your question. But I believe that there is a turning force that is counterclockwise in the south and clockwise in the north. It's an energetic.
When you get home and flush the toilet, you'll just look and you'll say, I thought it was anti in the north. I thought it was the opposite. That doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter. But look in the toilet, you're not going to phone someone up and sit there. Well, what way? You would if I was. I'd say, yeah, no, mine is going this way. I just videoed it. But either way, they're going opposite direction. So it's just one of those points of interest. And when we were talking about the core, and the other guy saying, well, I think it's metal, is that anything to do with this magnetic stuff going on? Because
no. So I think that the magnetism in our environment is within the system. So if you look at a bar magnet and you see the iron filings arrayed on a bar magnet, you'll notice that the array goes all the way to the center of the bar magnet, and then to the south side it'll array around the south and go all the way back to the center, to the middle of the bar magnet. So I think that wherever we stand on Earth, we're able to detect a magnetic field because we are standing on, to keep it simple, we're standing on a bar magnet. And so so this is how birds use magnetic flying. They're not using some beneath the earth magnetic field. I think they're just picking up the magnetic field. And why whales sometimes beach themselves is because that magnetic field can be altered or does have fluxes or changes that might send them off course and put them onto a beach. So I think that
they navigate. It's like when you've been to the pub and your navigation system packs up and you end up going to the wrong house. I'm joking.
Yeah. But no. So on that, I mean, I looked quite closely at declination. Compass declination when I was studying this stuff.
Because when I've got it on my watch, I can set it a magnetic or where it is. So I'm interested in why that is. You've got true north, and then when you're looking at the sun, if it's summertime and it's rising in that, what do you know about that?
Well, there's a handy website online that I was using that has I don't think it was Google, but it was a handy website that had all the magnetic declinations of the Earth. So if you happen to land all of a sudden in Cape Town, you go, well, what's the declination here? I've never been here before and I need to know what it is. Well, you'll find that it was 25 degrees off. So you've got to allow 25 degrees. But as you follow the coastline, all the way up the coast of Africa, it starts to decrease until you get to East Africa where it's 8 degrees. And that's like, that doesn't make sense on any of the...
So where do you calibrate that from? Besides looking in a book or an almanac of some kind?
As far as I know, that's the only way, is to say, well, if you're a sailor, you'd be like, I'm in a new port, then you look up in the almanac, what is the declination for this place? And then you plug that into your...
and to me, it's like, I know when it's 1 o'clock in the summer, because I'll go about there. Because I've been travelling a long time, so when you're with mariners, they're just about where your shadow is. So when we're going through Africa, we've just got a matchstick in the landy that my mate bought in the Galton Start, Joburg, and that was just simply, you get to know that it's morning time because the shadows on the right are there, as opposed to using compasses. So that's what mariners go off of. And I would only think that it calibrates midday in the summer because my shadow's right beneath me. That's my way of thinking about it.
Particularly on the equator, right? On the equator, someone said to me the other day, I live on the equator. Last Sunday when
the equator,
not me. Oh, I'm gonna say not Tanzania, but somewhere close. But I can't honestly remember. But he said I grew up on the equator, and so we always knew Equinox that it was, we were bang on, but I can stand in England and Equinox and still cast a shadow. That's because I've moved further away from the central point of the sun. Even at the highest point, the zenith point of the longest night, longest day here, summer solstice, you will still not get a midday sun that creates no shadow. Okay. That's because if you use the Cancer and Capricorn as, let's use the analogy of a rugby pitch. Yeah, when you're on the rugby pitch, you've got the center line, and then you've got the 10-yard line, or whatever, that first line that they draw outside of that. So if at equinox the sun is traveling across that center line, and then at Cancer it's moved all the way here to the first 10-yard line, but I'm standing near the goal or that end, now I'm still going to see the sun is fairly low. It's never going to get above 80 degrees or 85 maybe. But the closer I get towards the point of Cancer, then the more it's going to come underneath me. So people who live on the line of Cancer, or tropical Cancer, they'll say yes, at that few days of the year, it's directly over our heads. But then now, if you want to keep it over your head, you're going to have to follow it down to the equator and keep going into Capricorn, and it'll stay above your head.
Talking of geography, I want to take her to Greenwich to show like the middle. I suppose it was the sailors who were working out like the clocks and the longitude and all this. But I've lived 25 years with the normal map that we've got, with the distortions. So now my maps are Australia centred. So the complete shape of Australia is completely different. And even when I was in America, we still use the British one when we lived in California. But so the distortions and everybody's view is a completely different, because it depends on who's made the map from which point. So I'm interested to take her, and I bought a shirt the other day that had the coordinates, but it weren't from Greenwich, because otherwise it would have had 0 on your longitude, But all that is fascinating. And if you got inside your head and started opening up all the doors, there's just tangents after tangents after tangents, and that's incredible. And a lot of these people are going up controversy, and I sit down at the table and I've got friends who just want to, what I would call argue, but they call it controversy, whereas I'm like, whoa, but when I listen to your talking, it's fascinating, and I've got 2 or 3 coming out of each. But to get to the end of where you're going, I can't intrude on that. I've just got to then pick the ones which I want, because otherwise we're not going to get it. What is your views on, my last question, on like time and whether we're ever going to get into time travel? Do you have anything like that? Because I think I would just say my one thing. Time is our most important asset and commodity. More value than money. Don't waste it, spend it wisely. We don't know how much we've got. The only way you can buy more is by looking after yourself, and our biggest gift is to give. If you've got 10 minutes left, you're going to tell your loved one you love them, right? So it's our biggest gift, to have time talking with you. So when we're looking at, you said a bullet is at Mach 15. I've actually seen the Blackbird at Beale Airport sitting on the runway. But that is, and you're measuring of a bullet. We're coming to that question about if you shoot someone and the bullet's going at a certain mile an hour and you're in a train, does it ever get to them? So there's all this stuff and all about time, and you come into the flux capacitor. I know I'm not really skating, but do you think that we will ever get to that point? Time machine and time travel, or what are your views on that?
Before I forget this, shooting a bullet inside a train, the bullet will travel at its own speed because it's inside an enclosed system.
Okay. It'll still kill him.
So, absolutely.
But it starts off at the same speed.
But if he was not on the train and you were on the train, then you would have to account for the differential in your velocity.
Gotcha.
So that would have an effect. If the train was going away from the target and you shot from the train, then you would actually, the speed of the bullet getting to the target would be reduced by the speed of the train.
Gotcha.
We
So
agree on that.
if it was a futuristic bullet train and he was travelling at the same speed as the bullet, it wouldn't get him. Whereas if he's on there, it's got that speed to start with.
Yeah, because a lot of people come and say, oh, we can't feel the atmosphere moving because, like, have you ever been on a plane? Well, I say, but the plane is an enclosed capsule, so you're in a sealed system. If you took the roof off the plane, you'd know that you were traveling 500 miles an hour.
Yeah, because
it would immediately be a hell. So and then before I skip to time, I want to just say, because you brought up Greenwich, I want to say that of course the original sailors,
tangential,
the sailors, they were they were mapping the Earth based on sea being level, and that they were doing, and they still do today, use the what's it called, forget the name of it now. They use
that sextant.
Sextant, that's it.
Yeah.
The sextant requires a flat baseline. So if we're on a ball, then you shouldn't be calculating the angle to the star. You can't calculate the angle to something based on a curved surface.
But you're saying you've got 3 miles before the eyeball runs out of surface if you're on surface.
Yeah. Well, that's
like
why
over the ocean.
Yeah, but they will try and get a little bit higher on the deck of the ship, or go up high into the crow's nest in order to get a further range. But they always, like a guy was telling me earlier.
If you know your site is 3 miles. It's like I said to her, I can take a degree off that building and triangulate to where I am, and until I get to that, they're both 90 and 180 degrees, or 270. So, but if you're at a beach level, in other words, like $1.70 m or whatever, and we're just eyeballing across, you're saying we've got about I'll Google, I don't have to Google it because you won't be out here talking rubbish, making it up. So that's 3 miles, and then at that point I've got. So in other words, your real projections coming off or plotting the stars, and look, I don't want to cut across you because you're on a tangent, but what I'm thinking the guys in Teotihuacan, they built their pyramids in the formats and constellation of the stars by in the puddles, looking and measuring from the puddles. Because you can't measure the stars, but you can if you've got it there, and you can actually literally get a stick. It's things as you travel that you find stuff, and I thought I might throw that in. But you're like me, and sometimes I'm listening to someone, and I've got like 8 or 9 things, and it's like a book where you just pick, well, this one's relevant or that, because if you're all talking about 100 mile an hour, then it just doesn't come off right. But you've got that tangentialness. When they ask a president a 9-part question, and he's able, straight off the bat, no script and no writing down, like making notes, he's able to really pick up on that. You go, who was that? The guy who had all that charisma, the coloured guy.
Obama.
It was great at that. Some guys asked him a 9-point question, or at least 4, 5, and he would calmly come back, and he's not like...
That's why he was selected, because he's good at that. I want to just, before we get back to time, because it's a fascinating concept.
Time we're going to come back to. As long as we go out on a tangent and get back to where we are, we're successful.
Just on the 3 miles observations, we know that we can stand on a clear day in France and see the White Cliffs of Dover 20 miles away.
I want to do that. And is that on a clear day? So we'll go to Dover, because I'm going to take her to all the hot spots. We're going to go to Dover now, and we're going to see France with the naked eye.
Well, with the naked eye on a clear day. And
I just had eye surgeries. I'm going to test them
fantastic.
out. I've got one eye short and one eye long.
Well, the thing about the distance that we can see from the shore has a lot to do with atmospheric occlusion, or the intervention, the water that's in the atmosphere. So the world record photograph is actually taken of an island called the Finistrels.
I said,
No. And that's like 400 kilometers away, something in that range. And the only reason they can see it through the murk is because the sun sets 2 days of the year. It sets right behind the mountain, so they can see the silhouette of the mountain. Let me finish.
No. It's like Freddie Mercury.
Now guys are taking...
No. It's Freddie.
No. Shut up! No.
Freddie Mercury.
Yeah.
So a guy's taken an infrared camera, and he has got it to altitude, and he's been able to take a photograph all the way down California into Baja, Mexico. And he's able to plot all the land masses using infrared, which cuts through the atmosphere. Another guy went up to the highest mountain in Wales and took a photograph, and he's plotted 7 of the peaks in the Alps, 705 kilometers away. So the range that we can see is very much dependent on atmospherics and what you're looking at. So you might see the Isle of Wight from a distance away because of it being looming, because of the light and the atmospheric conditions. So I just wanted to say that, because it's not, even the mainstream science will say that the horizon is an apparent horizon. It can fluctuate depending on conditions.
Have you seen the sunrise at 33,000 feet?
I've seen...
Because out in an aeroplane, and then I've gone, oh my God, I don't want to cut across.
Yeah, when I first found this, in 2016, I took a flight on a plane to France, took a spirit level on the plane and found that nose stays 1.5 degrees up the entire flight. But not only that, I was looking at the sun. I was like, the sun is right here. Now, before I discovered this, a few years before, I'd landed in Doha, and the plane took off just after sunset. And once we got to cruising altitude, the sun was there again. I'm like, whoa, I've seen 2 sunsets in one day.
All right, yeah, because you've come up to see it
because
again.
now, because on the flat Earth, this makes a lot of sense, because angle of elevation, say you go to Burj Al Khalifa, 800 meters tall, you can say to your friend on the beach, say, has the sun set? Yes, the sun set. Well, I'm still sitting here in the sun for another 15, 20 minutes. Why? Not because it's gone around the curve, it's just because as your point is so high, you've got a much longer range of view onto that light source, that wave. Back to time. Back to time. Time, although we measure time by the minutes and the hours and so on and years, it seems to me that time is like a construct, that there is only the now. We can think about yesterday or 5 minutes ago, our conversation 5 minutes ago, and we can imagine something in the future. And eventually that future will kind of arrive to you. But it's actually, there is only...
we're making tomorrow's spiritual.
Yeah, but there is only...
Sorry, tomorrow's past, sorry.
So there is only the now. There is only the now, but we think about the past. So there is this concept, and obviously it's only a concept and nothing that I can necessarily prove to you, but one that I find interesting, that actually everything is compressed into the now, and that everything that's ever happened is actually still in the now. So the idea of time travel, to your question, is it possible for us to transcend the limitations of our physicality and experience 100 years ago? I think so. And I'll tell you, I had a personal experience with ayahuasca.
So have I. Was it in the Amazonas?
Well, not quite. I did it smoked as DMT.
Yeah. Okay, you've done that one, yeah.
Okay, and
or is it Datura? Datura is the leaf.
Right.
So yours is DMT.
The dimethyltryptamine.
Yeah, mine, and also the ayahuasca. That was in
Peru.
The psychotropic hallucinogenic jungle vine. That was administered by the shaman in the Tres Fronteras of Peru, Brazil, and Colombia.
This is why you're so open-minded. Well, not only, but...
No, but I went through about 50-odd countries and and talking about time with that, you can get on an aeroplane and go to a place, only an aeroplane away, where it's like hundreds of years ago, no electricity, no running water, and you see this in the book and go, oh my God, well, it's only an aeroplane ride away, and whether you got a Papua New Guinea and they're standing there with a Papua New Guinean jumper on with penis cords, it's all still going on, or places where there's no money and it's barter only, or places where there's actual silver they're weighing in the market, coming back to the gold that a pirate had in his ear. So we're only just like further down the line and about to get rid of money and come into credit cards. So and then there's people who haven't even had the phone and they've gone direct into mobile phones. So there's all these like things of time which is incredible.
That's not really contentious. So I think we can all agree that you could go into the Kalahari or into the Amazon jungle and find people living, in a way that seems ancient.
It seems.
It is, However, the idea of time travel in my mind is more about me and you being able to go and visit 1600s and go, okay, let's experience London in the 1600s and go and experience that. Well, it may be, this is my conception, and it came from my DMT experience. So 2015, I was in Johannesburg. I was in Johannesburg on a book tour, and I came across an old friend who'd lived in the Himalayas, and he said, Dave, you've got to try this DMT. Never heard of it, tried mushrooms and all those sorts of things in my life. Blew my mind. I was an atheist until I went through the DMT experience. And when I went into it, so I was a non-believer, but when I went into it, and I didn't know what I was going into, when I went into it, I felt as though I could see the libraries of all of human past activity, sort of just in filing cabinets, if you like to use a simple word, like stretching out for infinity. That all of this stuff was stored there. So and not only that, I saw that we are electromagnetic. This is why I pushed the electromagnetic idea, because I went and researched it from that experience.
Were you a professor or something?
No,
a
but
plumber, a bricklayer. No, what we do, we guess what somebody does. And we were sitting at the city, and he said something to me. Are you a photographer? And I've gone, how would you know that? And I've gone, you're very...
astute.
No, there was something I said about him, spiritual, and he said, boom. So, and then we said, well, what does she do? So it was, look, we come out, it's not the question, it's not the answer, it's the question. And sometimes you go travelling, you find all the answers, and it's only later that you find the questions to all of these, which actually puts the beginning and end. And it's like, do we use all of our brain? And then we go on journeys where we start seeing different things, which gives us the same thing. We start looking at them like that. It's still there.
Yeah.
And my thing with time was, if a guy goes round in a rocket around the world, and he's a few minutes later when he gets back, but that's a deep sort of path to go on to find that answer.
Yeah, what was his name, that scientist? I loved him in the 70s.
What do you think he does for a living? No, anyway, go on, we'll think about it.
There was a scientist
later on, don't tell us.
There was a scientist in the 70s who I loved, because I loved science. You know, I was a big science junkie. And he had this idea that we traveled at the speed of light for a while. We would come back and everybody would have aged, and we won't have aged at all. He's very well known. His name will come to me. And
what about those guys who wrote all those science sci-fi books years ago?
Yeah.
And it's all happening now.
Yeah. Well, let me say, because for me, I knew that there were deceptions going on in the world before I took the DMT.
Gotcha.
When
so
I
you've got
took
all
the
these
DMT,
you've got all these libraries of information.
I knew that, but when I took the DMT, I was willing to go and research flat Earth, because it was like, wow, this world is not the physical, atomic world that I believed it was. It's something far greater. I connected to my higher self. I realized that I was an eternal being of love, of something magnificent. So it was like a game changer. It was like my life. I got the opportunity to kind of go. In fact, at 47, 10 years ago, I said, I know nothing. Up until this point, I've learned nothing in my life. I have to start all over again and learn all of this stuff.
Do you think that was your the thing that changed you the most?
Yes.
Because I'm looking for those interesting questions, and when you come back, people say, oh, what was your favourite meal? Some people are not interested. And I'll say, what was the best day of your life? I don't want to know the worst day of your life, because it's here. But this could have been that day that changed everything.
Pivotal. It was pivotal. You know, like I said, I was pivotal. I believed my mother 4 years earlier had died of motor neuron disease, terrible illness. But I couldn't accept that there was a God. You know, she was like, I want you to accept that there's a God. No, Mom, there's no. You're going to die, and that's it. But it was so pivotal. Of course, I had my mother speaking to me during the 7 minutes of that experience. It was
really?
It was transformative. During the DMT, it was her calming me down, because it was initially very frightening.
People also believe that we're only using a certain percentage of our mind, and that we've got all these drugs that, like, I mean, and marijuana and all this. People are only know there's certain section of stuff.
Yeah.
Once you get into the hypotropics, then there's like a whole plethora of stuff.
It's like the veil had been pulled off my mind or my eyes.
Open up the level of your consciousness.
That's right.
Yeah, and the level of perception, and also it links with your energy, vibration.
Yes.
Yeah, the dimension different. When you can tune into that, or you can perceive. That level, that dimension.
I said to the shaman in the morning for a translation, do you know the difference between strong imagination and full-blown hallucination, like datura, which is ketchup, which is grown off the back of a fungus. I don't know the English word. It's blue mushrooms. So instead of rising and after 45 minutes over a piece of paper, like going for 7 or 8 hours, and after 6 hours diving, this was like a rush rise for 24 hours. And you could, for 2 days, you couldn't read your Lonely Planet, because all there was colour. So it really was hallucinating, where your hand goes through your buddy's head. So then he says to me, because I'm like, strong imagination. So I land in Cape Town. I've gone to the drum club, and in the Arvo, I've gone to the planetarium. So I've loaded my brain. Later that night, we've gone in a club, and somebody ripped a piece of paper in half. The next minute, that night, the DJ's the sun. There's like on the build-up before like the drop, it was like in the neck of the bottle, the champagne, and then suddenly going. Then you've got guys dancing. One of them was a landmine guy. Then there's all the fish in the coral. And then people going, oh my God, what happened to you? And all I've done is load my brain, and getting back to the point I said, the shaman said it's tuning your brain like a radio to get that right frequency. And if you've loaded it, that day at the planetarium, that's where the stars and the asteroids were coming past, and it was that imagination to the point. When you go beyond the deep end, at that point, my hand goes through your head, another guy spends 6 hours on the phone talking to his girlfriend, and the landlord says that phone hasn't worked for 6 hours, and me and one girl, we sat on the beach, and we just thought, when I go on a journey, I get synced. We get synchronisation. Because, like, me and my buddies have seen a rat, and we said to someone else, "Just see that?" And they didn't, but we did, and it weren't really there. Well, me and this girl saw all strawberries the whole beach, because when I'm boiling over, I bring myself back, and it might be strawberries. Everybody does their thing. So next minute, we're eating handfuls of sand of strawberries. No. Then these punks came along, because I said, "Don't give me that Bambi rubbish. Oh, we're not going to get arrested." So it's only a joke.
Good. I've talked about the ayahuasca many times on the videos.
But it is like one person. So I said to these punks, "Don't give us any Bambi rubbish. I want the Rambo stuff. I really want to go out there." So he gave us blue mushrooms, ketchup. Someone else took a shake mushroom because she didn't like eating them. She was able to see what was going on, whereas we rising for 8 hours. Then they came along and robbed everybody else, but they didn't rob me and this girl, because Trisha was there. But I was with this girl, we were all together, but it just happened to be we were in this same, we were synchronised, if you launch pad at the same time, and we're eating sand, and the guys who robbed everyone just thought we were mad. Handfuls of sand, eating it. I don't know how we didn't die. They were just like, "These guys are fruitcakes, let's get out of them. We should have robbed them."
Your level of consciousness, it was stronger.
But we were really hallucinating. This was no by means.
You go on.
You couldn't turn this off.
Right, in that context, what you see physically is your projection. So when you project that is strawberry, it's strawberry.
Right.
When you eat it, it is strawberry. Okay? To somebody who is at a different level of consciousness, and that energy frequency, in that dimension, it's sent to them.
Right. Well,
you were eating your strawberry.
Well, that comes to my point about what we're interpreting in the world is actually just frequency. We interpret the beach sand as beach sand. It tastes like it's gritty and all of that sort of stuff because our decoder, our brain decoder, is designed to interpret that frequency as sand. But it all comes from the same emanation. It can be a tree, it can be whatever. So I wanted to say, when I took the DMT, my brain was working and I was seeing colors that was like, wow, my brain has been opened up to a level that no mushroom or no acid or tripping thing that I'd ever done as a youngster has ever prepared.
What's this acid thing?
Never prepared me for that. Not only that, when I looked at the guy who was taking me through this process,
I wanted to take her on a soul journey, but the time will be right when she says
at the right time.
Yeah, and at that point, she will you go to a different zone. But she's dubious, but you can't say stop smoking. You've got to stop smoking yourself. You can't say sit down. You have, and you can't get a cat to come and sit here. You've got to get the cat to want to come here. And I can get you to say yeses and nos by the way you come into my shop, because I won't say, "Can I help you?" No, just come in. If I come next there. How's your dog? How do you know I got a dog? Well, you're looking at dog stuff. So I'm working with all these mindsets. How old is the dog? Well, but now I know he or she and how old the dog is, and I've only asked him 2 questions, and I haven't gone. So then I'm getting him into yeses. At that point, I get the sale, and then I take that sale from 2,000 a day to 5,000. But it's an art form, and you're not trying to you're actually trying to help that guy to get to his place, and it's not just in a money point of view.
How are you? Good.
Cool. How are you?
Come to catch an interesting combo.
This guy is Clue.
We met last week.
Oh, really?
So,
okay, that's the contact.
And you can tell from the artwork that he knows.
Look at this guy.
A lot.
He
knows a lot.
He's a genius. No, it's great. He's a work of art. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Tattoo art, and it came from Polynesia, and the headhunters couldn't bring the whole body back. But when they bring the head back, they were allowed to have their tattoos, so that as a warrior they'd become a man. So we've taken this into design where he's got his Japanese down here. He's got some great artwork, and you've got some even like Maui type stuff going on. So this is incredible. It's only an observation.
Yeah. So you know what shape it all is?
We're having a great conversation, and I have to say, I don't know your name yet, but Wayne has got a phenomenally open mind. I've had a really phenomenal conversation, but the conversation had just touched on time and whether we could time travel. And so we've gotten into sort of DMT because it made me think of my experience with DMT, that if I had to change my frequencies, thus I could maybe move to a different time scale. I could move to a different folder. I could go back into a different folder and go and experience that at that level. Because you feel the same way? You think
but why could you do that? Do you know?
Why could I?
Yeah.
Well, because with the DMT experience I had, it seemed as though everything was catalogued. All of human history was kind of catalogued. So perhaps when I was at a different, not material frequency, but at a, let's say, an afterlife level experience frequency, then I would be able to go and touch in to those things. Because time may be, and I don't know this for sure, but time may be like everything's compressed into one to now.
Now, I was waiting for you to go to that. Yeah, that's the conclusion I still come to.
Yeah.
You can experience any timeline in the right state because it's all happening now, infinitely now. There isn't a before or after.
Yeah, so they talk about like the 0 point.
That's all there is.
I think in quantum physics or in mainstream science they'll say that there's like a 0 point where everything compresses into, you know how like in the Big Bang everything came from nothing. Well, there may be truth in that everything is inside a singular point, which means that we could go and visit any part of that, any timeline, any thing from the past, or maybe I considered maybe even future. In the DMT it seemed like, well, is it future? Is there a filing cabinet on the other side going that way, which is the future story, and that it's already played out, and that we're just kind of, here it comes, as the train goes past you, here it comes, kind of thing, but it was already played out long before we ever thought about it.
Because it's interesting, the now point is moving, whereas the future's in our age is becoming shorter and our past is coming longer. But if we call as a reference point 0, that's moving all the time, because the past 1 minute ago we can't go back there. So we can only adjust what we've got right now in the next couple of minutes. So, and then that takes us, because we're all born here and die there, so we're just following different paths and we meet on junctions. And as we say, it's like the path of the least resistance. All our lives we've got mountains to go over, and you think once I get over that I'm okay. Well, at 16 I pay my debts off and I'm okay. You've still got those mountains at 85. So it's just the paths. None of us are getting out of here alive. We all go on a path, and as I say, it's with time. You're so on the money. It's only now. You can't drag all that up to here, and we can only predict where there is. But our reference 0 is moving all the time, according to this thing, or even more straight from what you're saying.
So just a slightly tangential, Wayne, but this guy here, we met last week. He is a flat earther. And he knows this Australian guy called Santos Bonacci, who's a well-known, sort of deep thinker and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, that's sort of beside the point. The point is that he introduced me to a shaman who comes out from Peru once a year to England and runs 3 retreats. There are 3 nights, 4-day retreats, 3 ceremonies. There's only a limited number of places left. He offered me to go on it. I don't have the sort of finance to go on it. It's like $800. But I only mention that because it's all about timing and when the cat's ready to go. So I'm not saying that the cat is ready to go, in respect of mailing. But I just want to put that on as we've had such a deep conversation, I know that you would be someone that they would be willing to accept, because it's it's very limited kind of.
My mate, the guy who's the shaman, he comes here every couple of years. He's a Peruvian, and he brings ayahuasca with him because he's allowed as a shaman to administer this. And he makes it obviously.
Well, I just thought I'd share that reference with you because if it was appropriate and the time was right, then it might be useful. But in this case, it seems like you don't you have your own source?
No, not at all. I'm always wide awake to every angle that there possibly is.
They bring their own chef, their own, you eat their food, and it's all really high level. And as you can tell, it's his friend who does it. But as you can see,
where would I get reference to that?
Well, I could ask him to share that, or if you write to me, I will give you that information.
And we've got that on your leaflet.
He gave me the information. Yeah, he gave me the information, and he said if you're going to share this, only with the right kind of people. So I believe that would include you, if it was time. There's nothing in it for me, just other than sharing that information. I'm not on a commission basis or anything like that, just so it's
You haven't got any double glazing or any second-hand cars, have you? No, what it is we meet people along the way, and then there's a reason why we've met them.
Yeah.
And I see people that are not my friend, but I know we're going to be friends because and so they all fit in the jigsaw puzzle. And if we catapult ourselves into the future and then look back, that looks right within the path that we've already taken. It doesn't look wrong, it feels right. So I go off a lot of senses where Maylee's like, well, I don't get the senses, maybe I'm just using a different wording or maybe the wrong wording to translate into her thought pattern, but it's an incredible, it's all a journey and it's a lovely journey.
I'm really excited that I met you guys, Maylee. It's really an honour.
And when you were talking about height and different things, there's also, it's like the Eiffel Tower is 3 different colours from the ground, it all appears as one. So there's different angles and different colours. And then when we look at colours like this is red, we're only seeing it as red because we've all learnt that that's red and that's blue. But when you were saying like depends on what you're actually seeing and our interpretation. But we know this, like our dads could have called this blue and that red. But it's just because we've been taught that.
And not only that,
it's a common reference.
And not only that, it's that all light is being absorbed except red. So that's why we see it as red. So actually the color of it is merely just a reflection of what's not being absorbed by the article.
I'm a photographer, so if I've got you in a grey background or a black background or pink background or a white background, we can actually change the actual skin tones and do different things.
Right.
Philanthropy is not, to me, and this is stuff that other or Maylee's heard me say, it's not about just giving money away, it's finding one person every day to try and do good and then or share, and you can give out a lot of ideas, but one guy, he said, you give more than you take and you've evolved more than you should have. Well, if we do that as opposed to the opposite, we're just drawing on the planet, and then now and again we meet people who've got even more to add to that, and then you got the next pass and then you pass that on, and the goodness that you do, we just come past here and we thought we'll have a look, we'll try and get to another place, and then suddenly we get absorbed into amazing. And I said, we've got a Buck Palace on a bike, we'll just stay an extra day and because it's all about time, it doesn't really matter. I go on holiday in like 52 months, 52 countries, I'm where I am. I'll go to a place like Amsterdam for a weekend and spend 3 years. I don't like the limitation. And the Rasta man, when you say what time is it, he says, it's daytime, man, and we're all messed up with minutes, clocks and keys, and this is only a point of reference. But the sun is there. So like when we know the sun's there tomorrow, and it's like when you put your fingers out and everything was 15 minutes for the sun to hit those trees. So it's a reference point, and then tomorrow, right, I've got 3 fingers, so they're this. It's all calibrated by whatever we decide to pick. And it's so incredible because it's changing all the time, and like conversation organically. So if you just stand there and do the stuff and nobody actually comes back and contributes into it, then you'll go on your path. But then if it organically grows, it'll tangent off into another place, and then the idea is to get right out there and then actually come back to where we were and then carry on, because otherwise it's not fair to the guy who was leading the path, But what you're saying is fantastic. I really like, and if you're saying if he's on the same plane and the same, altitude, it's a great, incredible place to be.
I stream live on YouTube.
That's right, yes, I saw you.
I stream live on YouTube. I don't have as big an audience as I used to have, because in 2021 I was in South Africa going around the beaches with flyers saying to people, just be careful of this mask and needles agenda, and the YouTube took my channel down. So I've had to rebuild, and my content, Flat Earth, is very much suppressed. they do not allow this to appear very much on people's feeds. So, but I do this, coming to what I do this wherever I can. Yeah, I do this. They have a leaflet actually.
So you're not
yeah.
a bricklayer then?
No.
What do you do?
Well, so Wayne, I used to be a servant of the system, and then I published a book in 2012 about my time in the Angolan War, and then that led me to these truths about 9/11.
Because she says I should, or some people have said, you know, write a book and do this. And I'm like, well, I'm going to get arrested. No, but and you think no, but and I've said, why don't you write a book about just the last 7 months on what's happened to get to here, and I've only just concluded on the worst time of my life to there. Going back to where I'd said it is that like you will have the best day of your life, and I don't want to know the worst day of your life. And when I've seen soldiers and they've told me and they tear up like it's not, you save that for when you're going to go into serious surgery and you say I'd rather do this than go through that day. Well, you might have a collection of those days. And when I travelled, one person said, what country changed you the most? And I'm always looking for that question that's really going to make somebody think, rather than just, oh, what's your favourite food? Well, it all depends in which order. If you have your ice cream, your steak and your garlic bread, as we were saying the other night, it's completely different. And if you fly from here to Sydney, well, if you've just cut your way through the middle of Borneo with a machete, the Machacham after coming out of Sulawesi, and then you get through to the Banjarmasin down at the bottom, come through Sulawesi, you're in Papua New Guinea, and then you come into the top of Australia, then you're like, oh my God, I did that journey. I come into Australia, I've hired a four-wheel drive, I'm going down some red dirt road, the outback, the redback, and a kangaroo cuts me up. He actually's going this way, and he cuts me up about 60 kilometres an hour, and that was the first time I'd seen a kangaroo, besides going, wow, this is civilization. They've got running water and they've got electricity. So it's all impact as opposed to getting off the plane, getting on at London or Singapore and getting off. So everything has its impact depending on what you've done before. So you can change the shape of that by, and like if you go from here to India, it's culture shock. So go through Cairo and then you get there and you go, this is great. So it all really depends. And again, with a conversation, I've got friends and we'll just end up right out there, and organically a conversation does grow. And I always joke about that, and like some of that, you get all the way out there, they say, what are you talking about? Well, the idea is to get back to where we were, otherwise if we don't get back, we've never came back. And with shaman and mind journeys, if you don't come back to where you are, then you've sort of gone a bit too far.
Lost at sea.
And you always think, I'd like the Kedjabon, I'd like to do that, lost at sea, out in space. See, I'm half caveman, half space cadet, and I'm somewhere in the middle, just trying to work it out. And but it's an amazing place, and every day we learn. But I love all your stuff about time, and I love all of your the angles and the stuff about the Earth. And we still never got to true magnetic north and that, but it's because it's so interesting, it's just fascinating. And as I say, we've got 2 ears and 1 mouth, and I'm more into listening to what you say, and forgive me for interjecting at all. And it's what makes it a pleasure. We read about this place, it's been here since 1866, and Karl Marx and all these people, and Lenin had been here, and all these people, and you're in a space of time. I've got these people here all religious and all trying to get on about controversy, and you've got Herberts like this one coming in, Freddie giving it all of that. Well, but what you're actually saying is really like, oh my God, it's magnetising. It brings these forces together, which, as you say, these people would come past, and then I'd come past in a couple of weeks' time and go, hey, there's that guy again. Because we were over there, and I said, where's that guy? I just want to go see him. I want to work out how far it is before when we're sitting there on the beach and we can see now 3 miles. Because we can Google all this stuff, but I want, because you've obviously studied or gone for, and what do you do for a living? I'm a carpenter.
All right. Well, I actually,
you was a writer.
Yeah, I was saying that I used to work in change management in the government, right? And then when I discovered all of this stuff, I had to walk away from it all. I became a gardener and a woodworker, and I started making furniture from pallets.
I've done that. I made a cabinet out of a pallet, and that other guy was a project manager on a building site. It's weird because I made anyway. But carry on.
I started stripping pallets down. I stripped hundreds of pallets and made up furniture. And unfortunately, I couldn't maintain my lifestyle, keep the house and what have you. So about 5 years ago, my wife and I decided we were going to have to leave the house and just put ourselves at the mercy of the universe. And so we've been traveling for 5 years without a home. Which
that's what I had 52 months, 52 countries, but I stopped and worked along the way. So I actually went around the world. It took me 10 years to get round, but I stopped in Holland, Tokyo, Hong Kong, Australia.
Awesome.
And the weirdest day was leaving Kapstadt on the shortest day of the year. It was summer there to Amsterdam, so it's the longest day, the shortest day. It was too contrasting. It was full. Whereas if you go the other way, suddenly your days, we're coming up from Australia, and then suddenly the lights out till 10 o'clock, and it's waking up at 4:15 when I got there. Whereas it'd be the other way. So it all depends in which order you go to. So where do you see the checkered flag? Do you see a place where projected you've got a plan, or you're still freelancing?
Well, our dream ambition is to get back to South Africa.
So is that where you see yourself in 5 years?
Yeah, because we spent 11 months there in 2021, and I had such a good connection with the Africans, like sharing this truth and connecting with them as living men and women, because those, not all of them, but a lot of them are so much closer to nature.
No wonder the coppers are in there. Actually, they've drawn in. We just had a great chat with the coppers because she hasn't seen them before. But carry on.
Yeah, so I feel so connected to those people, and with the sort of, I don't know if you've ever heard the term New World Order or World Order. There is a world order that is stage managing the stuff that's going on in the world, So Flat Earth is just a gateway. The truth is, and other people who don't agree with Flat Earth will say, yes, I agree, there is a Agenda 2030, which is about curtailing, using this climate change agenda, which doesn't exist on a flat Earth, but using the climate change agenda to control and curtail your movements, bring in CBDC, the central bank digital currency, to bring 5G, nanotechnology, vaccinations, all of these things that are designed to harm. And I think that our world, particularly like Australia was pretty insane during the lockdowns, from my friends there, that our worlds, like our cities, like London and so on, are going to become increasingly controlled, and there's going to be less and less natural freedom. And so a place like South Africa feels to me like somewhere where I can spread my wings a bit and still be on the land, grow my own food, do that kind of thing, because that's my ambition.
It's funny saying the wings, because I feel like my wings are broken at the moment, and I've got to learn. I've just gone through a big split with somebody after 43 years, and I've gone through the worst from being even put in somewhere where I didn't want to be, like a caged animal, to actually coming right out of it. And it's only been today, this morning, where I've concluded that. You use a lot of fancy words, and when we Google them, we actually can come into even a more complex, where you Google it and it'll give you the simple version, and then you Google it, another one, and then you come into the most worst extreme. So if you was explaining, because my dad always said, ask me a question, me and my friends know the answer to everything. You stump me, and he says, my friend knows the answer to that. So you're using a lot of very advanced and very depthy words. The Americans do this with great wordage of, it's pertinent this and there's this and that, but they've done their own thing, as my girlfriend's dad used to say, like bastardise the language. But I'll just show you one example. If we look at something and then just really out the ball and right, so antithesis, right?
The opposite of.
It's the complete opposite of. Okay. Now you explain it to their children the antithesis of this. This is really out there, completely nothing to do with what we're talking about. But you've got to go out there sometimes.
Go with you, Wayne.
This is the explanation, boys and girls, of antithesis. In Hegelian philosophy, the negation of the thesis is the second stage in the process of dialectical reasoning. And it just goes on. I'll pick a word and I'll go on a whole journey of like, well, hang about, dialectical, and then we just go on, and you end up and that's supposed to help young children. One is with the question, are they asking about astrology or are they asking about what a man is too? But then how do you get the answer? And once you've got the key, you can open all the doors. You're talking about the library of all this behind. We've now got enough stuff to take us to the moon.
Right.
So you imagine the education of 20 years' time. They're going to project miles because we only learned that much. And
that's why I could learn quantum physics, basic quantum physics from my lounge, because I was able to listen to the professors talk about it, 60 symbols, the Australian
that's why I
people.
said he must be a professor or something, and I could see you at college. So where you're going to get to, I'm an endangered species, I'm the end of the line, I never bred, but going 2 or 3 generations on, the education is not just a set of encyclopedias that your old man bought of some guy knocking on the door. It's enough stuff to get you to the moon and back, and everything else, and it just multiplies.
So I had, when I discovered flat Earth, I said to my wife, we've got to get all the chemicals as much as possible out of our lives and so on. And if she falls pregnant, then we'll have a baby, because we already had 2 children heading for university. So we had a baby who I call my flat Earth baby. His name is Zizi. Zizi, yeah. Well, Alexander, but his name is Zizi. He's 7 years old now, and we educate him ourselves. And this boy is so bright. But I have the advantage of what you just showed me, is these tools at our disposal to say, here's the information on that. You know, he loves chess, actually. He loves.
That's what I do.
That's why I mentioned it. So he loves all sorts of things that he's able.
It's a great way of absorbing a lot of thought.
And he's talking about maths equations that I'm like, son, I'm not even able to follow you where you're at right now. He's 7 years old. So there's a website called etymology.com. Have you come across that one?
No.
It's worth looking at because it breaks down the origin of all these words. Etymology.com. Yeah. You'll go back over this video, I hope, and check this out. But etymology.com, it really helps you understand where the root of words come from and how words are used to control us, deceive us, misguide us, beguile us, or whatever. So that's just. I just throw that in as a point of reference. As you like going.
And that's about words and exploring.
Yeah.
Actually, the last guy gave me a nice quote, because we were talking about, you know, it's easy for a piano player to play Rachmaninoff or Mozart, but it's hard for him to put a toilet in, and it's hard for a plumber to do that. It depends on what we do, but it doesn't mean I'm better than him. I might have spent 3 hours a day for 6 years. So it doesn't mean to say I'm better at chess than somebody. I play 3 games a day for the last 20 years. And he said, don't judge a fish by his ability to climb a tree. And I just thought, I like that. So I have little notes that I write down, which I sometimes look at, reread and ponder. And then I also get into lyrics and words and look at other people's patterns of how they've put theirs together, and just tangenting into AI, where some is good and some is bad. They're actually starting within the next year. You'll see a lot of changes, because Bob Dylan had just, was it Bob Dylan? Bob Dylan and John Lennon had just wrote this song together, and they'd put it like through AI. So you'll be able to do something like, no, it wasn't. That was the song we were listening to. No, that was the song we were listening to earlier. No, but that weren't AI. But what I'm saying is, you'll be able to put something. Bach's Second Son was an amazing piano player. It's what I listen to when I'm chilling out between other music. Well, you'll be able to get him together with Mozart, and they'll be able to put something together. So you'll be able to get Einstein together with, you know, Pythagoras, and had dinner with them. We sat there one night and we all said, because I'm into most incredible questions right out there, who would you like to meet the most? So one person said Oprah Winfrey, and then the other guy said Adolf Hitler, and then somebody else said someone else, and then it went on to, right, so you got Adolf Hitler, Oprah Winfrey, and then we went on to what would they be talking about. So, and one of my things is, what is the best day of your life? Or I'll come into, one of my companies is called Let 'em Choose, with animals. You put down cow, beef, lamb, crocodile, goat, and because I sell about 350 different types of, actually about 280, about 350 different types of traits, from goat's testicle to, kangaroo. So, and what we do, we let the dog choose.
Right.
So if I don't understand a word you say, I'm going to give you a pizza, a meat pie, a roast dinner, and you'll go, and you'll be eating the one that, so we're looking at the body language which is telling us this. And Hinduism is, I don't believe in one religion, there's a little bit of everything. And even Rastafari and a lot of Buddhism, and I see everything in a lot of, so there's not one holy house that can collect all my things. And why should it be everybody just in that box? We've got to be open-minded, we've got to be wide awake, and we've got to take all the information in. My thing at the moment is, so I take photographs, so I capture moments in time. And a guy the other day said, what don't speak, don't lie. So I'll take a photo of somebody and then I'll play with the background. I could put you in the future and make all of this in black and white, or I can make you come right off the page and spin this, or I can take it down, or I can absorb it in, and then I'll send it and I'll put it on your website, or with your permission. And that's the sort of a present I like to do with people, or to do something, because it's one of those, it's what can we do? Well, the paparazzi years ago is a funny picture of 15 artists standing there with easels and paintbrushes while the king comes out. Well, it's a matter of time and what we've got. So now we can just go click, 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 and we can edit it right there and then on our phone. Well, that will get even more so. Well, you won't look at an oil painting. You'll see a picture of the Mona Lisa and a tear roll down her eye, and she might go, so they will all be moving. We're in a pub the other night and there's a great big screen up, and there's this, we're watching the Olympics, and I said, what you'll do, you'll pull the blind down and suddenly there's like the Himalayas, because you projected it on there. And it's as big as like this massive wall, and then the next minute you got a beach, and then you'll have like waves crashing, and the sound will be with that, or you'll be in the mountains and there'll be or a yak or something walking across, or it'll be static, and then suddenly a boat moves, or it might just be an ocean and this thing very slowly, and you're like, is that thing moving? No, it must be you. So we actually can take visual and sound into a different thing. I'll say this, instead of just taking one splat, I can do this and come round and get the whole thing, so that I'm actually showing somebody what it was like. And my mate's got a camera, it'll take up there a picture of us in 3D and that. And it's just he's bought it from motorbikes. So what's going to be here in 10 years, and what your boy is going to go, Zizi, after Alexander the Great. And Alexander the Great, we're in a lift, we're going up in this lift, in the builder's lift. So we're talking about Alexander. And then we're talking about his horse. And I said, it's Bucephalus. Bucephalus was his horse's name, because I know everybody's horse's name. I'm into animals. Right. And then I said, the bloke said, I believe he died in India. And I said to him, it's actually Buzokalai in Macedonian. And then another bloke said something else. Now I'm a carpenter, he was a bricklayer, and there's a plumber. And there's an architect in the corner. And it's like, excuse my French, for fuck's sake, I just thought you lot were a bunch of herberts talking nonsense, and this is the highest intellectual conversation, and we don't even talk about this, we talk about nonce when we're sitting there. So it's a funny situation. I've got a Cockney accent, so people look down because of the way I talk, but it doesn't really, I'd rather be underestimated, and I travel around the world. I was saying to a guy earlier, everybody thinks English. I say BBC English because that's what it was years ago. Well, now I come back and it's a bit more straight. The neighbour don't say he's a jolly nice chap, he's a nice bloke, because the TV, where our influence come from, is they've gone a bit more straight. They've loosened the tie from this is the BBC and this and that. So it's all our influence that changes us. So your boy, his journey, if you're 57, and I'm 59, he's 50 years cruising behind you, when he gets to wear your shoes or sandals at this age, he will only understand, what does he do if a bloke walks 100 miles every day in my shoes? Well, who cares, because he's 200 mile away by now. But he will then be looking retrospectively back to his point. And we had phones with dialers on. I've got a phone that I click in here and it's got a thing on and people think it's lucky. You'll ask him what dial means and he'll go, I've got to look it up. Well, and when we go straight from tribes straight into mobile phones, and what changed me the most, going into the jungle where you've got the people and the elders are going, you don't want to go to college, you need to learn how to hunt and get animals. Now the society say, no, you've got to go to college to learn how to do things so you can get a job and then pay tax and then go to this shop and buy this. No, you're supposed to run for 3 hours after this gazelle. You're supposed to catch him and know how to skin it. What do you want to learn that for? Well, really, we give a third of our money away to some government, or at least they put us in prison. And I like the jungle because there's no laws and it's survival and it's all down to you. And in these tribes, whether it's the San in the Kalahari or the Himba up on the Angolan border, or whether it's the Dayaks in Kalimantan, or whether it's the anthropologist dream of up in the hill tribes of Sino-Tibetan, like the Tibetan, the Golden Triangle. You've got Chinese, Thai, Lao Thai, Vietnamese Thai. There's all this blend. Whereas then I started spending time in the jungles. First of all with mercenaries. Then I laid down my camera and we were like more trying just surviving that. So if your buddy gets shot, you've got to try and work it all out. And then I took that with United Nations and I ended up sort of down in Borneo. So one person said, what changed you the most? You go into the jungle, you're bamboo rafting, river rafting, you're riding elephants, and you get there and you wonder, why would I want to live here? And then when you come out, you might have only had 6 months or 2 years. No, you might have only had 3 days, like a tourist would do, but you've got no thing of time because you could have been in there for 6 months, and at that point you've made it because you come out of it.
I'm back with something that you need to read. 33.
Okay.
Read that.
O company of jinn and mankind, if you are able to pass beyond the regions of heaven and the earth, then pass. You will not pass except by authority from God, from Allah. Yes. So
you understand what
and that's why it's an abomination to Allah to say we're sending rockets
and that
into
is
the
just
sky.
one verse. Many other verses, as I said to you earlier, that would say that God is describing how He created Earth. He said He flattened it, He made it stable, and He put the mountains in it to be as pegs. No, when you pegs, you have pegs to. Like when you put a tent together.
Yeah, the pegs for a tent.
The pegs to make the tent stable. These descriptions are in the Quran. But when Muslims are asked about this, some ulama, which is mean like those who understand the real the meanings, they decided to interpret certain things in the Quran. As I said to you, when God said that He fataq al-sama', He popped the earth as flat, He popped it and raised the sky. And He tells us, look at the sky standing without any posts. He's asking you, me, everyone, look at this sky above you standing without anything holding it. And it's water. There is water.
Above there,
Okay? He's telling us that. So when that is in the Quran, they use that as Big Bang. The Muslims, they use that, they told the scientists, look, Big Bang is in the Quran.
So it sounds a little bit crude what I'm about to say, but I think that it's an insult to our Creator that they create these phallic, penis-shaped vehicles that they fire up into the belly of our mother.
They have exploded atomic bombs up there.
Operation Fishbowl.
Bombs.
Operation Fishbowl in the 1950s. They tried to crack the roof with Operation Fishbowl. It's a well-known. The Russians and the Americans for 4 years. For 4 years they tried to. Now I don't.
He's
believe-
Ali G. Not everyone has a name.
That's for you.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah, I've got WhatsApp.
Thanks so much.
But I realize you.
Thanks, my brother.
Hey, look. Thank you.
You live every week. Would you like?
Not every week.
His own
but
will.
Would you like some water?
No, actually, you sure? Actually,
It's cold.
It's cold.
There you go.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wow, how nice.
Bismillah, I think.
Anyway, look.
Bismillah.
Thank you.
Bismillah.
I've got a Quran. I read the Quran.
I love how
I
it's-
read it in Arabic. I want to give it as.
I was given one last week, identical to this. Would you like it, Wayne?
Take it?
Would you like it? The Quran to take home?
I'll tell you
It's
what.
in English.
Read. You don't have to
I
be
like that
religious.
about being
I
authorised.
understand, yeah. My
Just
daughter
read
said-
it and look what is in reference
Because
to
we'll have that.
the description of
This
how
page
Earth
here.
was made.
This page here. What is your
Yeah.
reference? No, leave that there.
Oh,
What is your,
here.
no, I'll keep that.
Oh, the one I
No,
showed
but
you.
what page? Oh, is that the reference?
No,
where
no,
it's
no. The
being
one I
authorised?
showed you is not in this page. Let me show you the page, and I'll mark it for
You've
you.
got something about
There we
that
go.
page. What's
Oh,
it?
company of jinn. This is God addressing the jinn and mankind. You know what the jinn is? The spirits. Because the spirits are also creation of Allah, of God. God has created man and angels and Satan,
The demons,
demons, all that. And in those there is good ones, there's ones that obey God's command, and there is those who are like shaitan, like we say, Satan. Trying to,
Rebellion.
yeah. So here's
Lovely to see you.
Give thanks tonight.
Yeah, good
Give
thanks.
thanks at the
Yeah. Nice to see you. We're having a really in-depth conversation here today. Really long, in-depth conversation. Are you going well?
I'm doing well, yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice weather today as well.
Lovely weather today. Just a few chemtrails today.
Exactly, yeah. They can't destroy God's creation.
No, they will try.
Yeah.
They will try and make us sick as well, but they can't.
Exactly.
They can't. God is great.
Yeah, he is.
Beyond anything that man can do in his darkest ways.
it's been tested. And the test is for you to whatever you want to do. I mean, you can disbelieve, you can do whatever. You may have a great life, even like God says about the Pharaoh in here.
What's your
So he's giving him everything because he didn't want
thought
he didn't
about,
want anything on the other side.
like you have had a home for how long?
5 years.
You have had your home.
Oh no,
No, I mean before, yeah, like you have your wife.
Yes.
Or you live in a house
Yes.
somewhere. And then you travel for 5 years.
Yeah.
Without a stable.
That's correct.
Certain, what we call home.
Yes.
Right? But in my view, some people say, oh, homeless, well, I don't have a home, they feel sad. But I said, but you have the whole world.
Yes.
You can go anywhere, you have the freedom.
Yes.
Right? You don't have to
Yeah.
worry about, staying in one place. When you want to go somewhere,
Yeah.
you're free to go.
That's right.
The freedom.
No, it's where it's a real blessing.
What's your, what would you want to find somewhere? Oh, like you mentioned, South Africa is where you would like to go to and settle there. Is that what?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm always meant to travel, but my intention was when I first started this journey, before I moved out of my home, I realized that I need to be with the land, growing my own food, contributing to a community by sharing that food. So my hope was my plan is to get to that state where I can have a stable base, but still travel. You know, the difficulty for a guy my age or my situation, or for many people, is that we become so used to having a fixed job and a salary at the end of the month. I was used to having a salary at the end of the month. So when I left all of it, I wasn't going to ask the government for any money or any payments for my child or anything like that. I knew I had to do it by myself. And so the hardest part of that journey is stabilizing yourself financially. You know, so if I was a trust fund baby and I had lots of money in the bank, I'd be like, this is the very best thing.
Unless you have somewhere to be self-sufficient.
That's right. And even if you're a gardener, like if I was doing gardening, I'd need to be in a place for a while to build up a client base so that I was earning enough money to feed my family. So part of how I've survived is through my YouTube work. is that people send me donations for the work that I do. So that's some of how I get by. But yeah, my hope is obviously to have a fixed base, and I expect it to be in South Africa, but I want to continue traveling.
What's your origin?
Well, I was born in England, but raised in South Africa. So I was 6 months old when my parents moved to South Africa. So I kind of think of myself as South African.
You grew up in South Africa.
Uh-huh.
6 months.
But I was 6 months baby,
Yeah.
and then my parents moved to South Africa.
And
so
basically you grew up.
I only knew South Africa really, although I have English heritage.
Yes. Your origin is here, but you have the whole background.
That's right.
Since before you actually start to perceive the whole world in a very more, as we say, more conscious
way. Yeah. So when I was in South Africa in 2021 for that 11 months, I was traveling around. Some people helped me out with a car. So we were traveling around talking to people in the street like I do here, but going to people in the beaches and stuff like that and saying, hey, this is what's going on in the world. There's stuff you need to know about what's being done. And in that process, I met some amazing people, African people predominantly, who also want the same thing. They want a life less controlled by, government and by all these sorts of things. So I feel like I have, with the knowledge that I've gained in my experience of life, I feel like I can add value to help those people achieve something greater for themselves, rather than getting caught up in modernity in the way that they've all got the suit and the tie and the salary, paying the taxes and doing all of those things. Rather that they become back on the land and they become more self-sufficient, more natural. Yes, that's what I'm hoping will come. And I'm still in contact with some of those people from South Africa, and I'm planning, and we'd still talk about when I'm going to come back and what we're going to achieve together. Because people need to know the truth about who we are, and I believe that this is the information that's on my heart is a lot closer to the truth of who we are than what we get in the TV, what we get in the newspaper, and what we get from the government. So I want to share that and help people find their higher self, find their connection to the higher consciousness, to God, whatever. Thank you.
Just to show you the verse, because I mentioned that verse to him.
Yeah.
In Arabic, and then I translated it the best way I can. But now I brought it to you.
Awesome.
But you have a Quran in English.
I have the same copy.
And honestly, if you read it, you're gonna find few references about the way he built it.
I will endeavor to read it. I'm so grateful for your...
Not necessarily to make you Muslim or anything.
Yeah, I
but
appreciate
also
that.
in the Quran, God tells us that He wants every creature that He sent on this planet, He wants it to acknowledge Him and to worship only Him. Not that He needs that. And He also says that I can kill you all and send the new creatures that will be obedient to me. He says in the Quran, He says many times, I can get rid of all of you and create a new set of people to worship.
Well, in my conception of the way that the world is, this is our 5th epoch. There have been Noah's floods. There have been events in the last few 100 years, maybe even in the last 6,000 years. There's been a number of epochs in which all or most of mankind has been removed, and then we've started again.
We know that with the Aztecs and the Mayans and the Romans, all these great
Mayans are on a flat
civilizations.
earth.
When God
and their construction.
When God was speaking to the angels and He said, "I'm going to create someone to represent me on earth." He's talking about Adam from clay. What the angel said to God, why would you do that? Because you have us worshiping you blindly when you had creatures before that were forsaking you and causing damage on earth. What does it mean? That means that there were some creatures before Adam. They were on this earth. But they start damaging everything. They start just forsaking God and damaging it. And God has got rid of them all and created Adam from clay to send the new creatures. But the privilege that humans have is that you have the choice to choose the will of God or the will that your own will, like whatever you choose to do. Like some people, they pick and choose. Like someone now just telling me, well, I'm secular Jew. Well, secular means like, so you are making mistakes. You like to pick and choose. Either way, you're a Jew, and you have to, even if you make mistakes, but don't call yourself I'm a secular or liberal Muslim. All that doesn't stand.
So I'm going to throw something into the pool here, just for consideration. This is a bit of a stretch, but because I believe in the electromagnetic universe and that everything is vibration and frequency, I believe that, you know, where they talk about the 666 that we are made of carbon, and it makes, because when you said about made from clay it made me think of this. When we look at the megalithic constructions of a previous world, and when we hear stories of men being 30 feet and much bigger, yes, tall, I don't necessarily think of them as being 666 flesh, meat, heavy like we are. I think of them perhaps being closer to light than this heavy clay material. So, which is why we are smaller and we can't build on the scale that the previous epochs could build. So, thinking about it cyclically, that things would go more dense. If you come from the sky, from the heavens, things are thin, light, and then they get heavier and heavier and heavier. And here we are in a dense, right now, a dense version.
We know there's less oxygen on Earth now than it used to be thousands and thousands of years.
That's right.
And oxygen allows your body to be bigger. And if there's less oxygen, then your body will be smaller.
Yes. Like the people in the Himalayas, they are smaller, but the Sherpas, they are smaller people. Now, on a flat Earth conception, I also believe, because in Japan, they found pyramids in the sea.
Yeah, they did.
So this sends us down the line of, okay, so where was the sea level? Thousands of years ago. Was the sea level what they call the continental shelf now? So all of that, what we call the continental shelf, which is hundreds of miles off the coast, was actually once fertile land, and therefore lower and under much richer oxygen, because we know that the higher we go, the thinner the air gets. The deeper we go, if we took the sea away, the richer the air would become with oxygen.
Yeah.
So it's my theory that once upon a time we had a much lower sea level. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, 1 mile lower. That the beings that could live there were much larger.
Well, in actual fact, they are. The sea level is coming up because of the caps are like melting.
Okay, that's globalist mind. That's globalist programming, my friend. Let me tell you that I grew up in Durban.
No, I'm just wondering why the sea level has come up.
Has it?
If you have a
I don't know.
Well, in my 50 years of swimming in Durban,
it was there.
Oh yeah.
That's what
but
I'm saying.
in our lifetimes, in our lifetimes, I don't think so. But in previous epochs, yes, pre-flood.
If you have an ice cube in a container with water, so you have water, a body of water, and you have big ice cube in there. The level of the water in there, as the ice melts, is not going to rise. It's going to remain the same until the ice is all melted. Which means this iceberg that they've been telling us they're melting and the sea level is going to rise. So bullshit.
In fact, if you froze this bottle of water, it would blow the water bottle. Or particularly if it was glass. Why? Because when it's frozen, it'll take up a bit more space.
It's the same quantity.
So to the point. Okay, so yeah, just to say, like I went back swimming in Durban in 2021. I'm like, and now I'm very much into this flat Earth kind of thinking. I'm like, hang on, the beach is at the same point at the Durban point in the harbour that it was when I was 5 years old learning to swim. So it hasn't changed in our lifetime. However, this is the point of, if it did change, if there was a Noah's flood, and then all of a sudden we lost the next 1,000 meters up, the only people that would be surviving, let's say 2,000 meters, the only people that would be surviving would be smaller people up in Peru, in the Himalayas, and so on, and they would be smaller than the 6 foot people that are down.
Because the Himalayas and the Andes, they are smaller people.
Yeah,
they're not Harlem Globetrotters. They're not like 6 footers.
Little guys survive
much
there.
Bigger. There was like stories that man was like almost 12 meters long, tall. There's in Saudi Arabia, there's a tribe in Yemen. They used to be called Amalekah. And also the people of the region of Palestine, Canaan, what was it called, the Canaan, the land of Canaan. They used to call them Amalekah. And in fact, the word Amalek is mentioned in the Bible. Amalek, and that means Amalek, and Imlaq means a giant man. And that's why the Jews could not, the David and Goliath, wasn't Goliath a giant man like that David came? That's, these people, they were huge. They were like as big as a tree.
Now, you've traveled to Italy, I'm sure. And you know, in Italy, I was there a few years ago with all of this thinking in my head and going, okay, so I do not accept the story of this 20-meter door. That doesn't make sense for simple people with horse and cart. That makes sense for men that were much bigger. We've still got buildings around London where it's like, there's a 12-foot ceiling, 15-foot ceiling. Like, little people with limited resources do not over-construct. This was possibly built by people.
About this, like some buildings that we think they were built just like a few centuries ago, but they apparently been built way more longer than that, because the way they look, they suit giant people, like huge doors and high ceilings.
And I'm a student of a subject called mud flood. And mud flood suggests that we were, in the last 500 years, maybe sooner, we were inundated by mud across the whole plane of the earth, and that the cities that we have today are all constructed on top of buildings that were subsumed by that, or they've lost the first 3 stories or 4 stories of that building. I have been around hundreds of buildings in different cities, in different places.
Not when they excavate and come into land.
That's right.
Like in Mexico, where they've come up, and we know that that's so far. They've got pyramids on top of
the Colosseum. They dug that out, and they're still not at the bottom. If you go around the Colosseum, just the roads near the Colosseum, they're digging 20 meters and 30 meters into the ground, and they've got columns and buildings and construction and all of that stuff going on in the ground there. I've been into building stately homes in this country where they've got doorways and windows facing the dirt, like below the grade. You know, so I've seen so many of that myself, and obviously online I've seen pictures of others.
I'm gonna go. It's a pleasure.
Thank you,
with you too, and with you. Nice one, my dear.
Until next time.
Wish you all the best.
But yeah, there are so many new interesting subjects to explore once you open the door to, wow, the history, who we are, how we got here, and what's been going on for the last few centuries. All has to be recalibrated with new lenses, with new eyes, like you've just got, with new eyes. You're going to see things more clearly since the surgery, and perhaps you're going to start seeing things with new eyes now that we've had this conversation. But it opens the door.
The history of the past is the lessons for the future. Now, my eyes rapidly went bad from me swimming one year, seeing my girlfriend waving on the beach, to the next year not being able to see past my feet. And it was so fast and so rapid. I had 25% one year, I'd lost, and then I had 25% left. So I said, if I carry on, I'll be blind. So I started playing the piano with my eyes shut. And I started to think of, maybe I'll go back to Amsterdam, because I like, if I shut my eyes and just think where we are and live all the senses. And cognitively, sometimes they say, smell, close your eyes, tell me what you think, tell me what you're hearing, tell me the breeze that's coming through. And a lot of people have got their eyes wide open, but they don't actually see anything. And it did scare me. So I've got one eye, my minimal focal distance is 52 centimetres, and my right eye is here. So it's not like one's miles and one's there, it's just together, it balances. And I said to the eye surgeon, I said, I don't know. He said, he's going to do one eye long and one eye short. I said, but how will I be able to see a shave? He said, I'm going to do as she said, I'm going to do you the same what I would do for my mother, in nicer words. I'm going to do for you the same as mother. I said, but your mother doesn't shave. Yeah. And he laughed and he said, well, but you know what I mean. Anyway, he did it and boom. So to me, and I know, and one guy, I'm in the pet industry, I've got animals, and I can sometimes communicate better with animals than I can with humans. We've got this such wide vocabulary that we can say, have a nice day, or we can say, hey, nice. Yeah. So it all depends on how we say.
Absolutely.
So with sight and the idea of losing it, it was just sort of, I'm going into something like really not too sure. So I think if I go back to Amsterdam and where I can listen to things, come along. But
how about distilled water? Have you looked at distilled water? Don't drink tap water.
Oh, really? Yeah.
So, you know, even this bottled water, I've accepted this bottle of water, but what I've got in my water bottle is distilled. I distill every drop I drink, unless I'm caught out. So I carry a 4-liter distiller around with me, a 4-liter urn, and I turns it into steam, cools the steam, and then I cool that in the fridge. And my son has never, other than for the time in South Africa, he's never drunk anything other than distilled.
After travelling and just living on water, I could tell the difference of good water and bad water. And Maylee drinks like warm water, and she said, no, the water's murky here.
Yeah.
But I haven't been into, well, I've just been drinking water for 5 years.
Okay.
So it's
awful. Now you get 300 parts per million of dissolved solids in the water. Some of that is fluoride. Some of it's chlorine. None of it's worth drinking. And why I mention it is because macular degeneration is often caused by a buildup of these micro particles of crap. It also causes arthritis. You can see 70-year-olds, it used to be easier to find. You can see 70-year-olds talk about how their arthritis is washed away after a 3-month, distilled water purge. So you clean all the stuff out. It's essentially like drinking rainwater.
Okay, yeah.
And it's got, you can put a little bit of salt in it just for the electrolysis, or what they call it, electrolytes. But distilled water is like a vacuum cleaner because it's got a magnetic property to it now that wants to draw inorganic compounds away from your dog bowl. My cat, right? If you love animals, I've been. The last 2 years we've been house sitting with pets, so we look after people's pets while they're on holiday.
Really?
That's how I've been surviving. You
can also look after people's homes, but
well, at the same time we do that, but it's typically with pets, horses, cats, dogs. At the moment, 2 dogs. I put my cat on distilled water, and she was 17 at the time, and her stomach got flat. Her coat looked amazing. So I was at a stables.
These are my pre-cats.
Oh, beautiful.
Bongo Djembe, I've gone for drums. And we've got Kransky, she just died. And her sister was Chorizo, 20 and 18. So carry on.
Yeah. So my cat also lived on to 19, but I had to let her go and give her to someone else when we lost the home. But the point is, I also said to a guy who has a stud farm, horse stud farm, we looked after his place. And I said to him, are you giving the horses rainwater? He said, no, we never thought about that. He said, but now that you talk about giving this information, he said, damn, because we are getting certain ailments that we wouldn't otherwise get, but they get tap water. And I do, you need to put them on rainwater, or it's too expensive to distill water for horses, I suppose. But there's window cleaners today who go around London and other places, they use distilled water because they don't have to dry it, because it rips away all this
pH and acid water, there's a big variation through the two.
Yeah.
And some people use a low or high pH to get like a cleaner thing and all this.
Yeah.
So there is a lot in what you're saying.
The dry cleaner can only use distilled water. And if you use tap water in your kettle, it'll fur up in a year.
Yeah, it will do,
spitting out.
See, I use a purifier, so is that the same as
so
what you're saying?
Brita
Yeah.
filters. Well,
so
the people that we're staying, the house that I'm staying in at the moment, they use Brita. They swear by it. So I measured. I have a dirty.
That's from the tap.
And you'll get that. So when I started giving my dog distilled water in her metal bowl, it ripped all the dirt off that ring that you get.
That you get that water line.
It ripped all of that off. It ripped all of that off, and so because it's hungry for that. Question is, Brita. So Brita, I measured the water from the Brita filter that they were using. So the tap water is 280, the Brita was 150. So the Brita is removing half, but you couldn't tell me which half it's removing, and I would suggest that the smaller spits that are getting through the Brita are probably the more harmful, the hardest for your body to process. So in South Africa, they're very keen on reverse osmosis. The shops selling reverse osmosis, and that's probably, if you can't get distilled water, that's probably the next best thing. It's been through like 15 filters, and it's, but is it as clean as the distilled water? Absolutely not. Is it distilled, or is it still still? Is it still water, i.e. dead water? It is still dead water. You've got to distill it which is what God does, or the creation does, is that it draws water off the oceans, and it's only clean, and then it cools it and settles back down as rain. That's the hydration. That's the hydrology, natural hydrology process. The only other way to get distilled water is in fruit, rain, and doing it yourself is the only way to get distilled water. And I say it because with your eyes and, you know, aging and so on, it is definitely worth us understanding the difference between bottled Evian. I used to drink Evian for years, for 20 years. You know, now you can see that Evian spelled backwards, naive. It is. Evian spelled backwards is
really,
naive. Anyway, I mean, that may just be a coincidence. I know it's meant to be a French word and plays in France and so on.
Why is sabotage a French word? And why is what is it? Abbreviation such a long word? I don't know.
I like that.
No, there's a lot of like these nice things which are like ridiculous, you know. But,
well, that's been. I've had the most engaging, phenomenal conversation with you both today. It has been really energetically rewarding. I hope
and
that
for yourself, organically, you can go on and there's your sign.
It's still there, thank God. No, I haven't turned around in an hour since I've been talking to you, so I'm glad it's still there, unaffected.
See, and I go with, where were you 5 years ago? You just left the house, and I'll say to people, where will you be in 5 years' time? And we are here.
Yeah.
So I'm always looking for that. And with I'll say to people, you know, like it's like how you get a bat with 10 different whiskies or 10 different wines, or so with the animals, you know, let them choose whether they've got pork. Do it with the animals. Now I come in, I've got a pet shop, so it's like a smorgasbord. I've got my cats and there's 9 bowls of cat food. I've got like $100,000 worth of this stuff, so we can go through and the cat will eat up the one that is the favourite. So what you do, you always leave a little bit in a can so you can tell who prefers this one or she than that one, and then the next day you try and beat it. Well, then I say to people, right, I'll tell you what we'll do, we're going to work out your nicest food and then we want to pair with that. Or I'll give, like many a time I'll put different drinks down and don't tell me what you taste. So there's different avenues we get, and then which one, like I used to drink a lot of alcohol, so it'd be like which whiskey will I have first and then second and third. I don't drink anymore, but all I'm saying is whichever, best thing I've done, but whatever you do, there's always like there's an interesting point to look at. And actually this Gavin guy, he said we're getting the most strangest conversations because the two of us never thought like everybody else. Otherwise we're just on the treadmill talking about the same stuff, you know, the same, everybody, which religion is this one? But you have been different because we're not talking about religion and we're not talking about we're talking about something else and great knowledge and stuff which is incredibly interesting.
Truly empowering as to who we are and what our journey and our purpose is in this life. What's the purpose of this life? Well,
I've said that, if I fulfilled what I'm meant to be, and I want to build my own house so that I can leave something here longer than I will be, but sometimes we wonder that.
And write that book. Write that book.
Yeah, should
That'll
do,
stay behind you.
Well, I said to Mei Lee, even if you just wrote for 6 months from there to here, these people who write stuff like Harry Potter, if I flick through the pages of my mind to my beginnings of my journeys to where I've actually got and where it went to get all the way around the planet, it would make James Bond and Errol Flynn like influences that I was from a kid. Looked like a bunch of tourists, you know. 1 minute we've got machine guns blazing because they've just shot all our buddies. Another minute we're out with spears chasing after a wild boar in Borneo. Next minute with a Kalahari, and they've got their little short people. So they've got short bow and arrows, and so learning different ideas. And I said to one guy who was building a bure in Fiji, I said, why don't one day I come here and bring you back to Australia? He said, well, why don't you why don't you give me a hand? So I gave him a hand and we split 3 coconut trees down, and I laughed that if I don't have a coconut I'll use a hammer, and we built and we lashed down the young stuff to use as
twine
rope and things. And he then taught me to build bures. Now don't forget, out in the Pacific every year the tornadoes, or not the tornadoes, but like the great big hurricanes come through and wash them away. So you imagine you're in a village, right? And then the next minute you're up. Now I'm into animals, but there's no animals on these islands because they flooded, and you're there and your wife and your children are just on 3 trees because there's nothing else
Wow.
left. Now that's scary shit.
Wow.
Now when the water goes back down again, you've got your land. Well, I figured if he's building a bure and he builds one every year, it's got to be good. So it's just a technique that I've learned and use. This guy was talking about pegs, where to keep it taut, to keep the roof, and like we're unsupported ceiling. Well, I've got on my beach, I put an umbrella up. I just use different ideas. The Chinese or in Malaysia or Vietnam, they'll walk with a spring and they've got water on both sides. And I can make a door closer by just having a bag of water, a string over to there. So when you open the door, the bag comes up and it shuts the door. Simple. So I've then figured, I've got this umbrella. It's this massive umbrella, but what do I want to do to stop it? So I just get a bag and a lump of rope. And it was saying to do 4 corners, just use what there is, but I'm just using different ideas and translating one idea. We were in a shop yesterday in Sainsbury's, and there's a thing with a pencil case. And I said, well, that's a good idea because I can use that for something else. It expands, and I put some glasses in there. And this morning I went and bought one of these. And then I saw one of these and I thought, oh, this is great because I can do what I used to do. And then I was showing Mei Lee about scribing, so I can come down and follow the shape, and I was showing her with the compass. So we get a compass that's designed for a circle, and I initially went in there because for years I used to have a Swiss Army knife, and I've only just bought one, and I had it here.
Right.
And for there, they pat you down, but they never pat there unless you're in an airport or something. So it was just something that I use. No, but you cut a lump of bread with it, you fix a door with it, you've got a screwdriver. So it's just something that I use for years. And then only now that I'm about to do another toot, like from here, after a journey of around from here, getting round to Cardiff, after Stonehenge and Oxford and Windsor Castle and where's the Maze, Hampton Court. We'll go across to Ireland, come up to Dublin, go to Belfast, come across to Liverpool, Manchester, Cambridge, and then we're going to go down to Marrakesh, down to over across to Istanbul. Everybody's in Greece at the moment, so when they come back, we go down there, and then from there, northern India, the Himalayas, up to Beijing. She hasn't been there. Shanghai, come down to Shenzhen, maybe make a business there. Hong Kong, and then either go to Taiwan, where she's from. Philippines, come back to Vietnam and go back down the peninsula. She eats 5 times a day. Okay. She's massive at the moment. She's the biggest she's been in a long time, like 48 kilos. Actually, no, tell a lie, she was 50 when she was 9. She eats 5 times a day and she looks as fit as a fiddle, and she drinks water, doesn't smoke, and she's 72. What? No, she's 62. But
still, that's amazing.
But all I'm saying is, like and her father, Matt, I'm sorry to say that, but her father was a doctor, so she heals, and she goes like that, and she'll go down, and there'll be something wrong with your arm, and she says there's something not right there. So she's got this healing spirit, which mends people, and she'll go down someone's back, and she'll say it's not right, it's not right there, and they'll say, how do you know that? So it's like this magical thing going on. So very, very special, and it's about.
If I'm ever there, I'm going to come see her.
Hands on healing energy.
Hands on healing energy. Yeah, my son, my little Zizi, was attacked, and we were in Spain a few years ago, and a hunting dog, more than 2 times his weight. We'd been invited to dinner at these people's house, and they had these 3 hunting dogs, and he ran into the room, and it launched at him and smashed him in the spine so hard that for the last 2 years there's been this indentation in his spine. It seems to be looking okay now, but I know that energetically the trauma is still with him. He's in that.
I've just got.
He loves dogs. Yeah,
I've got 3 Chihuahua teeth in here. I've got a Great Dane on the back there, and I love animals. But what I was going to say is, so for him, because he will always be hesitant of dogs, so we either take that away from him, or he'll always have that thing. So I will then say what I would do, because there was a woman on the beach and she was worried about dogs. And I said, well, it's not, when you walk down a dangerous area, we don't have guns and things, but if you had a machine gun on you, you wouldn't be worried. So it's a bad example, but you're on a beach and there's a wild dog. I ride skateboards. I do electric skateboard 5 kilometres in 11 minutes. It's about 40 kilometres an hour. We're in a Quiberon listening to either Rachmaninoff, Mozart, or Guns N' Roses. Depends what mood I'm in. So I'm going down it, and a dog bit me, and another dog bit me. So I get into that stage. If a dog's going to bite me, I'll just pick up some sand because it's in the eyes, and you've eliminated it. You haven't hurt him, but you've eliminated it. If a shark's coming at you, you've got to get him in the eyes. If somebody's really trying to kill you, and it's not the sort of thing you want to tell anybody, but take their eyes out, and you've eliminated. You can even throw. I mean, you come near me and want to kill me. I've got a torch so bright that you don't even get to come near me because you can't see. So it's all. So it's like if a dog's coming at you and you had. I mean, my light on my bike is a torch like this. I get a kilometre. If I had a dog come at me, he wouldn't even get anywhere near me. So I haven't even touched him.
This was unfortunate because we were in this very small space and the dogs were lying in the lounge, and so there was no time to. There was no running. The dog launched from the lying down position straight into his back and flattened him straight on his face, winded him and so on.
And that will concern him, but it's either you cure that or he'll always had it. And I've had post-traumatic stress from a few different things, and the woman said to me, we have to go into Pandora's box and open it up to cure that. And then I said something to her and she just broke down, and I said, you're not strong enough, and it don't go in there. But with your son being of an early age, I want him to be able to love animals, and I want him to go up to an animal. And even me, I've got to be dubious because a dog can be like, were you touching me on my head?
First time,
But you want him to, like people, I see people over the park and they're like, and I'm like, well, how would you like it if such a giant comes stamping near you? So you've got one person who's teaching his kid to chase the birds because he's not realising, and you've got another person who's throwing bread to the ducks. Now they also don't know that that's harming the ducks because their eggs are breaking, but it's, and I used to do it as well because my grandmother used to do it. So it's one of those things that we've done through nurture, but loving animals is massive to me.
We've looked after 60 dogs in the last 2 years.
Really?
All the house sitting, because we've done more than 30 houses.
Okay, let me tell.
So we've done.
I just told the other guy about how to make money and how to end up with absolutely no working, and I'm going to give you the ingredients now because of what you've said to earning 300,000 Australian dollars a year, which is 150 sterling. In other words, so people are time poor and cash
rich.
No, actually, it's the other way. They're hang on there. Cash rich, time poor. Yeah, okay. And I wrote it down the other day, the opposite. The opposite of that they're cash poor and they're time rich. We're either one or the other. We're actually trying to get a middle ground. But anyway, so in Sydney, you can walk a dog between 10 and 2, $75. You're getting fit, you haven't got any overheads, you're walking them around the park. So you're living over this area and you go over that area where they've got a lot of money and they don't have any time. Like they don't have any time with their children. Why would you have them? So what happens is you walk one dog for 75. I know guys who walk James Packer's dogs and all this, blah, 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 blah. Now you're allowed to walk 4 dogs. So 75, 150, that's 300 a day, times 5 days. 1,500, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. 1,500 a week. Not bad, 75 grand a year. Not bad, cash, equal to 100 grand a year. Now don't forget I'm talking in Australian dollars, so you've got to translate into this, which would be, instead of 75, 35. Let's take it up a little bit. So he's getting 175 grand a year. Right, not bad. Get a little boy with you. He walks another 4 dogs, keeping himself fit. He's out there walking every day. Oh, where? In the park. Lovely. It rains tomorrow. We'll go under a different park. Great. You've gone from 150 gross, because you've got to pay this boy on a holiday. So you've gone from 75 to 150. You get 4 people doing it. You've gone to 300 grand. How much money do you want? Next minute, you're buying a house. You've gone from renting. You're living in the lounge. Renting the 2 rooms out. I was saying to our man, get away from paying rent because otherwise it's like, it's not coming back again. let somebody else pay the rent for you.
That's rich dad, poor dad.
Well,
Sounds like.
no, but you're trying to get somebody else to make the money for you.
Yeah.
Because when I gave up carpentry, I started then making enough money for me to do different things.
Yeah.
Not rich or anything, just like to allow to do
freedom.
We're freedom fighters. We work all our life, so we don't have to work.
Yeah.
Most people are on the treadmill, just going around in circles.
That's right.
The minute you do what you would do if you was a multi-millionaire, you've actually cut the chains, and you're not working for that guy over there, a guy in that shop over there, so pay tax over there, so you can live here.
Yeah.
So did you see the guy on the penny farthing over
Yeah.
there? So I've actually got a click. Anyway, so the point of the dogs that make the capital to then you start making 1 to 5. Now I'm going to show Mei Lee how we go to one country and we buy something that in the capital, in the capital it's sold at 75. In the next country you take it back and it's sold at 200. It's an artifact from Papua New Guinea's shield. Well then what I do, it's sold at 75. I go to the village and buy it for
25.
25,
Yeah.
but then I go to the village in the rainy season, so it's 15. So all I'm saying is, and you go from one country to another. You go to Fiji and you buy a whale's tooth. You go to the next island, Hawaii, and the whale's tooth has had scrimshaw on there, and it's $350. But I paid 15 for a whale's tooth like that. Controversial or not, I'm just saying what's one thing in one country is another thing. So we've got people who don't have time, so there's people babysitting them. We're getting older, there's less younger people, so people are making money on looking after elderly, and again dogs. So we've just gone from no working to walking 4 dogs, and again if that's 1,500, that's 750 a week here. So I don't know what your average Joe Blow earns, but if you're earning instead of 75 a day, you're getting. All I know is by multiplying, you get to a different place. And then it all sounds boring, but if you buy a place, you try and get on the ladder. Well, then I get 200, and I borrow 5. I buy for 700, and I'm renting out at 700 a week, which is 5%. The place doubles in 10 years. It's 10 times 10 is 100. So I'm getting 5% on growth, 5% on yield, 10% on growth. So I turned 200 because in 10 years it's doubled from 75 call it, to 15. Pay back the 5 made $1 million. I'm just saying for example. So then you get $1 million, you turn it into 5. And I'm an endangered species, so I don't have anyone to leave it. So I'm at that point, well, I've got to start spending all of that. And then, you know, what happens is you have a girlfriend for a lot of amount of time, then they want to take all that money away from you. Keep with the one you love. Go home and tell her you love her. Never let go of her. And the boy that you've got, let him breathe and nurture from him. Read him bedtime stories. When he gets to school, don't be like me. What's this ABC stuff? Don't know what you're talking about. Bedtime story, never had time. Time is our most important value. Let the nurture come from your heart into his. He'll end up. And where my dad said, I wish I knew what Wayne knows at his age, because he's as good as what. But I started work at 9. I thought my old man's like he's robbing my childhood. Well, when I got to 25, I was able to virtually had the working capacity of a 35-year-old guy. So then when I went round the world, I could do anything. And I had the world at my oyster.
Yeah.
And instead of saying, you got a job, mate, tell you what, how about a day's work? I'm really skint, I'm really hungry. I landed in Japan with 7 days' money. In 7 days, I had 5 guys working for me. We were building 2 houses every 9 days. Now, most people want to take and then give. No, give, then take. Tell you what, give me a day's work. If I'm no good, shake hands, no hard feelings. But you're never going to know. A mate of mine, he went, tell you what, I really need this job, okay? Give me a month's work, and if you don't like it, don't pay me. He now owns that film studio. So if you walk in any pub at the beginning of the season and you say, look, I need a day's work, I'm telling you, I will double your income. Hello, mate, how you going? I tell you what, while you're having this, do you want one of them? Oh, you want to make Johnny over here, he's this and that and that. And the biggest upsell in the world was, do you want fries with that? McDonald's. So they come in my shop for a goldfish. Do you want a bowl with that? I'll sell you some water as well. I'll give you the water. Oh, that's very nice of you. And water, there's not just water, there's all these different degrees, and there's not just pHs, all these different tests and things. We're really getting into it, and like vitamins for the water and for the fish. So we're not just water. There's there's books and there's all these things about it.
You want some distilled going on there, I think.
No, I know.
That'll be added value.
But then you've got, he wants a fish tank, then he wants some gravel, then he wants a pump, then he wants a heater. So it's about upsell. All I'm saying is there's things that grow. So next minute you go into the park and you're making coffee, because I give dog treats to coffee shops. So the dogs drag them to there. So you've gone to the park with these 4 dogs, then you're selling coffee, 29 cents to make a cup of coffee, flogged at £4.50, and my mate sells 2,000 cups by 2 o'clock.
Wow.
So you're making coffee, she's making sandwiches, you're walking dogs, before you know it, you leave that and go to another country and you do another business. So that's what we're here for at the moment. She's going to do healing, I'm going to do photography by enhancing people. And what I should do, can you just hold that? What I should do, if I may allow, see, I take pictures of people and then the next minute, hey, where's that guy the other night? So the other night we're talking to our bud. These are just photos I'm here and there, but I haven't gone into those. So the guy from the other night, there's our bloke and he's out in the road. So I'm just playing around and getting him into a different place. I like to do things, and I'll take a picture of Mei Lee and I'll get her there. And then what I'll do, I'll live edit it and then make it into something. And we've got a little one there, just a little one. Go on, that'll work. Hang on, let's make it like this. Right, so I've got that shot. I'll take it from there. I'll come into there, or I can come in. She's very photogenic. So let's go into background. So what do I want to do with this shot? What am I trying to say? I can have them, I can have her. I can bring her down into here. I can take one shot. As a sniper, you only get one shot. My mate said, well, you imagine all those people you're shooting with your camera and they're shooting back at you. So I just come in a lot, and this is what I said about, now she's in the future. We've got all these people in the past, and then we've got, depending on what degree we want to do, and then we can come in, and now I take the photo, and 4 weeks later, there's 4 months later, 4,000 people have looked at that. Now I'll come in there and I'll say, Mei Lee, you've done it again, genius. So would I be able to just take your photo?
Yeah, of course.
And then if you like, I can, what I do, I generally, and what I'll do, and I don't normally, so that's something that I do for people, and then I market them. So like she's there, oh, you're doing wonderful, you're doing wonderful. So there's her, which is her here, and then we can leave her. We can change things and up and down and all of that, right? So what I'm saying is, what I do is marketing, and I can get, like, by putting a photograph on, I can do some amazing things. Okay. So, but what I do, I don't normally go for a pose or something. I'm more into somebody talking to Mei Lee,
like this,
and then you'll just be like a little look, and then he might just look at the camera. That's it, and I've got what I need, because I want a candid. Now I'll either come into here or there, but I've got the shot that I want. So I don't know what you're doing there, Mei Lee.
Something about my hair.
Okay.
My hair. Oh, my energy.
Oh, okay. So she's feeling your energy, right? Awesome. So from something like that, and that's with no fault, no nothing in there, I'll go straight to where I want to go. So I can come into here, and come into there. Let's get the camera on there. We can watch our live editing. Come into there. Look, there we are as a sort of poster child. You write a letter to somebody, and that's in the corner, or there, like on a white piece of paper. And then what I do, I market them and make magazines. Look, Mei Lee, have a look at this. Mei Lee, look, what you're doing is going, my son, I'm healing you. You know, like Jesus. Actually, that's nearly Jesus-like, okay? And then we come into here, where she's like, wow, that's quite a bright red and white umbrella. Then when we come into here, something tells me, just working off instincts, I like that, we're saving time, because otherwise we're going to burn time, and we're too interested in time to waste the time, so we've done that. Come on, let's go. So I like that as it is. So then we're going to come in and see what we're doing. That's it. Oh, we'll put that on there. Add a little bit of colour. That's nice. All goes with that. We can either come in a bit bright or that. But that's a bit deep, so we'll come into the next one. And then we'll take that. I normally take that up or down a bit. It's a little bit brighter than I want. Well, yeah, no, but it's like tunnel vision. Okay. So we've got the new Messiah, and I like colour because it's this. What I'll do, hey Lee, what's going on with my phone? Oh, this is what I was looking at. Slightly brighter, and then we'll come into this. That's it, that's what I'm looking for. Now, I can send that to her phone, and I'll remaster that as well. And instantly, I can send something to somebody. And years ago when I was travelling, I just used to, if they didn't like their photo, they wouldn't write, so I'd start. So again, if you want to do something, just say to them, oh, I had a caption. What is your name? You're Joe. Dave. Oh, you're Dave. It doesn't matter. I don't want to, like, you've got your own caption. So I'll send that to her. So or if I send it to your phone, or put it on your thing. Do you have a phone number? Do you know how to send this to his number?
I'll put my phone number, okay. I won't say it.
No, it's okay, no. But you see that there? Yeah. Tunnel vision from the healer, okay? But if you really want to crop it, see, I like the whole tunnel thing.
Oh, really?
So it's that tunnel vision that we know when you go on a journey. Now, if I was really cropping in, you've got strong arms, we've got from the elbow, she's below you, and you can actually say, oh my God, she's really admiring, and you're just coming in, and then I've just got a glint in the eye, without even there, you're soft focus, but there's the man in the park who knows more than he should have. And that guy earlier, he went to, he was talking about Adam, and then we're talking about evolution as well, and they reckon the next people are going to be short than us with claws, because all they're going to do is text each other.
And sit.
Yeah, and sit, yeah. And it's interesting because the Bible's on about Adam and Eve, and then the other man is saying we're coming from monkeys. So the whole lot is fascinating, and the whole afternoon, or we've just come passing through, and we were sweating it. We got here at 2 o'clock, and from a man on the bike to a guy in a hat to the police over there where we're talking and about the bobbies and all that, and asking the guy his best day that he's ever had, and more than anything, meeting yourself. Likewise. Which is a fruit of our lives where we get to enjoy it. And even more so, I'm showing May Lee, this is London. And this is what makes London is people. People from all over the world come here and congregate. Lastly, when I was in Durban, there's the pier that you'll be thinking about that was on that beach. And there were all the white people one side and the coloured people the other side. And that was about 97?
Right.
No, it might have been 93, I'm not sure.
Yeah, because after 94,
it would have been
all
93
got washed
then.
away.
Okay.
So yeah,
so it would have been then.
Yeah.
And I was like, whoa. And when we've gone up to KwaZulu-Natal, because we got a car, my mate did in Joburg, from Kapstadt up to Namibia, and then across Kalahari, Vic Falls, went across and through Mozambique, and then worked our way across. And I actually didn't go to Lesotho because it wouldn't have sounded right, the book. Because I worked out how many countries I'd been on that journey, and I said 52 countries in 52 months. So let's not go there, and let's not go there, because it will sound wrong. But then I've worked out that I've been to principalities and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, mess with it.
Chuckly.
It's been really fascinating.
Goodbye all you lot in there.
I hope you've enjoyed it.
is it a good day? And you're supposed to go, no. And then, what about with the boy? Is it a yes? And what we do, we get the thing, and I'll do it like this on the video, and I'm in the car, and I go, now we're going uphill. And the things changed. I took a picture of Big Ben the other day, and I took it slightly on the angle, this way. And I said, no, it's the Leaning Tower of Big Ben. I sent it back to my mate. I said, no, they've worked out that in Italy, they've made a bomb out of this Leaning Tower. And he's like, really? I said, yeah, you can see how the foundations have gone on the right-hand side. It weren't a camera trick. I like playing. I'll play with anything, and I'm a visionary. I'm always looking into what there is, and it's great coming here to see from 20 years ago where you've grown. But your boy is going to be an amazing, he's going to nurture, and Zizi, he'll be the top of the class without going into Zizi.
He could write the whole alphabet. By 2 years old, he was writing the whole alphabet. You know, he was just, I've been trying to...
See, it'd be natural from him, because you've got a brain. Some people have a heart and a pulse, but you've got all of it, because you're alive. There's a lot of people standing there just sucking oxygen, wasting time. If you're not standing on the edge, you're taking up too much room. There's no way you're taking up too much room, magnetising and drawing people in without saying anything. It's not like saying, hey, you lot, come and listen to me. People come to you, like the cat who sits next to you, or the dog. So you go into the dog and you've got something in your pocket. There's a nice one. You give them a little treat, and then you sit there and play hard to get. Women are like that. You go chasing after them. Oh,
that's
no,
right.
Should go running, but if you like...
That's right, yeah. But cool and aloof. But it's been lovely to meet you too, Meili.
Thank you. I'd like to know more about the incident of the dog and your son and how long ago?
How long ago?
7 years.
2 years. No. The dog attack was just over 2 years ago now. Yeah, 2 years ago. And
now, how's his relationship with dogs now?
Good, actually. Like, I mean, this morning he said about this one dog, or last night he said about this one dog. He said, "Oh, this is it's a small dog, one of the two that we're looking after at the moment. Such a lovely dog, and so on." Is he a little more reticent with animals, perhaps? But he's the kind of child who, he would be upset if we heard a slug, if a bird, recently the other day a bird flew into their house, and he was so concerned that I was going to gently, take it back outdoors and that kind of thing.
If a bird flies in and you want to capture that bird because he's stressed out.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what's going on. He can't get out.
Yeah, he's hitting the window.
And he's doing that. So what you're going to do is you're going to spray him with water because his wings are going to get heavier and he's going to circle the room, and then eventually you'll just ward him slowly and he'll come into the corner. I can catch a wild bird in about 8 minutes because a girl taught me how to do it, and it's the water, wings, down, slow, then get the bird. Well, we would do it with a fish net or something, but then very, very gently, and then take them out and then put them in a nice tree and do something good. But that, can you imagine being a person where some giant has come along and saved us and helped us? Well, it's showing that boy the love, and this is one of God's creatures, and we happen to be, but we talk and do this. It don't mean to say we see a dog and they're all the same. Well, people see us and they say we're all the same, but we've all got different brains and different stuff, and some of them are really on the same wavelength, and then there's other people you speak to and they might speak the same language, but they're completely on a different frequency, a different wavelength, completely whatsoever. And you've got another guy who don't speak a word of English, but you're laughing because you both happen to have a background, whether you're musicians or whatever your passion is. Think about the animals though, and you're already looking after animals, care, you're looking after the home as well, and then while you're doing that you can also look after other people's and do visits where you're not staying there.
I love your idea, but the only problem with this is that it tends to be like 2 to 4 weeks maybe, because people only go on holiday for the current house I'm in is 6 weeks, which is unusual to have a long sit like that. Okay.
Well, the people with the more money go on more holidays for longer amounts of time, so you've then got to aim at whether they're like the people. That's why I sell stuff in the most expensive area, because they've got, what is it you want to sell today? the masses and live with the rich, not the other way round. And it's just finding those loops and then advertise where they go to buy their drink. All their neighbours, they go to a shop and they might go to this, and there's a picture of you walking the dog. Or just going like this. Well, he's a dog carer, he's a dog man. Next minute you've got 4 dogs, because these people, while they're working, they don't have time. It's like cutting grass. They've got all this money. Do you think they want to like do the you're keeping fit, cutting their grass? This guy's earning like mints, loads of money for cutting someone's grass. In Sydney, they look like $2,500 a day or something, because you're cutting the grass and you're landscaping it. You're doing what other people don't want to do, but actually out in the nature and doing lovely stuff. And walking and caring with animals, whether it's a goldfish, a cat or this, you don't have to be staying there. You could, and while you're there.
So let me just get from Mei Li like any insight. So he got hit like right here in the spine. The dog had his mouth open, so there were teeth marks in his back, but he didn't tear the skin. But his snout of the dog had smashed him so hard in the spine. I mean, aside from it looking like it was some kind of Spanish hunting dog. It had to weigh more than 45 kilos. It was
so that's
massive.
indented him in there.
And it was like in the days afterwards, it looked like someone had taken a cricket bat and ball and spanked him with the ball as hard as possible. He had this big black bruise.
He is young. He was young.
He was 4, nearly 5 at the time.
You have email.
Yes.
On your website.
Yes.
Yeah, we can communicate further.
What would you do?
I'll type my phone number into your phone, and then you can get my email, and we'll stay in touch.
And we'll send that photo to you.
And you can send me the photo. But that would be good. I'll type it in for you.
Because she has I had a dent in an accident, and there was a big dent in there, and in time the calcium and everything grew that back. So she'd probably be saying whether it's muscular
it's
or
all
whether
energetic,
it's more bone.
And my name is Dave.
I know.
Okay.
Thank you.
So is it Dave or Joe?
Dave.
Okay.
David. But,
David.
Yeah.
And Goliath.
But Trinity 4 is what I'm known on as on YouTube. Trinity 4. Trinity 4 man.
Trinity 4. I like it.
They called me Trinity in the army because I apparently looked like Terence Hill when I was young.
Okay, there was a bit of Terence Hill. Cool.
There was a series called.
He was with the other bloke as well.
Yeah, and he used to,
that's right. And he used to carry 7 o'clock. His buddy used to. No, it was Terence Hill used to lay on that thing as the horse dragged him. I'll show her a picture later.
That's right.
Mei Li doesn't say a lot, but when she does, each word is very, very strong.
I'm sure.
So at 8:45.
Dave.
Dave, D-A-V-E.
Okay.
See, at 8:45 is sunset, twilight is 9:26, but being at 7, we're going to go like that, and there's 4 fingers before we get to the sun, or before that hits the trees. So you'll then look at that and you'll say it's 7 o'clock, and if it's going to be 8 o'clock before it hits those trees, you'll then calibrate depending on which part of the year and where you are, and you'll say, no, it was actually 15 minutes per them,
finger.
or it was 10 minutes a finger, and then you'll know the next day, and then you'll say to your boy, see the moon, see the sun, it's going to be that, so it's got to be arm's reach and then count the fingers. And sometimes you're there to get to the fingers, but it just tells you how much daylight you've got left, because you need to then get in the Land Rover, drive through the thicket, put the wood on the top, come back and build the fire.
My subscribers are going to be saying, awesome conversation. Thank you so much.
We're still going.
But
I'm
not promoting the flat Earth to anybody new. That's really what they.
We've got a
they come
leaflet,
for.
but we'll also we will then seedling wise grow the trees and put them into different areas. Because
Can I have a hug?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lovely to meet you. Yeah. You can have a hug too, Wayne. All the best.
I came back. I hadn't seen my dad for a long time, and I hugged him. And he didn't really know what to do, and it was all a little bit distant.
but stiff.
And it was like, but it was like, well, he was uncomfortable with that.
Well, my little boy, when I said to him, I'm going to be away 12 hours today, it's easy because I obviously don't go to a day job or anything like that. So for the last 7 years, he's had me at home. Unless I'm going out to do something like this, I'm at home all the time. with him. And so he's like, 12 hours, you're going to be away all 12 hours.
Has he got the blue eyes?
Yeah,
Has he
slightly
really?
green, slightly green. Well, at the moment we're staying in Dorking. Dorking?
Actually, he looks.
Dorking
He
is,
didn't have to look right in, but I've got
it
his
should only
eyes.
be an hour, but the trains are not working properly, so it's going to be 2 hours to get home today.
No, but what I'm saying is, what we're looking for, if I had a camera on me, is to get right in there and see what you're looking, and I can even make that.
Eyes are the window to the soul.
Absolutely, no question about
That's
it.
why I don't wear sunglasses anymore.
Well, I take mine off when I'm talking because I actually want to see, as opposed to being
We can do sun gazing. Have you
I
come
haven't
across
even
that?
done anything to that. So we've got the shape, we've got some shoulders, he's in the middle there, and if we came into what's behind him, depending on what I want to do. But I play with that, and it has to be done real quick. But where to me is the eyes, but you don't want to crop right in. There's the magic of the eyes. Actually, he's nearly a bit Harrison Ford as well in there. But no, Terence Hill. I'll show her Terence Hill on the way out.
All right.
Absolute pleasure. You know what?
So much. We'll communicate later and see what
we'll
has
talk.
your boy, what therapy or what.
I've never given him any
What
therapy.
would
to be
you do
honest.
off the bat, just straight now?
Well, let's talk. Let's
Yeah,
talk.
we'll talk about
We can
it.
phone,
That's
talk,
even better,
or email,
because
or whatever.
that keeps the
Because then
link.
we'll have that conversation when it's just us talking rather than everybody listening. There's probably 40 people listening.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
why
okay,
I say
that's
we will
perfect.
communicate. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's why you didn't want to, like, we don't serve a number. Okay, now I get that, yeah. Which I never, I'm always very, very careful. And then if you want, I'll delete these.
Most
after,
people
whatever.
on my subscribers
so
are fun
there's
friends.
his name, there's his
Yeah, it's all on the flyer.
Trinity 4.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And when I go to a country, when I leave, I want to be sad because I've left really good friends behind.
Yeah.
And if you're not into that emotion and you're just been and you say, I've done Belgium and I've done this and I've done that, then you haven't been. You've wasted your time. You are going to people interact and learn and see what there is. So today we've learned more than anything else, and I just wanted to show May Lee about what's going on here, and I couldn't have given more of a quintessential because, like I said, without echoing and repeating, this is that the Zimbabwe flag or is it an African?
No, that's the Palestine flag.
Is it? Okay. Well, all I'm saying is you are oh really? Yeah.
Right, yeah. But,
you-
thank you.
But you've done in a different direction, and I even like from what you've done there. And people do street art and they do the amazing things, but I like what you're saying. And it caught me right there on looking through and your line of sight.
I got you at water level.
Yeah, no, really.
We were going to talk again.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's how a cat communicates, because they'll go, that means they trust you. If they don't trust you, it's like
Keep
this.
one eye open. Yeah.
Keep your hand in the middle.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey. Oh, guys, that's an amazing conversation. And I know that would have been hard to sit through the whole conversation there. So, as Andrew says there, we're offering a 8-hour online program. I would love to see some of you guys come along for that to join in. It has been 6 hours on this week. If you have the means to send us some support, then that would be greatly welcome. Now I'm going to run into the conversations I have to get through before I get out of here. But I'm absolutely feeling the day. It's been long and that was a lovely conversation with Maylee and Wayne. But obviously it was pretty dominating in terms of really getting into new conversations. Flat Earth, however, we've had some good conversations today, reached some people, and made a difference. Obviously, like Wayne was saying, all of the crazy that is going on here, and there's been quite a lot of it, I'm sure you've heard some of it. There's quite a lot of crazy been going on today, and it's not is not unusual at the moment. There's so much tension, so much people so caught up in it. Where does it lead, you know? And I think it's going crazy again. But I'll take you in there just real quick, just so you can see it, because it must be a little bit frustrating to be on the outside, so you can see it. See, I don't know, it has calmed down a bit, and the police have mainly gone. So I'm assuming that the worst of it is still over. And obviously this Palestine thing is very, very key. No matter what they're
So when they want to use what language?
My jaw is full from talking. Yeah, I've got a long journey home. It's going to be 2.5 hours. Once I've walked out of the park, it'll be another 2 hours. So it's a long journey home. I do appreciate you being here, supporting us. Kingsman, Jolly Man. I see you, Mike Smith. Hope people have been decent in the chat room. I have heard that some people have been a little bit rambunctious in the chat room, which of course I always appreciate. London Ground, nice to see you. Although I haven't seen you in the Speaker's Corner, I have seen you here before. That's Speakers. Hopefully I've got my glasses in here somewhere. One reason or another, I actually didn't eat today. I've had an apple, so that's an observation. Thanks for being here. Hope you had a good Sunday. Nice to see Lightning. How are you doing? I think I saw a message from you the other day. As my car goes into MOT on Wednesday, Call for Zero, lovely to see you, Zeki. And I do hope that married life is treating you well, my friend. And thank you for your ongoing and regular contributions to Coffee Break.
Ali.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. Be well. I won't be here next week. I've got family commitments next week. Next week, but perhaps the week after, I'll have to be Hey, Cliff, lovely to see you, my friend. Very lovely to see you. You could do with some help if you get your computer set up. That was for the tyres at the time. I think 250 bucks, so thanks for that. Got a feeling because the car's been having a mechanical issue with something called the diesel particulate filter, the DPF, has been clogged and the car will run at full power, blah blah blah. That's going to push a little bit on. I have yet to send it into the mechanic and then I'll see whether he can burn it out or whether he has to replace it. Anyway, it's like one of those things. It's like I'm going to send the car away without the money to pay him. We'll have to see whether I can get it fixed. Anyway, it's lovely to see you, Cliff, my brother. Much love, Dave, Andrea, Gigi, and everyone. Have a great day. Be well. Much love.